Christian nationalist, sorry, he is acting like he acts, and the Christian nationalists are acting like they act. They're in bed together, and the Christian nationalists are taking advantage of the position of influence and power that they have within the Trump administration to undo this country.
Okay.
A democratic alignment of the political will.
Hold on. So I'm gonna untie this real quick. So, would you say that Charlie
Did
Kirk
you just hear what he said? A democratic alignment of the political
So
will.
Charlie Kirk being really good friends with Trump's son, J.D. Vance, do you think he's a Christian nationalist?
Yes,
Not so much, more opportunistic.
Okay, so J.D. Vance
he is
nationalist. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So why do you think that this entire group, except for Trump, so I'm just going to say that, a lot of his group are Christian nationalists. So for all intents and purposes, why do you think that they support Israel?
Like I said before, I actually don't think that the Christian nationalist group that I'm talking about supports Israel. They're huge anti-Semites. They're not dispensationalist Christians. They come from other places within the Christian landscape. So I don't think these are the people who are, when we talk about Christian Zionism, I really don't think
Fantastic voyages of wasting time. Well, John does his yoga. John's doing yoga, listening to every SeaWorld and Easter's room at the same time.
Is because they put America first, and they're Christian,
Good.
and they like Christian values in America, but they sit down with Zionists that are also influential and powerful, and they look over things and they make a realization that benefiting Israel is benefiting America overall. It's a good ROI, and
Not exactly.
Therefore they continue to promote Israel, and Israel continues to America, and it's a win-win situation.
Okay, I don't think it's just a self-serving thing with the Christian nationalists, and I do think that they are two separate movements: the Christian Zionists and the Christian nationalists. The Christian Zionists support Judaism, I would say, from a religious interpretation of the story of the Old Testament. Them being descendant of Protestants and the descendants of the creators of America, they share the ideological perspective that a certain people with a certain national narrative should unite under a more perfect union. They are in bed with Israel because Israel copied their literal playbook in forming their own national identity. This is why America and Israel are very often aligned. That's a more Christian Zionist perspective. However, the Christian nationalist perspective is a more modern interpretation of how can we apply our now modern and very real sensibilities of religion into our national identity as a result of our democracy. We should be able to express that aspect of ourselves. They too end up aligned with Zionism because even at their most racist and most anti-Semitic, they are so America first. The very notion of a Jewish state far away from America is strictly aligned with their very immediate political goals. So you just have a general alignment, first of all, with America and Israel, and secondarily, both the Christian and nationalist movements that exist within America. They just love the idea of Jews having their nation in Israel.
This is 100% correct. This is 100% correct.
Listen to two people, let me respond to it.
Could we please, before you do it all, Chase, could we please define what Christian nationalism is? Because, like, Charlie Kirk is...
Here we go with the explanations on how to define Christian nationalism.
Of course he is.
Yeah, he is. He's posturing He's being very honest and open with his religion on a political level, and that very rarely happens.
We're gonna, have a civilized conversation. We're not gonna, interrupt people. I just talked to Caleb and said, Andre, you
Feed all I say, la 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 la. I mean, la 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 la.
Christian nationalism is because somebody like, the two wolves, people who actually write books about Christian nationalism, who outline the ideology of modern Christian nationalism, have nothing to do with Charlie Kirk, who is pro-American Constitution, who is pro bill of rights and all of those things. Christian nationalists are against those things. They want a state that is sort of like aristocratic, some sort of aristocratic state where Christianity is on the forefront of statehood. How are you guys saying that can we just please define, like, I just want to hear from Caleb, Michael, and Chase. Can you guys define what you understand under Christian national?
What I mean by Christian nationalism is the group of people who put the Bible before the Constitution and who want America to be. I'm not going to be able to give you a definition. I'm just going to be able to rattle off like examples. They are people who want America to not be secular anymore, in favor of not just religiosity in general, but in favor of a particular interpretation of Christian religiosity. And in so doing, they want to undo the checks and balances which have served as the backbone of American Republican democracy. They want to undo that in favor of some kind of supremacist Christianity.
I think it's a bit more complicated than that. I think that within the Christian nationalist movement, you do have people that genuinely want Bible first and undo the Constitution to whatever degree it conflicts with the Bible. But I think that's a bit more fringe. And Charlie Kirk was a bit more of a front-facing middle ground that's a bit more mainstream of, I think, responding to the general reasonable critique of why should we try to remove our moral sensibilities from our legal structure? And the Christian nationalist movement is saying they should inform our legal structure and politics. And Charlie Kirk is sort of, from this perspective, the vanilla version of merging Christian ethics into more political spheres. That's what they're aiming for.
So, I mean, I think that's, I will accept those things. My argument is that there can be a group that, like, believes that. They can do whatever they want.
Dude, the Christians already have a ton of control over politics. 100.
Like, you have a problem interrupting people. Do you know that?
I've been told.
He knows.
Okay. So if you do it again, I'm just gonna move you down.
He doesn't care.
Okay.
It's true.
Yeah. So
You don't care.
My argument is that it's unlikely that it will actually work. Your fear. First of all, it's impractical to do that for obvious reasons. I don't think that a lot of those groypers, I don't think that a lot of those Christian nationalists understand all of the benefits that Israel does for them. I don't think that they actually understand that it's a win-win situation. And I think that anybody that would be considered a Christian nationalist goes into those positions and sits down and says, they sit down with influential people like Jewish in America and they say, listen, benefiting Israel is X, Y, and Z for America. And then, they sit down and say, okay, this, and this. They're going to probably come to the same conclusion that Trump did and J.D. Vance, and that's why you see their actions being reflected there and saying that, okay, it's a win-win. America's culturally Christian. Obviously, we want to enforce Christian values, but it's not going to be to the expense of Jewish people or to the expense of Israel. And that's why you see this playing out like this. And I think that your fear is irrational. And I think that your fear is, and the reason why I think it's irrational is because when it actually comes down to making
Stephen Wolf. Okay, so the nation is a natural community. So in his idea, it's nation is pre-political. It's an organic community formed by shared ancestry, language, and culture. Civil authority under divine order. So for him, civil government has to be ordained by God, not only to maintain order, but to advance a nation's Christian good. So there's absolutely no neutrality of the government in terms of religion. Government should be explicitly Christian. Rejection of liberal neutrality. He explicitly rejects ideas of religious neutrality, pluralism, and egalitarian universalism, arguing that these undermine people's capacity. This is a very key one, by the way. Capacity to live as a unified Christian nation. This is what actually distinguishes people who are Christian nationalists from people who are nationalists and Christians, or people who are Christian and uphold values of the United States, at the forefront of their, first principles. And the last one is telos, so to the end, or good thought by Christian nation, according to Wolf, is not merely peace or order, but the earthly and heavenly good of its people. So it's the salvation in Christ, so basically using national identity and national power in order to promote salvation in Christ. None of those things, well, maybe not, maybe only one out of all the things that I mentioned could be applied to Charlie Kirk. So by definition, he would not be a Christian nation.
Yeah, and I'm going to repeat what I said, because, so Jewish lobbying in America, Zionist lobbying in America, has an impact on politics in America. Okay? Does that make sense? Am I speaking Chinese?
It's just false.
Okay.
It does.
No, yeah,
I understand what you mean, but it does.
It definitely is true. Like, pretending that doesn't have an impact on politics is crazy. I don't even think it's a bad thing. I'm just saying that it's crazy if you, like you said, be careful. What? What are you talking about? It's true.
You're trotting out classic anti-Semitic, I think unwittingly. You are navigating the waters of classic anti-Semitic ideas about oversized Jewish influence.
I think that
I would say that if you look at, like,
you're perceiving it that way, but I don't think that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that there are Jewish lobbying, Zionist lobbying, that are a net benefit to America, and it exists, and it affects politics, and it would prevent something like this that you're fearing that would happen.
Well, I mean,
It would not, I don't think it would prevent it at all.
If you look at, presidents from decades ago, even like Nixon, Jimmy Carter, they've all. I do agree that they do have quite a bit of influence. I would say it's very upfront. It's not like I wouldn't say it falls in line with the Jewish, the conspiracy theories or tropes where they kind of more or less imply that they're pulling the strings behind the scenes. But yeah, I would say they definitely have a lot of influence. But I'd say that influence would mean nothing if it wasn't for evangelical Christians, which are fanatical about Israel.
I think it's a check and balance and I don't think that it would happen. Like, I think it's very, very low chance that would happen.
It's actively being challenged and undermined.
It would be very detrimental to America, and these people are America first. So it's not like
Actively being undermined.
Do you understand? Even I am somebody who thinks our relationship, it's just my personal opinion. I don't know. There's positives being an ally with Israel. We wouldn't want them to be an ally with anybody else because they're, pretty competent, capable little country. But I kind of question, should we really be getting as involved as we are with Israel? But there are definitely people who do not. I forgot the point of it.
the answer.
That's debatable. But just realistically, for not looking at it doing even like a world, is it Israel do that.
Wait, hold on. Before you go down this thread, one sec.
I can
Because
literally
we're going into a new thread. Hold on.
I
Go down this. Yeah, go down this road if you want. But we were talking about Chase put forth an idea that the Zionist influence, because they're going to convince Christian nationalists that it's good for America, that that's a way to check the influence of the growing influence of Christian nationalists. I disagree with that claim. I think that's a silly claim to make.
Caleb, do you make a distinction between nationalism and patriotism? And also, how big do you think Christian nationalism is in the United States?
Yes, I make a distinction between nationalism and patriotism. Patriotism is like part of civic religion. Nationalism is some kind of like supremacist ideology that says something other than, we are coming together for the common good and co-creating, this society, this country. How big do I think it is? That's a good question. I guess my best answer to that is growing.
No, I mean, I get that, like, you think that the people are attracted to the idea, but how big do you think? I think you think like thousands, tens of thousands, 100,000.
Dude, it could be like anywhere between like 10 and 20% of the Republicans. I mean, do you remember?
Yes, millions and millions.
And it was kind of, we knew what she was doing when she did it, but I would consider, Candace Owens is probably one. I don't really watch her, but when they say Christ is king, it's like they're using it, they're basically weaponizing the term, especially when Candace Owens said it, to her boss, Ben Shapiro, what she was doing there. It is a kind of a way of saying like, hey, that was a very Christian nationalist thing to do. Basically, they're asserting their dominance as Christians, as superior. But you probably noticed, like even on social media, a lot of people are saying Christ is king. They're saying a lot of this, using a lot of coded language, which can kind of seem like it's innocuous. It might not be anything bad, but they're definitely trying to push Christian nationalism. I think it's also like the new punk rock thing. I would say the last several years for younger men. And I don't know, it's growing. It's cool. It's actually cool to be like a Christian now. But even when I was younger, it made you a fucking dork.
But you see, guys, I mean, this is the thing. Like, I'm glad you make a distinction because I think that the conflation comes that a lot of people who support Trump and are patriotic, right? They want to make sure that United States stays as a strong nation. They are somehow written into the nationalist identity. And I think majority of the people who supporting Trump are not of that trend. Like they do not want to, gain more territory, like or join another state of the United States. They're more in line with upholding a certain traditional set of values or first principles that they see, have been kind of muddied as of late. And many of them, actually happen to be Christians, but that doesn't make them Christian nationalists. Do you understand what I mean?
I know what you mean. I think you're right that one of the things we see often with this kinds of nationalism is expansionism. I would not argue that it's a necessary, prerequisite to being called a nationalist movement, but I understand what you're saying.
At the end of the day, if you want what's best for America, you want what's best for Israel.
How can you say that so like smugly and confidently?
Because you need to do the research. You need to look at the consequences of
Like
what
what?
that would mean if it would be lost.
Okay, you go ahead. What?
Intelligence, counterintelligence, military equipment. Most of the stuff that's brought back to America is reinvested, or most of the money that is.
Yeah, I can live stuff on. Yeah, I think that's a lot of that's garbage. And, you know, we still give them millions of fucking credit to buy our weapons.
A lot of what Israel does, in terms of trading to Asia and to Europe, is very important. OPEC dealings, Middle Eastern influence and control. There's a lot of things that Israel does that's really beneficial to America.
Well, I would say that the number one thing.
Counterterrorism on top of that.
Nah, I think. Well, you know, of course, we don't have a way really in on it, but a lot of the people that worked in counterterrorism for the CIA and FBI have not had very nice things to say about Israeli sharing their intelligence. But I won't get into that. But I would say the fact that we support Israel it puts us at odds with the whole Muslim world. And I'm being serious. That was even Bin Laden's, what he listed as number one motivation for attacking the United States, and the fact that we have troops on Muslim lands. I do think that, and of course it costs us money, that we have to deal with their lobbyists. I can't say that it's like, it's not a black and white thing where I can say, oh yeah, it's so beneficial for us. You can make the argument they're an ally and we do what we can for our allies, and it's the right thing to do, fine, fair enough. But if I'm just looking at a cost-benefit analysis, I think that's silly to say that it somehow has benefited us.
It definitely has. And not to mention the benefit of not having Canada in there and doing what they would normally do, with America being non-present in that area as well. That's another thing that would have us lose a lot of negotiations, a lot of leverage with a lot of things, including the world reserve currency, which is the dollar. I don't think that people actually understand that. Like, I don't think that people actually put those things together. And if you do, you realize that, especially if you consider the amount of money that we put to Israel compared to all these other bullshit countries that don't give us anything, it's obvious that if you're putting America first, you put Israel, you help Israel, and you.
No, that's some stupid Zionist talk. They've long said like America first is Israel first, and that's just a cheap Zionist slogan. Like
it's true.
Hold on. The confidence, I agree with you. I think that Israel provides many, many benefits to America, and therefore the support should continue. It is not necessarily, however, obvious to everybody, right? And I think to say, I hear from the America First crowd the opposite, right? No, we don't want to support Israel because of America First principles. Now, I hear what you're saying. If they really understood what the benefit was, then they would do it. I'm not convinced that that's true. I'm not convinced. I think America First is isolationism, is circling the wagons, right? I don't think, right, the foreign policies of America First. I understand the logic of what you're saying. I don't think it actually bears out in the pragmatism of like real politic on the ground.
I think that the reason why they don't think so is because of a lack of education and understanding.
I think people like you have to understand. I support Israel, and you know, them having a right to exist as a Jewish state and all of that, and defending themselves. However, I do think that politically we are way too enmeshed, and I'm not a fan of it. What is all of the influence? I mean, what is the media coverage been for the last, not just since October 7th, but even with Trump's presidency? We keep on focusing on Israel, and you know, I don't know. I just don't. I think we're too involved with
it. The reason we're focusing on Israel because there's a big international relations kerfuffle in the Middle East.
Yes, I realize, and it's a problem that nobody seems to be able to solve, and you know, this is Trump's. Maybe he can leave this will be a lasting part of his legacy, if he could truly find peace there, I'm not convinced that, it will happen anytime soon personally, but I get why it's happening, but I'm more on the isolationist side.
Well, I just think that you might not understand the potential repercussions. First of all, you're not comparing what we give Israel compared to what we give all these other.
Dude, I've been having these conversations for years. Trust me, I know what we get. I've had people like George Rudovsky, all of these people that are big brain. Look, dude, I understand, but I would say, does it outweigh the time, attention, the animosity we receive from the international community? I don't know. I'm not claiming that Israel's not more beneficial or not. I do see it as like I really don't like the fact we have to spend so much time. And yes, the lobbyists are really fucking annoying. And even when we look at what happened with fucking TikTok, and it's like, okay, now
TikTok.
Pepe's
upset that TikTok was good.
Our biggest problem is TikTok. This is like a month or so ago. Then Elon can hopefully work with us. Now, I can understand why they kind of want to fight the anti-Semitism and the propaganda that's against Israel and Jews, but at the same time, all right, so now you have this company that's now in control, but basically, going to be the algorithms change. They're going. What other kind of speech are they going to moderate? Do I really want to be this enmeshed with the foreign government to where, like, our social media even is being policed? No, not really.
I mean, we already are, though. We're enmeshed with the Chinese when it comes to TikTok.
Well, yeah, no, I get that.
Basically, like, you're just saying that, like, you're mad because Jewish people have like they have political influence.
Yes, I don't want anybody to have influence for the benefit of another country in my country. It's just that is something that rubs me the wrong way, even if they're an ally.
But that's the problem. You're failing to recognize that it's not a one-sided thing.
The country of Japan.
It's not a one-sided thing. You're acting as if Israel just takes and doesn't give anything. There's a lot of value to be added by working with Israel. And that's what I think you're not getting. Like, the Jewish people have made themselves, they've done a very good job of making themselves extremely useful to make it make sense. That's
Jewish people are.
That's why.
Okay, but I don't want to tie I don't want to tie the history of Jewish people in the United States to Zionism and things like AIPAC. I think a lot of them, even though they're today. I mean, we can look at where Jews have been successful, but a lot of that even predates the formal creation of the state of Israel. So I don't really want to conflate Jews and Zionism.
Okay, fine. Zionist Israel. This is why, every single person who gets into office, every single person who's president, who actually gets in that position, whether it be on the left or the right, they sit down and they think about these things, and they probably sit with people and they talk, and it's obviously yes, that's why
That's not true with every president. Bill Clinton has spoken out against it. Richard Nixon, you should listen to the Nixon tapes. Jimmy Carter was.
My name is Pepe, and I complain about everything every day. 80 hours a week here at Cloud House. My name is Little Pepe.
If I recall correctly, I don't know what Jimmy Carter did.
Jimmy Carter won a Peace Prize with Menachem Begin and Anwar Sadat for brokering the Egypt through a peace deal.
Yeah. So listen, they support every president probably looks at this and it's like, well, yeah, this is an obvious one that we should support. But especially if you look at if you're talking about total federal output of the government, and you compare it to all these other stupid countries that don't do near the amount of value and doesn't have near the amount of at stake. So yeah, it's obvious that Israel would be a good investment. Now I do understand what you're saying. There's a lot of that we've got from the whole Israel-Palestine thing.
East is, I guess this is such a hypothetical. There's no way to know, but I mean, I wonder, would we even have any to be in that part of the world if like the state of Israel had never existed? I don't know. I mean, if they kill each other, I understand, it's important for gas and the shipping lanes and all of that.
That's very important. And
yeah, we know that. That's why I mentioned those two. But I don't know that we would. I mean, I personally don't know if just in the Middle East in general, outside of Israel, I don't know.
It's not really hypothetical. Pepe, it's not really hypothetical. We know that the West, we know that Western Europe was interested in it. They wanted it to colonize it on their behalf. I'm not sure why we would expect America to have sort of a less. Right. The only reason that the Europeans were able to do it is to follow the Ottoman Empire and World War I, et cetera, right? Had America wasn't involved at that stage, but the Western powers were. So it probably would have come along, doesn't it?
Oh, I think. I don't know what would happen in that region of the world. I mean, once again, I support Israel, and then, I don't want anything to happen to the state.
You're just annoyed. I know what you're saying. You're just annoyed that, yeah. But, at the same time, listen, and then that's also not taking into account, what geopolitical opponent would go in and do what America's doing.
Well, yeah, that's why I said when I started off, they're a fairly capable little country, and it would want them. They could cause a lot of havoc if they were to be allied with an adversary of the United States. So, yes, that's obviously my calculation.
Which is exactly what would happen if America stopped supporting it. It would either be Russia or China.
Yeah.
Well, that's why
that's what would happen.
It was during the Cold War that's where we really depended on Israel to be an ally.
It was part of it.
Yeah. So
not much things changed though. It's still China and Russia still at odds with the United States.
Yep. Anyway, Chase, we'll watch what happens, right?
Yeah.
I do have a fear. I don't think it's irrational. It might be outsized as far as what you're saying. That's fine. But I do see it happening.
I don't think they'll ever gain that much. I think that it is somewhat of a trend. I don't think it's going to keep on going. And I personally I feel like it might even start to be fizzling away. I don't know. I just think most people are not oriented to be a Christian nationalist. I don't think it. I just personally don't think it will take on a large following in the U.S. amongst the citizens. People like me are just not going to do it. We don't want laws. I prefer the laws how they are. I don't need biblical laws.
Right. I think the people who we might have previously called the moral majority, right? I think you're having as Mixed described it before. I think this was nice, right? They want a morality enshrined in the laws that's coming from Christianity. I think that's appealing to large blocks of Christian voters.
But Caleb, is there any time in history of the United States, especially let's zero in maybe on the 20th century, that the United States have been
I think I heard the question. I don't know. I think the term.
Somewhat.
Sometimes, right? But as a Manifest Destiny, for example, right? The whole conquering of the West. That was religious. That was nationalist and Christian, and it was religious, right? Let's say it was non-secular.
Yeah, Pepe, I think both of us are conservatives. I am in the camp that, for intensive purposes, Israel is kind of the 51st state of the U.S. I'm kind of in that camp.
Well, I would say it's kind of funny. So Trump, of course, he wants to make a name for himself with this peace deal. then the Knesset does their performative vote on annexing the West Bank, even though Trump had said prior that they're not going to do it. And then of course you have JD Vance saying, "Oh, I don't know what this stupid game was that they're playing. They're not going to annex it." It is. I would say even after, which kind of shows the level of they're kind of showing who's actually in charge. And then in order to save face, Netanyahu had to come out and say, "Oh well, no, we're a sovereign country." And but I would say even after the October 7th attack, when we had the election coming up, Biden totally made them slow roll that invasion into Gaza just to he didn't want it to hurt Kamala's chance at winning. I do think that I do think that like with this enmeshment, we are in each other's business like way too much for my liking.
Yeah, and like for obvious reasons, the U.S. helps Israel just as much, like to a different degree, like their survival.
At the end of the day, we can tell them what to do way more than the other way around. I mean, they are Israel's somewhat beholden to the U.S.
Yeah, of course. And so that's my point. Like, so Israel has again, and obviously they know this, and so they have figured out a way to make themselves extremely useful to America, and by pursuing their own selfish interest, they then benefit from America benefiting them. Because of the fact that they make themselves useful to America, they get the ultimate benefit of having the strongest military in the world helping them, making sure that they get military funding and they get military equipment and they get all the benefits of that.
To be fair, though, it's also a symbolic. It's also like that for religious reasons, but then also I think most Americans realize that the Islamic world is at odds with us. And it's kind of like, why would you? Here you have this country that is on your side. Why would you ever abandon it in order to curry favor, with the Muslim world, which wouldn't make much sense.
I mean, obviously, what would happen if America pulled out of Israel would be that all of the Muslim countries would attack Israel. Israel would probably lose, and they would cease to exist. And then China and them would probably partner with the Muslim countries.
World's pretty really.
Israel would not lose. Israel would win.
The only exception I think that would defeat them, which I don't think they would ever invade Israel, is Turkey. But maybe the Gulf Arab states.
Israel would probably defeat Turkey.
Yeah, but because we're talking about all of these countries combined. I mean, Israel's not that strong.
History has yet to reveal an era in which these countries are able to combine their forces. The closest they got was 47.
Yeah, but to be fair though, they've never had a situation where they didn't have either European or United States help. They've always had that.
I agree.
They didn't have
The
the
U.S.
help
were to
that
chip
much
in.
47.
The U.S. could take out Israel if they wanted to.
Makes that. Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, even if the U.S. just pulls out of the support, I mean, Israel does have a strong army, especially for how small they are. They definitely do. But all of those countries coming in, yeah, of course.
I would have thought Turkey's a NATO country, and I thought it had the fourth largest military in the world.
No, they do. I mean, I
would think that would be the one country that also because of proximity, they don't have to go by water. Is the one country that could actually be a significant threat.
Oh yeah, for sure. Of course, Turkey would be a threat. Yeah, but I'm just saying that in general, China would just partner with Iran or Iran and all these Middle Eastern countries. They wouldn't need to partner with Israel. They would just partner with the Muslim countries. And so,
You really think it would go I don't think it would go like that. I think China would probably tell them to tell all of the Arab countries to fuck off and settle down, and they would probably try to just insert themselves
Into Israel, you mean? With Israel?
Yeah, China. Yeah. Take it over. I mean, in other words, they would try to even, yeah. What would China gain by seeing Israel disappear?
What would they gain?
Yeah.
They would get control of OPEC. They would be able to get control of the entire Middle East, most likely.
But the Europeans aren't going to let and the West is not going to let them get a hold of the Gulf states that we rely on for gasoline.
Yeah, dude, but our proxy in the area is Israel. Otherwise, we have to send our own forces in there. Yeah, better to have somebody else do it for you than to have to do it yourself.
I hate to agree with Marshall, but that's true.
Right, they want to do it anyway. When we pay it, we get to direct the movement a bit, which we would be doing a lot of on our own if they weren't already going to do it.
So, what do you guys think of Madmani in New York City?
He's a fucking scumbag.
I did see somebody.
All hail the King of New York.
Somebody sent me a message. It was Pearl.
New York City, you know, become the new Cali.
What was it? I'm trying to see what it was. It was so it was a survey. 43% of Jewish voters in New York City said they'd vote for him. I've been among the Jewish voters age 1844. That figure is 67%. Do you guys think he's a threat? Like some Jews are saying?
Like, against the Jewish people?
I guess. I mean, I definitely see outspoken Jews on X that are saying he's.
Yeah, of course he is.
I'm wondering what I don't know, like Mizet or Jewish person. I don't know what their perception is.
I don't know that he's an active threat. I just don't know that he's going to protect us when the threats come. I think that's how I would say it. I don't think he's going to target us. But I'm not sure he's going to protect us.
He is 100% like gonna. Yeah, no. Like he's so against this whole Israel thing. Oh, Caleb, you're saying that he won't directly attack? You mean?
Yeah.
Well, maybe not right away, no. But
How can he attack the people?
well, he doesn't.
He's not he's not going to direct the police to upset pro-Israel protests.
You don't think so? Do you think it's possible that happens?
I think it's possible, and I also think like the reasonable people who are going to say, well, what about freedom of assembly? You freedom guy, right? Like it's going to have to make a case for why that was like a risk to public safety. And if he does the same thing that the dudes in London did, they were like, they moved Jews out of the way because they were worried about their safety. Right? If he pulls one of those things, we're worried about the other people, so we're going to prohibit you from protesting. Like that's BS.
I agree, but I don't put it past Mamdani.
I don't know. I think he's going to be bogged down with police and the trash and the MTA and dealing with Albany. That he's not going to, if he makes his campaign about foreign politics and not New York, it's done for him.
I'll tell you what will probably happen. a lot of capital and a lot of money and a lot of capital is going to leave New York. That I can confidently say.
Yeah, that I think is a likely.
Yeah, 98% chance that happens. Pepe, what do you think about Mamdani?
I don't know. He's stupid. Fucking. He wants these government grocery stores. I don't think he seems to realize that things like it is a real thing that people do commit crimes, not necessarily just out of necessity. You do have to have a level of law and order to deter people from committing crimes. As far as like, I don't know, taxing the wealthy or taxing the whites, like whatever stupid shit. I don't see how a mayor can even implement that. But I just
He's not authorized to levy taxes. All the taxes come from the state office in Albany.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think he said a lot of things where the only benefit he ought to him is that let's see what he can live up to.
Yeah, not America. New York is going to become the new Cali. Specifically New York City is going to, like, similar situations are going to happen that happened in California, I think, like over COVID.
What's that?
Capital leaving California, specifically high-income individuals, businesses are going to leave the state or area, and it's going to go elsewhere because they're just going to be harassed so much and just like pulled down so much that like they're going to be looking for an exit strategy, and they're going to leave and go to places that they're treated better.
Well, New York's kind of like the hub of the world. I don't know that. I don't know that a lot of companies would really leave. California was kind of on that trajectory for a long time. People talk about the homelessness and that kind of stuff, but they've always had a large homeless population, and it did increase quite a bit. But they had really lax laws, like personal drug use. Of course, they have a very, very mild climate where if you're homeless, it's probably the best you're going to be able to do outside. So I don't know that he would do that kind of stuff, but I think, of course, California is just really, really, really expensive, similar to New York.
Yeah, is this guy, like, I don't even know, like, is Mamdani, is he let me see, like, does he consider himself? Let me see real quick, before I say something. Yeah, so he's not, but like, these types of things that he wants to implement, where it's like, the rich get just taxed out of their ass, and then those rich people like clearly have other options to go elsewhere where they're treated better. Like, I just don't, like, I think that's going to happen every single time. You know what I mean? Like, with
he can't increase the taxes, but also New York's expensive for its own reason. It's like the hub of the world. It's a place where many people want to live. You can't really build much more, so there's a set limit of places you can live, and it's for that reason it's very expensive to live there. I don't really see that really changing. You can't. I don't think New York City is the type of place you can offer quote unquote affordable housing. It's not. It's like saying you want affordable housing in Malibu near the beach. It's a place that too many people want to live. It's just not. It's not going to be made affordable by anybody.
Killing one another.
No, I agree with that. I'm saying that, like, in these types of circumstances, like, I just see like the pattern being that people that are high net worth and people that have capital that contribute to the economy.
Does it really matter how gay someone is or how
local
they
economy,
love
they
or
like.
orgasm? How about
Like,
no more
they're
war
probably
and
gonna leave
killing
and go
one
elsewhere.
another?
You know what I
This
mean?
is
Which
peace. This is gay
and
propaganda.
that's what's pretty cool about the United States is that there are other options. Like, you can go to
Gay
Texas or
propaganda.
Florida or Nevada or one of these states where they're treated better in terms of taxes and all that stuff. But no, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
All right, everybody. Thank you for coming to my show. Our friend Mountain is here. We were just recording Pepe being the frog incel that he is. Last night he admitted that he hasn't made love to a woman in many, many years, that he hates women, and that he thinks they're terrible. So, that's Pepe.
Alright, y'all. We going to music mode.
Uh-oh.
Alright.
On the streets will play out at the ballot box. In cities and towns across the U.S. this weekend, huge crowds turned out for, quote, no kings rallies.
Hey, my man, Mountain.
With organizers calling it one of the largest single-day nationwide demonstrations in U.S. history, as Americans protested what they see as Trump's increasingly authoritarian actions. Despite the growing backlash, Trump seems more emboldened to bend the federal government to his will and move against his enemies in favor of his allies. Over the weekend, the president freed former Republican Congressman George Santos from jail after he served just 3 months of a 7-year sentence for fraud. Congressman Santos will be joining us in moments. But first, here with me now is Republican Senator Katie Britt of Alabama, an ally of President Trump. Senator Britt, thank you so much for joining me this morning. I do want to start with the news about Congressman Santos. He did plead guilty to defrauding his donors and constituents of hundreds of thousands of dollars, money he will no longer be required to pay back because of this commutation. Is this acceptable to you? Look, I'll let Congressman Santos speak for himself when he comes on your program next. What I appreciate is President Trump's commitment to the American people. Look, we saw obviously disarray under President Biden, and President Trump actually making good on his promises to secure our border, to actually make sure that our economy starts working for American people. And we're also seeing him bring peace abroad. So I'm focused on the things that President Trump is focused on, and that is making sure that the government gets back up and running. And I certainly look forward to making that happen soon. I do want to talk to you about all of those things, but real quick, no opinion on the commutation? Well, look, President Trump has the opportunity and the ability to do this. I find it interesting, though, that we see more people focused on him, on Congressman Santos, than we did on Alberto Garcia, who actually, as we well know, trafficked humans across our country, then has been accused of everything from beating his wife to being a member of a gang, and yet we see Democrats focused on this man. And so I think people need to go into focus about what really matters, and I think obviously getting criminal illegal aliens out of America is something we should all be able to get behind. And Alberto Garcia is going through the legal process now. Santos did go through that and pleaded guilty, and that's why he was in jail. I certainly hope that him and others are held accountable. Okay, let's talk about the government shutdown. In many states, people are beginning to see how much their health costs will rise if the expanded Obamacare subsidies expire. That's, of course, what Democrats have been warning about. 130,000 of your constituents in Alabama could lose their coverage. And your leader, the Senate Majority Leader John Thune, says he is willing to hold a vote to extend those subsidies if the government reopens. Would you vote to extend the subsidies? Look, first off, let's be honest about this. Democrats are playing politics. They are pandering to the far left because they're actually terrified of them. They're not working for the American people. Leader Thune has put a clean CR that has passed the House on the floor. This is something that Democrats voted for 13 times under President Biden to give us an opportunity to continue to do our work, the actual appropriations process, which you hear no Democrats talking about. When it comes to the ACA subsidies and these COVID era subsidies, look, you didn't hear them talking about that until days before they put it until the government was needed to be funded. And the bottom line on this is, when you look at the costs that are coming up in 2026, that's the majority of the costs that the American people are going to see. 80% of of the raise in prices that they will see in Obamacare has to do with a fundamentally flawed program, Dana. Look, from the very beginning, Obamacare was never affordable. You even saw the Washington Post say the Affordable Care Act was never affordable. So coming into that, they put in subsidies in 2014, then put them in COVID in 2021, and these subsidies that they are fighting for allow millionaires to be able to take advantage of people that have reached out. Wait, hold on 1 second, Dan. You have people who have reached out to us who have maybe 2 homes in different places, and they are getting these subsidies. The fact that Democrats are going to the mat so millionaires can get additional money from the government is absolutely mind-boggling. This program is wrought with fraud. It is absolutely has no income cap. So I want you to ask Democrats if they believe in that. If you were to extend these just as they are now, you're continuing to waste money, basically put it up in flames, and we need to make sure, just like we did with the working families tax cuts, that the people who actually need these things, Dana, can get them. And Democrats, once again, can care less about how much we spend, and they just want to try to find a political edge, and they don't have it on.
Senator, I hear you saying that there needs to be reform, which I understand. In the short term, though, the question is whether or not you would approve, because you might have an up or down vote on them, a 1-year extension for the premiums as they are. Would you vote yes or no?
Well, what I want to vote is to open the government, which I have done a number of times. I have said that I'm absolutely open to having conversation, but we're not going to extend a program that is wrought with fraud, waste, and abuse. There would have to be adjustments to this program to make it make sense for the American people. Look, we are spending out of oblivion, and the Democrats don't seem to focus on how do we make these things actually work. Our healthcare system is broken, the system that they put in place, and I remind you, this is their program, Affordable Care Act. These are their subsidies, and they set the date for their expiration. And now the Democrats want us to dig them out of a hole. What we want to do is make sure that the American people work and look, and people get paychecks. This weekend I had people come up to me and say 2 things. One, I'm not getting a paycheck and I can't afford my mortgage. And 2, they said their small business.
Senator, I just want to jump in because
we need to be focused on opening the government.
Yeah, right. And so your fellow Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville said allowing the credits to expire would hurt my state. Do you agree with him?
Look, I think there can be reforms to these credits, but ultimately we're going to need a total overhaul. So I am absolutely willing to have a conversation, but we've got to open the government first, Anna. And I hope you call them out on this. They are holding the American people hostage for their own political gain. These things happen January 1st. We have plenty of time to have these conversations, and I think that we will.
Yeah, and just I want to move on, but what the Democrats have said, because I've interviewed lots of them about this very topic, is that they try to have conversations both in this crisis and Republicans wouldn't engage. The other thing I do want to point out is that health insurance companies are setting their rates. Now, I do want to talk about IVF, because you were a major driver behind the president's announcement this week of plans to lower the cost of in vitro fertilization and make the process more accessible to Americans. And we didn't go as far as he promised during the campaign, which would be free universal IVF coverage and require insurance companies to cover it. Is that still the goal?
Look, President Trump is the most pro-IVF president that we've had. From the very first conversation that I had with him, Dana, which he mentioned obviously in the Oval Office, where we talked about this issue, he has been a strong, unwavering supporter. He understands that families all across our country are hopeful that they can either start or expand their family. And this, for so many Americans, gives them the opportunity for that. Look, 1 in 8 families actually experience infertility. We know 9% of men and 11% of women this is a challenge in front of them. And we know that the affordability of it puts it out of reach for so many people. So as he processes this, he is beginning to make strides in this that no other president has made, and I am so grateful for his leadership on this. Look, on Friday night, I ran into a friend of mine who literally told me her story, Dana, about that she was unable to, the affordability here in the United States was too great, so so she had to seek treatment elsewhere so that she could begin the dream of actually starting her family. And then I got to see a child this weekend celebrate their birthday, and knowing that these families wouldn't be for IVF, or these people wouldn't have hope like you because of what President Trump has done. He's made significant strides in this, and I think he will obviously continue to lead, be the most pro-family, pro-parent president that we've ever had, and it's an honor to be a part of it.
Senator Katie Britt of Alabama, thank you so much for being here.
Okay, did she answer anything that she asked her though?
No.
She said, I have a friend who she met up with Friday that had a IVF treatment. The baby was having a whole birthday, and you just found out Friday when you bumped into her in downtown Alabama. That's going on.
You support having babies, but then you don't support the medical care to take care of them. That's crazy.
Well, but see, never mind.
Don't never mind. Say what you gotta say, sis. How you doing? Happy Monday. Go ahead, sis.
Happy Monday, everybody.
Talk your stuff. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, most IVF babies are born healthy, but are you talking about just having well baby care? Did he offer that as
Yeah,
well?
I'm talking about after the baby is born, down the years down the road when the baby needs health care and stuff like that.
Oh, well baby care. So, yeah, I don't know their stand on that at all.
No, he was saying about the clip. He was saying that the clip, like the lady is all for her getting this baby through IVF, but you're not worried about keeping the baby healthy by providing the health insurance later. That's
yeah,
what he's
like
trying to say.
Medicaid, yeah.
Or whatever,
Yeah.
even with the subsidies.
Even with the
She kept saying,
ACH, right.
she kept talking all this negative stuff. I'm just so glad that he is getting rid of all the fraud and the waste. But are you for the subsidies? Well, I mean, we are, but it's like, what are you saying, girl? They talk out of all sides of their mouth. It's not the front, the side, the back. Just all portions of their mouth is coming out in words. I don't get it. Because stuff like that frustrates me when I'm talking to somebody. Just stick to the question. You skating all around and doing all that. I don't understand it.
That's why I couldn't be a reporter, because I would have said, girl, what the fuck is you talking about?
Right. Or kept laughing like how you kept laughing. Like, just started laughing for no reason. Like, girl, you're lying.
But that's what TC does. Well, you see, in 1492, what had happened was, just answer the damn question. I hate that. I'm laughing at y'all laughing.
They can't answer it, because if they answer it, then you will seem like you're the one with the truth. So I have to answer with a whole bunch of excuses.
Well, the truth is a lie, though. So they can't really answer.
Their perception is a lie, not the truth. The truth ain't never a lie.
You know what I mean? Is in their world, the truth is a lie is the truth. The truth is a lie. It's like, these are times, and it becomes that. So he was good though.
You can't answer, because if you answer, you've taken a position, and they're not taking a position one way or the other.
They're not taking a position.
Yeah.
Right.
In other words, they're not.
They didn't have a position. Like she just kept stating the position over and over.
No, she didn't. But the
She
thing
said
is,
President Trump has always been, and then she'd fill in the blank.
but the position is, are you for the subsidies? Yes, no. And you keep, instead of answering that, you keep telling how you're paying for these rich people to have health insurance on these subsidies. And, you're making excuses as if the subsidies aren't needed. If you need the subsidies, then have the conversation about the subsidies. Stop filling it with all this other stuff.
Isn't there cap on eligibility for these subsidies, though?
Yes.
And she kept saying millionaires.
Millionaires getting this coverage. What are you talking about, girl? Stop.
Wow, that's crazy.
What millionaires getting it? Maybe somebody that recently is no longer a millionaire? I don't get it. What is she talking about?
That's what I was like, millionaires.
Maybe they used to be a millionaire at one point in time.
That's a clubhouse millionaire.
Or it could be the clubhouse millionaire.
It's the clubhouse millionaires. I was a millionaire Tuesday, but on Thursday.
He asking you to cash app him $10 for
Please don't leave the millionaire clubhouse people alone. And you know those people, they used to be a millionaire on the time. The economy. Come on up, Jay. How you feeling, Jay? Kiss him.
What's up?
And then when we confronted him about what Tuberville said, that's what I appreciate about Donald Trump. He's for the working people. What the fuck are you talking about? Tuberville said, if we don't get these subsidies, it's gonna fuck Alabama up. And you feel me? That shit was weird. I was like, I can't do this shit.
Are they finally all speaking with each other now, or? Congress.
No, I'm playing State of the Union and going through each.
Does this shit go off on Friday? Food stamp, SNAP, all that shit?
Yeah. You know what's kind of worried is people are talking about there are people in these food lines right now, unless they're just predicting what they're going to be missing out on. They're trying to get an early catch up because food stamps are supposed to be for the month, right?
Yep.
So maybe they're just doing it early. Let me get my bread real quick and stuff like that because it's going to be flooded on the first when they don't get their stamps. Maybe that's
Yeah, but these food banks, they've been on the news all day. They're running out of food. This one lady was showing her bank. She said, I've never, ever run out of food. And she literally had one
I can tell you
on the table.
our constituents are in.
Go ahead. That's my phone.
No, I'm just saying that this one lady, I forgot what state it was in the South. She said, I've never, ever run out of food, even during COVID. But I'm running out of food. I ran out of food. She had one loaf of bread sitting on that lonely table. She's like, she came and wiped me out. And she's like, I don't ask questions. I see, I think, oh, well, something's not right. And you're going to have to figure out a way, ma'am, because if they're just going to come and clean you out, the people who really need it might. If you're not asking any questions at all, I mean, I'm not trying to tell people not to go get some foods, that I'm advocate for food. But she said never has she run out of food at her food bank.
Look, like on Facebook, it is really getting there for seniors. I like a lot of seniors are asking, hey, is there any food banks open? Any churches have food drives or any meal on wheel programs? So around a lot of people, it's happening already. Like it's really been going on for 2 weeks. But it's probably gonna come to a head like next week, where people are like, hey, we have no food. There's a lot of local food banks in Houston that flat out run out of food.
So you think it's gonna be more of these people running out of Walmart with full baskets of food, just everybody going to
Yes, girl. It's not just there. They're gonna be in the bodega. They're gonna be at the gas station. All of the above.
No, they're gonna be in the parking lot hitting people up and putting a gun to your head and taking your groceries. So y'all better be careful. Yeah.
Yep. You're gonna have a lookout, an armed lookout while you're putting your groceries.
Child.
If you have kids,
don't too much now.
If you have little kids, don't go to the store with them.
Oh, y'all doing too much. That's too much.
No, we're being honest, First Lady.
I can't get it. I can't get it.
Lisa said hey, First Lady, during COVID, Lisa literally said she had to, watch her six when she went to the supermarket because people were robbing people. And Lisa, were you the one who said that? You're six. You're six.
What is six? What that mean?
Your back,
Her side, military, watch your back.
Oh, the clock. The clock.
But y'all don't remember.
The 12 would be in front. The 6 is your back.
Yes.
Oh, I got you.
Y'all
So she
think
had
we
to start watching
joking.
the six because she didn't want to get
What you got
grocery
to
robbed.
seriously, they were robbing at Costco after you stood in that long ass line. Y'all don't remember the lines at Costco?
I believe it. I wouldn't fight. Would you fight? I would
I'm not
go
gonna
ahead,
fight,
baby. You
but
can
I've been
have it.
standing in this line for a minute.
Ain't go to money. Go get your own shit. I stood in this line before. I'm not doing it again. So here's the money. You go ahead and get your own stuff. Is that what you said?
nah, I'm saying I need to go home and take a nap. And I said, you know what? We'll get to the car. If you're gonna put it in the Jeep at the back, you stand on the left, you stand on the right, and then I'll put everything in. Just keep a watch out, because if somebody comes up, then we need to all turn around and say, what the fuck you looking at? What? So it got bad. It got bad. There's video. It has to be, because that was a video of me digging on shit. All the video Costco and them lines and stuff.
Y'all gotta stop watching.
No, they did this in Houston. They did this in Houston.
Oh, Mickey, they think we making this up.
No, I'm serious.
I say that you making it up. I'm just
during COVID, they did it at Home Depot. So there were, and what they do is people, no, but remember, everything was scarce, so you couldn't find anything. So you could also get toilet paper,
laundry to
so what they would do is, when you're putting, because women, they were targeting, it's always women. Women, we put our purse in the car first. Yeah. So by the time you turn around, they have pulled up behind you and we're putting the shit. Or especially, that's why I said, I'm being perfectly honest, for women with kids, do not bring your kids with you if you can to the grocery store, because while you buckling them little things up in the back seat, they done picked up your shit, took your shit out, and ran off with it. I am so serious. They do how they did it at the gas station. Yeah, they did.
Remember they were taking
stuff
out of your car?
Hell yeah.
In their car?
Shit.
And dare you to say nothing while your credit card was pumping?
Let me go. Y'all not gonna be freaking me out, because I'm a single person and I do all these things by myself. So I'm not listening to you guys. I don't want to hear it.
No, it really is happening. All over the place.
Okay, fine, let it happen, but I don't need to hear about it. I'm not manifesting that in my world. What is going on? I'm very cautious about stuff like that. You know, when I take my groceries out, the first thing I do is place my purse inside of the car. Second, I make sure that my car is positioned where it's almost protecting me while I'm putting my stuff in the car. I'm always looking my front, my back, and my side at all different times. So I'm very cautious, because I do understand and do believe that these things are amongst us. But I don't need these thoughts and these visions in my head like you guys are doing, because I'm not going to manifest that. I'm a very powerful person, so I can't hear it.
Stay off the TikTok.
Let's freaking.
I don't get on there.
Her. Costco with her and all the manifestations. We just make sure.
Manifest this motherfucker. Hey, I'm in Texas. We can open carry. I'm gonna be like 30 Mrs. Carey up in that bitch. Try it if you want to, motherfucker.
Or Ashton. It's gonna be either her or Ashton. We're gonna go out the hard way.
Oh, hell yeah.
Not the hard way or the soft way. I'm tripping off that you said, and then I just stood in this line all the time, because I said, if that happens, I'm not gonna fight for it. You can have the food. Go
But
ahead.
I'm gonna fight.
But how many people do you know probably gonna go to jail? Florida, where I'm at, is open carry. How many people may end up going to prison for shooting somebody over groceries?
No, it's not going to be over groceries, but you know that some of these people are just cuckoo and they don't give a fuck.
Sorry, come on up.
But no, I'm saying you're gonna literally have people that have a mindset. You're not taking my groceries.
I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. Amen.
Oh my word.
I'm gonna worry about that tomorrow. I'm gonna worry about that later.
Attempted robbery, Your Honor.
Yeah, and then they get your purse, and I'm really not trying to scare people, Lisa, but it's gotten so bad that I just bring my Apple Card, because you know what they do. They steal your purse, and now they have your fucking ID, and you at the grocery store. And they have your, exactly.
You got your Amazon thing for Whole Foods. Your Amazon card is on there for Whole Foods. So all you gotta do is put it under that little thing. I'll pick that chip thing. Whatever you're using at Amazon.
No, Judy, I'm not.
You gonna put it in your arm? You gonna put it in your hand?
They put it in hand. I see them using it to hand. I said,
They just take your palm print.
Okay,
there we go. I just carry my phone.
No, it's actually easier to pay with your palm, and I would suggest you register your palm, and then you never have to carry a phone.
But Fuji, we're not fantasizing about
You can
shooting
talk
pork
on you can
bones.
talk on your palms too.
No, some of these people, these grocery things, like
they're from my hand.
yeah, they're changed where like people do this on purpose. Like going to Whole Foods, I can assure you that is not a poor person that's going to Whole Foods. That's not a person that's a person that doesn't give a fuck. Like I just read this little story last night, and I don't mean to. It happened, so bless her heart, and I pray for her family. A beautiful young mom was going with her son to get a Nike Tech jacket at midnight, which that should have been a red flag, but we're not going to judge her. She knew something was up. They started shooting. She told her son to get in the truck. They followed her, made them crash, and now this young man has to live with the fact that he wanted to get something off of Craigslist or whatever, and they tried to kill them for some freaking couple of $100 jacket, right? That's not a poor person. And now this mom has lost her life for that reason. So
that's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not giving them a second chance. And if I'm with my kids, you better fucking believe that I'm gonna pew pew first and ask questions later. Cause why are you around me? No, get away from me. I'm a mom. I'm a woman. Why are you rolling up on me? Absolutely not. So I'm sorry.
I saw that on word porn. It said to forgive a person is to give them a second chance to screw you. I said, hey, going into my lexicon of quotes. Yep, to forgive a person is to give them a second chance to screw you over. I said, oh, I'm printing that one out. That's it. Don't live by those words.
And not to make it worse.
First lady, I'm sorry. Sometimes you have to have them quotes that counteract all that goodness in life. Damn.
But speaking of Houston, y'all, see now this did not make the major news cycles, which lets you know that they're hiding information on purpose. You know they found a young man that was partially burned and hung under a freeway pass. Yes, they did. A few days ago. They already don't want to say it's a serial killer who's targeting young black women. But now, yeah, this was just a few days ago. So y'all just be careful. I've already told my sons, like, just be careful. Y'all don't need to be going out at all hours of the night. Like, stay home because don't go downtown because I don't know what the hell is going on. Yeah. Now that should be over every single news thing, but of course, for some reason, it's not. Yeah. So just watch out, y'all.
And if it was Opie got hung up, it'd be all over the newspaper, 24-hour interview and everything.
Of course.
Opie gets first choice and whatever. And it's no big shit that's happening to white people, white kids too, but you need to go. So I hear 15 minutes of their shit and 20 minutes of mine. That's what I'm saying, but I don't know what's going on. Get your kids some, what are we getting? Gorilla spray? No, bear spray. That Gorilla Glue for the hair though. That stuff is good. It's but slimy. I mean, no. If you got something that you like, your little baby curl that you want to stay there the whole night, like if you're going to maybe an event or someplace where you know it's gonna be humid, that snot don't move.
Yeah.
It's gummy. You gotta learn how to work with it though. But yeah, the bear spray for the if your boys can't have weapons. Bear spray. That shit, it would take everybody, you, the person, and everybody around you for like 50 feet. You're all everybody going down. So,
What?
Yeah, it's okay. So when one shoe comes out, they work at Insomnia Cookies, and their cookies stay open, I believe, to 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, but it's on campus. They walking home, anything can happen now. You gotta be careful. Then we were talking about which disturbed me yesterday. We were talking about the Central Park 5. Every time you bring that stuff up, I just like, oh no, hell no. No group of kids. They're not allowed to be in large groups like that. Attract too much attention. Yeah. So much.
You said put that little curl down, Lisa. I'm cracking doing it. Megan Thee Stallion and Sweetie.
Oh, okay.
The little Betty Boop swoop. The little Betty Boop. Boy, we you couldn't tell us nothing, boy.
Child, they be
Working
like,
back something.
That's crazy.
She's talking about baby hairs.
Yeah. What's wrong with baby hair?
No, I'm saying we used to have the little swoop. Remember?
It's not cool. It's not cool, First Lady. What?
I do it.
They have the little baby hair stuff in the front.
That's all I have is baby hair.
What you talking about?
I'm just trying to figure out
what Betty Boop swirl with the gorilla glue. Ew, I don't use gorilla glue.
I do. Gorilla snot. She's talking about gorilla
Yes, snot. SNOT.
No, I wouldn't purchase that. No, thank you.
I use that. I have to. Because I have flyaways.
I have flyaways, really. I just use some Blue Magic.
Child, I put Blue Magic in here. By the end of the day, there'll be hair sliding out.
I like it messy. I mean, when I wear my real hair, I like it messy. So Blue Magic makes me sweat. I don't know why. Maybe because it's so damn hot in Houston, I can't. Well, I'm always cold, so it probably warms me up.
To be honest, I don't know.
What happened to Janet? Love. Huh? What happened to Janet?
Don't people use jam?
I think it has like a bad reputation. Yeah, somebody said, every once in a while they're like, don't use this, it sucks, and it. Because remember, what was that? That oil.
I love pink moisturizer.
Yes,
I love it. They changed the chemical. They changed it from the original. That's what I'm saying. I used to love them. I used to use that in my head.
It didn't work on my coarse and curly.
They changed their product. You said that they sold themselves?
I think so. I don't think they're black owned anymore.
Oh, it was BioSilk. I'm sorry, First Lady.
Oh, I use BioSilk. I use BioSilk.
Yeah, that was the shit.
And I use Paul Mitchell pomade.
I love anything Paul Mitchell. That was my patient before he died of pancreatic cancer. And his brother, Paul Mitchell Systems, and he came and he brought, after his brother passed away, he came, and I guess that's the only thing he could do to deal with the grief, and brought everybody just boxes and boxes of Paul Mitchell System shit. Because when Paul Mitchell, that stuff used to be like top tier. I don't know about now.
It is that Awupui was my shit. Boy, I love that Awupui, whatever that was called.
It is Awupui.
Awupui.
I don't know that. I don't know that brand.
No, that was Paul Mitchell. That was one of the
hydrating.
Are you talking about his wash?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's been so long ago. I don't know how you remember that.
I still have it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still have it.
I use Humetrix.
Humetrix Nexus. Oh, that is my vibe right there. And I use their Emergency by Nexus, Humetrix, which is Humetrix is a conditioner, and I forgot what, Therapute is the, Humetrix is the shampoo, and Therapute is the conditioner. All that together, your hair gonna be laid out. Love me some Nexus.
Yeah, I water down the conditioner and put it in a bottle and spray my hair with it.
Yep.
Use it as a leave-in.
Yeah.
I have Olaplex, but I've had my hair braided since I bought it, so I can't really give a good report on it.
And Olaplex is good too. It's like $300 if you buy 1 through 9. So I use Olaplex as well.
You said $100 if I buy what?
No, 300. 1 through 9, because they got number 1, number 2, number 3.
It's high as shit.
Is there a reconstructor in there?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. If they got a reconstructor, a deep mask, what else I'll be throwing in there? Some type of Humetric conditioner. Do you sit under the dryer with the heat cap?
If I use Olaplex, so Humetrix is my everyday go-to. I'll use Olaplex like once a month. And I have at my house I have a steam dryer. So I just put water in it and freaking
That's cool. I get the heated cap, and you know the one that fits in it, and it has coils in it. I went to sleep in that heated cap one time and fucking burned my edges. I just fell asleep. You know, you put the heated cap on, you put the plastic, you put your conditioner on. I was putting on emergency, and I put the plastic cap on, and then I put the heating bonnet, which they should call it the bonnet.
No, I ain't never used that before.
You haven't? That
No.
thing is love. If you
Not if it takes somebody's edges off. What's
Well, I went to sleep. That was my bad. I told me to go to sleep with the damn heating cap on. I just fell asleep.
Hey, Happy. Look at Happy, Lisa. Happy is happy.
Oh, Happy. How are you?
Look at Lisa. Look at his PTR.
The things it takes to be a diva.
I hope you guys are doing well. No, this can't be Happy. Are those implants?
Nothing like that, Lisa. I think you can take up the entire center court. I don't want you to interrupt here.
No, I'm just asking if those implants, because you have a 1 grade 4 5. You actually have a 7-pack?
I don't think so.
Damn, but they're just so perfect. That's why it's like.
That's AI. Actually, it was a goodly image of mine, so it could generate it like that.
Okay, got it.
Yep. Those biscuits are my biscuits.
Oh, okay. I like that. I heard that.
Are you available for parties?
I can distribute my biscuits.
I got something to do in July, and if you're available, listen. All you gotta do is come and keep your mouth shut, and then just wear the little buttons.
Come and keep your mouth shut.
Just arrive.
It's not even 5 o'clock yet. What's happening?
I meant arrive. Just be
Oh my God, Lisa.
Don't say anything. It's only gonna be like an hour or so. Can you do that?
God, Lisa.
Alright. Just send me your.
Oh, damn. Not direct payment. Okay.
Yes.
You guys are terrible. You know this young man. He's probably in medical school, right, sir?
That nigga in Pakistan sitting
Oh,
in his backyard.
Talk about.
Yeah, he might have been online right now to
Taking TikTok videos so he can make pennies off the dollar.
He's the founder of data science and AI and a public speaker. Oh, you'll be perfect.
Yeah, Lisa. Sometimes naughty, sometimes funny.
He sounds like a public speaker, doesn't he?
Yeah, but how come all his clubs is just him?
Yeah, nice question there.
You speak Spanish? You speak Spanish?
No, Lisa, I don't speak Spanish. I speak English.
Alright. But you don't have to say anything. I needed a Spanish person, but you don't have to say anything. You look Spanish.
Oh, Lord. Not to interrupt this, but did y'all see? So the White House has been on a posting tear on Instagram. Do y'all see that now, this latest one from Donald Trump? Is this, so now he's playing Halo.
No.
And, yes, so he has something from GameStop. Like, is this not crazy? So it's just like, this is so embarrassing, y'all. So he's basically doing marketing for GameStop. Now I wonder how much they put into his bank account for that. So the White House is like an advertising agency for Instagram.
So you're talking about Donald Trump?
Jesus Christ. Okay, Obama, but we don't want to see Donald Trump in some fake AI Halo suit like he is the president of the United States. And why is GameStop advertising on the official White House account? Like, seriously? So do I need to see how to run the ad for my Instagram? I bet if I send an email, they would tell me. This man gonna grift every single opportunity he can, and it's just like, oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
I hope people are doing the research on the legalities of it. Exactly. It's like what happened to so it's like nothing matters anymore. Like make America that child. I know this is the right space for it, but I'm just gonna continue to point it out.
Because Elon Musk is the one who has power to drive this.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and play State of the Union, the next speaker.
Will that make sense?
I appreciate it. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. And President Trump commuted the sentence of George Santos. George Santos is here and will join me live next. Plus, why are Democrats looking over their shoulder at deep blue states? Well, tough questions for the Democratic Party chair about that ahead. Welcome back to State of the Union. President Trump saw a lot of people on Friday when he commuted the sentence of former Congressman Santos. Santos was 3 months into a 7-year sentence for wire fraud and aggravated identity theft. Here with me now is former Congressman George Santos. Thank you so much for being here. First, tell us about the conversation that you had with President Trump after he commuted your sentence.
Thank you for having me, Dana. So, look, as far as having the conversation and its nature, I'll just leave it at the president was very kind, and it was a humbling experience to have the privilege of speaking to a sitting president of the United States. Where I come from, that's just not something that happens, and it's not normal for my family and I. So I'll leave the contents of the conversation private.
It's also not normal for a president to commute the sentence of somebody like you who pled guilty to the crimes that you did. So were you surprised that this happened? Did you expect the commutation?
I had no expectations. I wasn't even aware until I learned it off of the chyron of mainstream media inside of the prison myself. I had just been released from segregated isolation after 41 days for absolute no valid reason other than retaliatory warden.
So sorry,
I learned it from the TV.
Yeah, so I mean, that's incredible. You're standing in prison, you looked up at television, and that's where you saw that your sentence was commuted?
More like I didn't see it. Other inmates saw it and called me over to see it. I was not in the room at the time, and then I made my way to see it. I called my family, and they told me it, but I was not aware. It was surprise.
I want to just read to you something that your fellow New York Republican, the Congressman Nick Lolo, that your sentence was commuted. He said George Santos didn't merely lie, he stole millions, frauded an election, and his crimes for which he pled guilty warrant more than a 3-month sentence. He should devote the rest of his life to demonstrating remorse and making restitution to those he wronged. Another New York Republican, Congressman Andrew Garbarino, who is part of the ethics committee, at least he was when they were investigating you, said your victims haven't been made whole and that, quote, he has shown no remorse. The less than 3 months that he spent in prison is not justice. What's your response?
Look, they're entitled to their opinion. Look, Dana, this isn't about tit for tat. It's not about revenge. It's not about retribution. It's obvious they are my critics, and they have the right to do that. And they have the right to say whatever they're saying. I'm not going to sit here and go on my former colleagues, Lolota and Garbarino. That's not what it's about. For me, I'm looking at this very simply, Dana. I'm going to look to the future. I've learned a great deal and a very large slice of humble pie, if not the entire pie, for the experience I had at FCI Ferriton under the care of Warden and Kelly. But I will say that this isn't about that. I don't want to rehash and go into these things. Life is too short. I have been granted a second chance. I have made a very concise decision to apply that for good and use that to make amends with my community, with my friends, with my family, and those who I have left a sour taste in their mouth. And hopefully one day get my critics to at least appreciate that I've turned around and done better with my life. This isn't about, glitter stars and glam or going back to Congress. So it's really not. This is a very personal journey and road for me ahead. It is not going to be easy. I am still a felon. I still wear the scorn of my poor choices and my poor decisions, and I have to fight that myself. Now, if you want to talk about my sentence, look, I argue there were three defendants in my case. Myself, my treasurer, and a former staffer. My treasurer gets a 3-year probation sentence, which is appropriate for a first-time nonviolent white-collar crime. I get a 7-year disproportionate sentence that is anything but political if you talk to anybody who really looks at these kind of cases. And then you look at my staffer, who's still sitting in FCI Ferriton, which Sam Mealy unfairly. So you really need to take this and see what's equitable here. So I still think for it to be equitable, Sam Mealy should have a commutation afforded to him. And I think that probation would have been the appropriate sentence from the get. Restitution, probation. And now I don't make those decisions. I'm very grateful to President Trump, Dana. And I sit here quite literally, I don't know how much more humbled I can get before people believe I'm humble or remorseful, but I can just do the best in my actions moving forward.
By the court to pay $370,000 in restitution to the people you defrauded. Will you still pay that back?
Well, if you really say the people, I just want to be clear with your audience so that we're not misleading them. 85% of that really goes into the investment made into my campaign for polling and TV ads and literature by the National Republican Congressional Committee. The investment was made to win a race. I won that race. There was no fraud there. This is a case we argued with the prosecution, but they needed to inflate the numbers in order to make it a more appealing case for them in federal court instead of just going after the mishandling of finances, which, by the way, most members of Congress currently who are still serving in both parties who ever have had issues with FEC filings, they pay fines. Nobody actually goes to prison. So it's inequitable in its nature.
Well, this is about the fine, and this is about paying money back. And whether you describe them as victims or just donors to the NRCC, what the court said is that they should get their money back. Will you work to try to do that?
Well, look, I can do my best to do whatever the law requires of me. So I don't know what that is. I've been out of prison for 2 days. I agreed to come here to speak with you candidly and openly and not to obfuscate. If it's required of me by the law, yes. If it's not, then no. I will do whatever the law requires me to do.
You have said now a couple of times that you feel remorse and you are humbled. What will that look like in actual terms and the way that you live your life?
You know, I learned a lot. I met a lot of interesting people. Prison is a place where it's a great equalizer, quite literally. It doesn't matter. I was incarcerated with a billionaire, and I was incarcerated with people who were homeless, and it's a great equalizer, and it's very sobering. And you hear the stories, and, we're just human beings. We go through different walks of lives, and we have trouble. And the reality really comes down to, how can I help rehabilitate people? How can I be a voice of helping change a system that needs desperate changing to help rehabilitation? Prison is not rehabilitating anybody. It's actually creating recidivism because it's not doing what it's supposed to do. I'd love it. I told this to the president that I'd love to be involved with prison reform, and not in a partisan way, in a real human way, in a way that we affect it, that it helps society, it helps these individuals rebuild their lives, and we have a better system with less incarcerated people. America today has 250,000 federal inmates approximately, and I think it would be much nicer to look at reducing that number. And if I can be a part of helping that, I think that would be a great road to follow in the future.
When he announced your commutation, President Trump praised you for having, quote, the courage, conviction, and intelligence to always vote Republican. There are a lot of people who are really unhappy about your commutation, because they see it as President Trump giving favorable treatment to you because you're you're a loyal ally of his.
You know what? I say this, and I hate that we have to go down this road. And then there's a lot of people who were upset with President Biden who pardoned his entire family before he left office in an unprecedented move. So pardon me if I'm not paying too much attention to the curl clutching of the outrage of my critics and of the people predominantly on the left who are going to go out there and try to make a big deal out of something like this. It is known that presidents have the power of the pardon and the clemency, which are plenary, and they're extended at their will. President pardoned his son after he said he wouldn't. I didn't see outrage. I mean, some of your colleagues
There was
took
some outrage.
there was some outrage because there was a lot of people literally licking their wounds because they had said, you see, he's magnanimous and he's not going to do it. He's all about the right thing. So he lied. So I'm not going to debate this, but I'm going to say, look, there's always going to be critics. People are going to like me. People are going to hate me. It doesn't matter whoever gets clemency in the future or whoever that person might be. I'm pretty confident if President Trump had pardoned Jesus Christ off the cross, he would have had critics. So that's just the reality of our country.
All right, I'm going to skip over that analogy and just ask you, last night gave you some quotes, are your fellow Republicans. Before there was a conviction, you were kicked out of Congress in a pretty big bipartisan vote. What is your message to your former colleagues now that you are out of prison and you are talking about being humble and having remorse?
Let's work for the people. I understand. I was in a chaotic ball of flame 2 years ago. I was my own worst enemy. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the American people. I'm sorry to the people of the 3rd Congressional District of New York. I'm sorry to the leadership of the Republican Party who invested their time in me. My chairman in Nassau County, my former chairman in Suffolk County, my chairman in Queens County, my chairman in New York State, along with the voters. I'm sorry. I genuinely am sorry. And to my colleagues who I forced their hands by literally with my own doing, I'm sorry to put you through that. And I do hope that you all continue to work and continue to deliver for the American people, because at the end of the day, this country's worth fighting. It doesn't matter if you go from the left or from the right. Let's just try to meet in the middle, find out common ground, and let's just deliver a great America full of prosperity for everyone in this country.
Any future runs right now?
I'm 37 years old. I can tell you this. Not that I can see it in the next decade. I'm all politicked out.
George Santos, thank you for agreeing to come on. I know that you've quite literally been up and out of.
Okay, he ain't talking about that. No. Any comment?
Yeah, the grifters on it. He's the biggest grifter.
That 37-year-old comment, man, I will run. That means, right? That clearly that's what it means.
Yeah, that's what it means.
That dude's a fucking psycho. I wouldn't trust him around anybody in my family. That dude is a psycho.
Did he say something about pardoning Jesus?
Yes. He said if he would have pardoned Jesus, he said I'm gonna go around that analogy.
I'm gonna skip over that. Ciao.
She wanted to say that bullshit. That's what she wanted to say.
Exactly. She took a minute. I'm just gonna skip around that.
Go around this analogy. You just.
Oh, ciao. You can have these people. He said did he say sobering? He said something to the fact of being sober in regards to, he was in there with a millionaire and he was in there with a homeless guy,
So poor people are the only one that commit crimes.
Yeah, he was saying it was balancing him out, that he was able to see like the world, and that he was flaming. But he said it. That he was, flaming at some point in my life in 2022. So he's reformed. He has been delivered, and he's just grateful. Did he say that he was okay with getting probation or something? He didn't have to do this. He was like, I'm grateful, but he didn't have to do. Is that what he said?
All I'm saying is that he thought the sentence was too much. He thought probation, if if I heard correctly, he thought probation would have been enough. So he was whining about that. He was whining about implying he was mistreated by the warden. But yet he's coming out humble.
So when he said that, was he talking about him or the person that's still in jail?
No, he's talking about
One more
himself.
of the three. Oh, okay. But one of the three is still in jail right now, is what he said.
No, so he was saying he was the only one that got put. Dummy, they turn state's evidence on you. They use their confession to get you the fuck up because you was the head guy.
Exactly.
Like, what the fuck is going on with you? These people is crazy. This fucking privilege that motherfuckers think they got. They do it to broke folks all the time. Pick a nigga up off the street and be like, you seen him do the dope? Yeah. Turn state's evidence, we won't charge you with prostitution. Like, come on now. They use your people against you. That shit funny. That shit funny as hell though. I thought that was a funny interview too. Especially with his reference to Jesus Christ.
Definitely top tier. But to be honest with you, I would not have expected anything less. If anything, I would have expected more. Because he definitely is he's a drama person. He was always dramatic. When he was walking them hallways, honey, and he did his interviews, he definitely was there for the tea, okay? And that is how he talked. Pretty much, he would take his hair and roll it behind his ears. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, ladies.
Oh, hey, TC, how you doing?
Hey, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Happy Monday. Happy Monday.
You gonna be nice today? Are you gonna play nice?
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to be on for long today. I got a family day today, but I'm driving to my track meeting.
While you're there, while you're here.
Yes, of course. So I'm always nice. Always nice. No, I think if you consider the circumstances, we Santos got a pardon, and we know what a pardon is. A pardon is like, it's tantamount to like unmerited grace. Like you get this pardon. Not because of anything you did. You don't deserve the pardon, but you're going to get it anyways because I'm deciding just to have some mercy on you. And so he benefited from the pardon. And I think when he got the pardon, he comported himself exactly the way you would expect somebody that benefited from a pardon to behave. He was very contrite, very conciliatory. He apologized to his constituents. He apologized to the American people. He apologized to the victims that he hurt. He said, I'm turning over a new leaf. I've been given a second chance. I promise to use this second chance to the best of my ability to lead a life. He said he's walking away from politics. I don't think you could have had a better recipient.
You can't say that.
He did. He said, I think he said not for the next 20 or 30 years, I think he said.
He didn't say that at all.
Oh, he didn't say that?
He didn't. We just listened to it. He said maybe not for the next decade, but
Okay, decade, yeah. I mean, I think that decade is longer than the sentence he was given, so that at least I think that's fair. He intends on atoning for his crimes.
And because he's still engaging in politics, he wants to get on some kind of commission that has to do with prison reform. So he's still engaged in politics. He lied. I just listened to him. That's why I was like, I giggled for a minute because I was like,
wait, hold on. Him serving on a committee.
Yeah, so that helps with legislation, correct?
But is it a paid position? Is it something that's an office of public trust, or is it a volunteer position?
I really don't know. He's not gonna do shit for free. Not with the reputation that he has. No.
I don't know. As from what I heard, it sounded to me like he had turned over a new leaf, and he sounds like.
But he doesn't want to pay back the restitution. So
I think he's destitute. I don't think he has a choice. He has to pay.
No, he doesn't have to, and he just said that. Did you listen to that earlier? Or you just walk in?
He doesn't have to pay back the restitution?
No, he doesn't.
Okay, I would go back and check that out.
They asked him. He said, you know what he said? He said, it's with the law and laws, allowing laws. If the law doesn't require me to, I'm not going to. So pretty much the law, they already said he ain't going to pay back the restitution.
Well, first off, he's also under threat of being sued by people, so he's not going to say stuff on television that will put him at a
He said he's not going to pay back. He pretty much said no.
I don't know. I got a different feeling from that, but,
He said no. There's no yes.
option whether or not he's going to pay back restitution.
He said he's no. He said no. Anybody in here listen to them?
I don't recall the conversation about restitution.
The initial conversation was when she asked him the question, and then he tried to go around the law. She said, "I'm asking you, are you?" And he said, "No."
He actually said, he said, if I have to, and then he said, but no, or something like that. There was definitely if I have to. Yeah. Which meant no.
Yeah, see, if you're not listening and paying attention directly to these people, you definitely will get lost because they know how to, swim upstream and lose you,
I think about that too, because I was like, you ain't paying these motherfuckers back. Yeah, it's that question to be messy. And then him acting like he was surprised. He knew that they put in a you just don't get fucking pardoned. There's a whole application process, stupid. I didn't know. I found out. No, you knew. Your lawyer told you what your options are. Being that he's in New York, there was a lot of favors he did for Donald Trump with our initiatives in the city. So, Donald Trump owed him, he looked out and gave him his part. That's what happened.
Nothing's for free with Trump, right? Trump's not doing this out of the kindness of his heart. So Santos is I think he owes something to Trump.
No, I think Santos did look out for Judy as president at first. So I don't know. So I guess it's a fair trade.
Well, especially when you want relevance, right? This guy wants relevance.
Any additional comments before I go to the next interview that she has? No? Okay. Go ahead and play.
Like less than an hour or so. Appreciate it. Appreciate your time.
I appreciate you. Thank you very much for having me.
Frustration with President Trump spills over as millions take to the streets across the U.S. The question is, why can't Democrats seem to harness that energy, or will they? We're going to talk about that with the chair of the Democratic Party next.
Harness the power of a Banco ZK home equity loan.
Isn't typically a battleground state, but a 10-point swing to the right last year as Democrats worried that could change. Now, with just 2 weeks until the critical governor's election there, polls show a too close for comfort race for Democrats and a question of whether Republicans could pull off an upset. Well, here with me now from the Garden State is Democratic Party Chair Ken Martin. Thank you so much for being here. Trying to sound the alarm bells. You did so in an interview this past week about New Jersey and that Democrats are vulnerable in that state. So the question is, what are you seeing there on the ground and why are you concerned?
Well, look, Mikey Sherrill has run a terrific campaign, and she is going to win. There's great energy. I've been all throughout the state over these last 2 days, and I can tell you she's running the type of campaign that's actually resonating with voters at a time when people are worried about affordability, at a time when people are worried about rising costs and how they're going to actually live their lives. Mikey Sherrill is talking directly to those concerns. As Jack Ciattarelli, her opponent, is actually giving Donald Trump an A grading and fully embracing a guy who's just cost the state 100,000 jobs by taking money away from the Gateway Tunnel. This guy, Jack Ciattarelli, has shown no interest in actually standing up for New Jersey, and so all he's doing is bending the knee and kissing Donald Trump's ring.
The Democratic Party, I don't need to tell you, has been struggling with fundraising, and CNN reported that you privately promised over the summer that the DNC would spend more money in New Jersey than 4 years ago. Are you doing that?
We are doing that. We've made historic investments here much earlier than ever before. This is the biggest investment we've ever made in New Jersey and in Virginia, much earlier than ever before. As I said, we're on the ground. We're helping these campaigns here up and down the ballot, not just Mikey's campaign. I was out door knocking with 2 legislative candidates yesterday in Burlington County, and I will tell you, again, there's great energy. And, fundraising is not going as poorly as you would suggest. We've raised a record amount of money in the first 8 months of the year, a historic amount of money. And most of what's driving that, Dana, is grassroots donations. The donations from the $5, $10, $15 a month donor who are energized, who are excited to support what we're doing. And I've been really buoyed by that. And so look, we're taking that money and we're spending it. We've seen a record overperformance now, Dana, in the 45 elections that have been on the ballot since Donald Trump was inaugurated. We have overperformed to the tune of about 16 percentage points on average, which is historic, which means there's wind at our back. And as a result, we're winning elections up and down the ballot. I mean, we just won a state in Pennsylvania, the plus 23% Trump district that had not elected a Democrat since the 1880s. We did the longest serving Republican mayor in the country in Omaha, Nebraska. We won Iowa State Senate seat to break the Republican supermajority. So I say all this, right? Democrats, if you're listening, don't hang your head. Wind is at our back. We've got the wind at our back. We've got great candidates like Mikey Sherrill and Abigail Spanberger who are running terrific campaigns, and we've got 2 weeks left to get the job done.
Let's talk about the battle for control of the Senate and start with Maine. The oyster farmer, Grant Plattner, has captured a lot of early enthusiasm. He got an endorsement from people like Senator Bernie Sanders. CNN found deleted social media postings from about 5 years ago where Plattner called himself a communist, said rural white Americans, quote, actually are racist and stupid. Plattner is also apologizing for posts in 2013 minimizing sexual assault. Now, he does say at that time he was suffering from untreated PTSD from his combat deployments in Iraq and Afghanistan. As the party chair, do you think that those comments are disqualifying?
I don't think they're disqualifying, but certainly they're not right. And I'm glad that he apologized for them. They're indefensible, they're hurtful, and they're offensive. The question, though, is I believe in second chances. I believe a lot of people say things at their most vulnerable times. They say things when they're young that, again, are offensive. And the question for me is whether or not they actually learn from them, whether or not they actually reflect on those, that they're sincere in their apology, and more importantly, that they have changed their behavior. And as I've listened to Grant Plattner, I absolutely believe in his contrition here. I believe that he acknowledges that the words he used were harmful and offensive to so many people throughout this country. Again, people deserve second chances. People deserve evolve. People deserve to, a chance to change their character. And what I've seen from Grant Plattner suggests that that's what has happened here.
In 2024, the Democratic base was trying to tell the party that Joe Biden, who was an aging candidate, was a bad idea. In Maine, there is a Democrat running against Plattner, the governor, Janet Mills. She announced her Senate bid. She would be 79 when sworn in. In Massachusetts, Senator Ed Markey is already 79, running for re-election. He now has a challenger in that primary. Is your party missing the big takeaway, or one of the big takeaways from the 2024 election?
Look, Dana, as I've always said, it's up to voters in all these states to decide who they think will be the best candidate to represent us as we take on Republicans in each of those states. My job as the DNC chair is to build the infrastructure we need to win. And then once those voters actually decide who our nominee is, to actually fight like hell to make sure that they win against Republicans. That's where my focus is. We're not going to put the thumb on the scale for anyone. If other folks want to do that, that's their prerogative. But the DNC is going to stay out of primaries, let those primaries happen, and then once the primary voters send us our nominee, we're going to fight like hell for them. That's how
how I've always led, both in Minnesota and certainly over the last 8.5 months that I've been DNC chair. I will support our Democratic nominee, whoever that is, and in the meantime, we stay out of those and let the voters decide.
Dan Martin, chairman of the National Democratic Party, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dana.
Any comments?
Yeah, she's wrong on the New Jersey race. Chiarelli is closing in on the polls in New Jersey. New Jersey has been a Democratic state for at least the last 8 years. And I'm not surprised that they're trying to Cheryl across the finish line. There's a lot of it from the black voters against the Murphy administration in New Jersey. And they're not turning out in the same numbers that they did for Murphy. And so Cheryl, if I were her, Mikey Cheryl, I would be a little bit concerned right now because Chiarelli is gaining on her quickly and close to the election, and Cheryl is losing black voters, which is a death sentence in politics for Democrat.
Well, you don't want the Democrats to win anyway, right? So what doesn't matter? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, New Jersey Democratic policies are not going to help.
Whatever. New Jersey's kind of weird, right? When it comes to a state, they're fucking racist as fuck. A lot of shit that goes on within New Jersey, you would have thought they'd been a Republican stronghold all along. The thing is, I think it's the unions and it's the loss of factories that may have kept a lot of those poor people voting, and keeping them relevant as Democrats. But to be honest with you, Jersey is full of fucking racist ass people, bunch of people with wealth, and they I mean, honestly, I always thought that it was kind of weird that they were a Democratic state, especially if you're like in and out from New York City going to Jersey. It's a fucking bunch of racists out there. Everybody knows that.
Well, wasn't he Republican?
Who?
The governor at one point in time. The one,
Chris Christie?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was. But I think he's talking about the presidential nomination.
Right. No, I'm just saying about the Republican-Democrat thing. Like, I feel like it goes back and forth.
Well, New Jersey has a Democratic governor. They have two Democratic senators. One that's sitting behind bars, former Senator Desmond Menendez, and New Jersey traditionally votes Democrat. So it's a pretty blue state. Yes, Chris Christie was governor for some time, and before him, you had a Democratic female governor. Forget her name, but yeah, things like Crystal, something like that. Yeah. No, New Jersey is the race to watch. I mean, I think Spanberger has it in Virginia. Unfortunately, just Earl Sears, she can't pull it out. But in New Jersey, I think New Jersey is definitely going to be the race to watch in November. That's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, no, but Jersey's purple, y'all. I don't believe that shit that it's a fucking Democratic state. If you look at North City, they're going to be Democrat. But then if you look at South and North, Western New Jersey, it's a bunch of Republicans. Don't let fucking somebody from Philly tell you, or wherever the fuck he from, Delaware, I don't know where the hell he's from. Don't let somebody from Delaware tell you what the fuck Jersey is, because Jersey has, they are purple.
Yeah, I literally lived in New Jersey, when I left college.
So I got family from Camden. So South, and again, if you look it up and you look at who represents them, South and Northwest Jersey is usually red. It's North Jersey that, like Essex, Hudson, Middlesex, they are Democrats. They just have the heavy population. The fuck? You act like I don't know about New Jersey. I've been telling y'all, my aunt's been living in Camden since I was a little kid. I got family from Camden. I got family in Cherry Hill.
They've been a blue state for a long time.
They're considered purple.
They've
no, so what makes them blue? make sure your bills get paid? Why don't you pay attention to your freight load, your freight load and the pound, your 20,000 pounds that you have in that truck, and hope that you maintain a full trailer. How about you worry about that?
I got a full trailer.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. You worry about that because the tonnage index don't look great for you, bro.
The whole state's been blue forever.
Okay.
Well, for a long period of time. When's the last time the state's...
Go to Kentucky with that shit. But go ahead, TC. True or not? Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, there's red pockets definitely in North Jersey
right.
on the shore.
Where is the blue pockets? The blue pockets is exactly where I stated, correct?
Well, yeah, you have Central Jersey.
Yeah,
here's what you're not.
New Jersey is all fucking red. We know that. But then the population, that is what the population of fucking Middlesex, Hudson, as everybody lives in those areas, in Essex. Those counties hold the majority of the population because that's where our urban areas are. But then if you look at fucking Monmouth or Ocean, if you look at South and Northwest New Jersey, it's fucking red as fucking hell.
I mean, I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is
that's what I'm saying. No better.
New Jersey has been voting blue presidentially for I don't know, God knows how much. How long? New Jersey has 2 blue senators for God knows how long. And the only time New Jersey oscillates is when it comes to governors. And then I think if you look back over 20, 30 years, I could be wrong, but I think the Chris Christie administration will probably be the one out of the last 3 governor administrations that was Republican.
Yeah, but what's been going on in Jersey, you know this too, like New Jersey is probably one of the richest states in the U.S. With the rise of property taxes. So you know how New York has moved to Jersey because it's cheap over there, but their property taxes have been getting high, and so have their housing prices. So a lot of those people, like Black and Latino people, they've been moving out of those areas. So like, when you're looking at places like Alpine, Princeton, Short Hill, where all the wealth is like, and then if you look at Camden, if we know what Camden looked like. Most of y'all know what Camden looked like back in the day versus the Camden now. That's where the working class people were. And Patterson, working class people. The changes have been made, and it's like a lot of these people are leaving and a lot of people with more money are coming in. They said about New York City. So, yeah, it's blue.
Well, big thing that just happened in New Jersey is...
By county, we know it's a purple state.
Governor Murphy passed a bill which was probably one of the best things that happened in New Jersey. It became like Georgia, where they allow for these movie production companies to come in and shoot movies and get tax incentives for doing movies there. So the state of New Jersey has gotten a lot richer. But with that comes a heavy load on the working class and the lower class. And those are the base of the Democratic voters, and they're not happy with the Murphy administration.
Right, and I agree with you on that, TC. That's why I said this truck driver needs to sit his ass down. You can't have an honest conversation with people that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. But I agree with you. They are blue when it comes to the presidential election, but we all know that's a purple state when it comes to local politics and who represents them.
That's a fact. Who's on the queue? Who's on the queue? I can't see. I don't know that person. Did Lisa go to open up?
I don't know how that.
I didn't look at the news today. Oh. But Trump did land in China, right? He's there. You played something earlier today. What was that about again? Oh, trying to get the negotiation with China?
Yeah, he said if Kim Jong-un will meet with him, he'd be willing willing to stay so he can meet with him. Child.
Child, just put me on your books. You know I'm in town. What's going on?
I can come see you, bro.
Yo, I can fly through there. Just let me know. You understand?
Right.
I'm here.
People in the house. That way, he makes them pretend when people are visiting, he makes them act like they have a great society. And they have like hours that they're allowed to be outside. It's just weird.
Well, whoever he did go see, they was dancing with him. He was out there dancing and stuff. They was cutting up. Did you see that?
Oh.
Trump. Yeah.
Yeah.
They was partying with Trump. Not partying with Beyonce. They was partying with Trump.
Oh, you talking about Malaysia or Thailand, one of them?
Yeah, girl.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, get it.
Yeah, that's Asian countries where you get people partying and stuff. Philippines, Malaysia, Thailand. Fucking China, ain't no girls gonna come dancing in front of you. You go to Korea, if they dance in front of you, it's gonna be in traditional dress and you are gonna be bored.
Oh no, it wasn't women. It wasn't like how when they went over Middle East. This was like just I think it was, the natives there. I want to say it was some men. I saw mostly men.
He looked like a grandpa dementia payment.
Exactly.
Oh my God. Fuck grandpa. Hey, shit.
You know, like Thailand and Indonesia, Thailand, fucking Philippines, they go against the grain with the Asian community.
He was coming off the airplane, Patty. That's how bad it looked. So they were playing music, and he starts doing his little weird thing.
Yes.
And then the other guy started doing the weird thing. And it's like they were, like when a child does something and you really want them to sit down, so you just start doing it like, yay! Like, just stop, please. No, it was embarrassing as hell. I'm sorry. He was all off beat. I was like, this man here, my goodness, just shake the hand and keep walking.
Oh, he can't dance. You seen the NFL that we doing the Trump dance?
That's what he was doing, the back and forth with the hands, like, bro. Ugh, I saw that clip, First Lady.
Made me throw up in my mouth.
So somebody said that, and I hate to do this stuff, right? Because then you get the people in the chat. I don't think we should conjecture on people's medical conditions. I'm like, it's the president of the United States. So a doctor, because poor thing, they're taking pictures of him from all kind of angles. So somebody said it looks like he has some colostomy bags. Like that's why, because his suits are always so big, that it might be like congestive heart failure. Because his health is going down. If you seen like his face, he looks all clammy now.
Ricky. Her name is Reform. Oh yeah.
Or just call me Pseudo. That'll work.
Reread.
Yeah, but he's old though.
You can't connect cardiac, you can't connect those together.
Oh.
Because the colostomy bag is taking the poo-poo out. And then if he had congestive heart failure, there's no other, unless they, I don't know, what is it, a pacemaker at the top?
Lisa.
And a colostomy bag at the bottom?
Lisa, you damn well know that man had a stroke, a couple of strokes. Come on, you know.
No, I'm not saying he didn't have a stroke. I'm just saying the puppy suit, I think if it is a colostomy bag, he in trouble. Maybe that explains, when did he have the surgery? And maybe that explains the odor. Because if you don't have a tight seal, right, y'all?
Right.
The tight seal around the ostomy.
This is gross.
Means that, you brought it up.
I didn't bring it up. That went right on me. But you do that. I didn't see nothing like that. I was never talking about my problem like that. I didn't never.
Lisa, I'll be looking at those TikToks. I'll be like, ooh, okay, look at the. So they showed a picture of the back of his knees, and I didn't even know that you could put. They said it was like they showed.
I'm not wearing no shorts. How are you gonna see the back of his knees?
No, they showed like in the suit, y'all. I'm kidding. I'm telling y'all, this is crazy how this analyze. These people be. I'm back up. I'm like, this shit could make some sense, right?
What's wrong with the back of his knees, Mickey?
No, so they show. So okay, you know how they've showed like the way that his because Trump's suits, he looks very disheveled. They're not tailored.
Not
Like everybody can acknowledge that, right?
like the French president. Yeah.
Exactly. He's not like Obama. It's not a good fit, and it has nothing to do with his weight because you can you know they can tailor the hell out of a suit. So first they were saying like maybe there was something that he was carrying in the front, like he wore the diaper. Now I'm saying that's totally plausible because the way that his pants suit him and the way that he sits at the desk, like you hide it, it could look like he has an adult diaper on, and adult diapers are big and or whatever. And there have just been too many reports about him. The sniffs and like so I'll like and I'm not making fun because Lord knows I'm older, right? It could happen to any one of us, so that's not it. I just wish they would be honest about it. But so Lisa, what this guy was showing, he said he was a doctor, and I didn't Google his credentials because I'm like in social media or whatever. But he panned to the back of his knees in the suit, and it looked like there was something, like the top of it sticking out. And I thought he said that it was like a colostomy bag. And what he was saying is that if he has that deep intravenous thing, because the yeah, like with the bruising, right? Because why would the bruising just be on one of his hands and not the other? And then his ankles are big as shit. That one time they showed his ankles, and I know that's edema. That you're carrying too much fluid, right? Because I even had to deal with that at one time when I came home, and then my aunt was like, "What the fuck?" I was like, "Oh my god." I'm looking like Wendy Williams over here, scared the shit out of me. But then my doctor was, I mean, not, you know what I'm saying, y'all. Well, I ain't got no sense. Whatever, I ain't got no sense. Just pray for me.
Hey, Lisa.
But you know what I'm saying? So that's a lot going on, right? That's a lot going on. So it's
colostomy. Let me think about the colostomy bag because the leg bag is usually used for urine. The colostomy, okay, so the leg bag is attached to the penis, and then they secure it around the leg. It's just a smaller bag, not as big as a regular Foley bag, right? So then that way you can wear it in your clothes. But a colostomy bag is right over the ostomy, and that's in your tummy. So it does inflate with gas and stool and whatever. So you do have to have on loose fitting clothes. And it would, now if he had both, he's fucked. For real. And it might explain the odor, because people keep talking about he has this odor. And that's, right? I've never smelled him, never been around him. But people are saying that he has an odor.
Smell like shit.
Yeah, he's yeah, they said a lot of people say he smells like this is like a common thing going on in DC. But at least I wanted to say, isn't there like some other treatments?
Spit or smell like
party
musk or something?
Wait, hold on, nation.
he smelled like you.
So, Lisa, after having some type of some cardiovascular problems or like things like stroke, isn't there like some intravenous treatment that they would use like overnight stuff? Because that would be causing the bruising.
Right. What's the injection that they're giving now? Jesus, I can't think of it right now. But you get blood thinners, and
that's true.
Yeah, and the blood thinners, they have a shot called come on, nurses in the room, damn it, can't know everything. I gotta Google it. Starts with an R, I think. So that shot, and he could be getting that, and he gets it once a day, and it will cause bruising. So I don't know, but it's specifically in the hand that's throwing me off, and only one hand. And he's saying, oh, it's because people are grabbing my hand. Well, boo, don't have nobody grab your hand. It's just that simple. Don't shake my hand. And
but that's why I'm saying it's probably like some type of intravenous treatment that he's having overnight. He's probably sleeping with it.
That's the worst place to put an IV for any type of treatment is in the hand. It's painful and it doesn't really last long. And you need your hand. So they try to use the AC, the intercubital, or somewhere along the forearm is a great place. And if he's constantly getting this, I don't know, get a PICC line where he can just have a PICC line and they don't have to keep sticking them and then boopity boopity boo boo boo. So I don't know. We need to do more investigate. But he does have something going on. I agree 150,000%. He got something going on.
Yeah, he gonna hide them records forever. It's the best.
Thank you, Lisa.
My turn.
And that's what they said, that maybe it's from like IVs in the hand. Oh, sorry, that's why
it's unpopular, babe.
the bruising.
That's the last place they want to, and you can't keep putting it in the same hand. If the hand's bruised,
Oh,
you see what I'm saying? Because they can't see no longer.
let me get some free information.
You know, if I was dirty, I would literally go into his my shop for that, but I can't.
No, they don't fire. Don't do that.
No, I'm never gonna do that. Trust me, I'm never gonna do that. But if I was brave enough, I would. But I'm not.
Then you keep doing
If you got all that going on, shouldn't there be more like to salute like the amount of drive he have, even though you may not agree with him? If he's fucking us with all these medical
No,
issues,
it's not, because it's lying.
jumping in.
Oh my God. Can we not have the crackhead apologist for 1 second?
Is that
Hold on, let us have a conversation. Hush.
Y'all want an echo chamber? Y'all want an echo
Lisa,
chamber? I can get it.
I don't understand that like it's gonna hurt our feelings.
This is the
We
first time
don't
I'm
give a
talking.
fuck. I don't give a shit. Nobody gives a fuck, y'all. I'm sorry, Patty, first. Y'all always feelings like,
Nah,
what the
I'm
fuck?
chilling. What the hell?
I don't give a shit.
I'm chilling.
You don't say like you just want an echo chamber and I'm trying to speak. I don't give a fuck. The hell? Are we supposed to give a damn?
No. I don't.
See, why do you think it's a requirement for us to sorry for your president if he's falling apart?
No, that's not what I said. No, that's not what I said though. I didn't say. I said. What I said was that speaks to the determination of a person when they are dealing with all those issues, right? Like they jumping on and off a plane, they're going from city to city. Like whether you like them or not, like that's willpower to be able to do all that shit. At that age, for me, I'm not doing all that shit. If I'm, especially if I'm, I don't have that level. I don't have that level of determination to jump on and off a plane, city to city, giving speeches, standing, all this old crazy ass shit while I'm struggling, while I'm no, it ain't no amount of money in the world for my health. It ain't no amount. No, come on, what we talking about?
They can put a radioactive rock.
It ain't no amount of money for my health.
Are you serious? For $1 billion?
Yeah, it ain't no amount of money for my health. You can't put
it's already destroyed. You're not.
No, that's what I'm saying. So why not try to salvage?
Set it up. No.
Why not try to salvage whatever you try to salvage?
We can't.
Well, I got. That's what I'm saying. I wanted to finish what I'm saying.
Okay, but I'm gonna stop talking because I need to go on mute.
I just want to finish saying what I'm saying. That's all.
Shut the fuck up.
I was literally talking. You cut me off because you hate what I'm saying. So it make you kind of think like, damn, you know, he is determined.
Lisa, I just want to tell you that's an excellent point you just made.
Let me agree with you, baby. We're all about hate. So, and also, we just don't want to see this man thrive. You're right. I have to admit to it now because you caught me. All right.
Well, I put him in the goo, so you know what? I did my good deed for the day, Haitian. Now you don't have to conjecture that nobody wants to hear you speak. I'm literally gonna say I didn't want to hear what the fuck you had to say. But sorry. But no, you can't keep interrupting the mods like that. Y'all kill me with that. Like we owe you something. Send an email to Clubhouse, bro. Seriously, go cry to your mama. The fuck? That's Donald Trump's job. Like he got elected for that. He has the best health care in the entire world. Like, come on. He has the best of the best of the best at his fingertips. No, I'm not gonna. Exactly, I'm not gonna give him props for show me a person. Exactly. Show me a struggling person that gets up every day and that's sick and that does what they need to do. That's who is going to get my admiration. Please.
You know, I do agree it's hard, but Lisa, you made a really good point. For billions of dollars, yeah, you do find a motivation for that. You're right, Lisa. That's a good point.
Put one of them chemo rods up my, never mind. And then give me some baking powder so I can make me some biscuits or whatever. And then a couple of Red Bulls. I'm good to go. I'm going anyway, but I'm gonna make some money before I leave there because I want my whole legacy. He's all about legacy, right? Even though he's spinning, and trust me, he's spinning. But the point is, his family is gonna be set. All them damn grandkids, daughter-in-laws, brother-in-laws, and something's going on with Jared. He looking mighty shady at that meeting the other day, talking about, no, that wasn't him, that was El Normo. I said, El Normo, what you talking about? You gonna go over there, your people gonna go and rebuild Gaza? Nah, we just gonna occupy. I was like, woo, thank you for being honest. Thank you, sir, for being honest. They're not trying to rebuild Gaza, they want to occupy Gaza, so there you go.
Okay, do y'all want some entertainment for the day? That Bree girl has still been back channeling me, y'all. So she's very, very hurt. Very, very hurt, Patty, that I made fun about her brows. So she's been sending me pictures. Okay, let me read it, y'all.
Let me go, man.
I'm gonna read this to y'all. I'm not gonna post it. I already been kicked off the app once, so I'm not trying my luck again. All right, so this is what she sent me from yesterday. Okay, let's go. Let me tell you something, you wide neck ass big head bitch. Ain't nobody grew up in let me do her accent. Ain't nobody grew up in a motherfucking trailer park. I gave you the address to the home I grew up in, and if I get pissed off and I speak how I want to speak, bitch, I can do whatever the fuck I want to do. That is the pleasure of knowing how to code switch, you stupid wide neck, big bag, ugly ass bitch. Oh, and by the way, you got some nerve talking about somebody drawing on their eyebrows, but you ain't even bitch, you ain't even got any. You don't have any eyebrows at all. So why you over there projecting on the other people? Maybe you would like to look in the mirror and do something about that fucking double chin. See, you thought you had an easy pick. You thought you were just gonna be able to pick on me and I wasn't gonna do anything and I was gonna cry like a little white lady. No, bitch, no. You got the right white one. Let me read that again. You got the right one. You got the right white one, baby girl. Let me know when you're ready to go back and forth. Just and I know interruptions. Okay, all right. And then she posted a picture of a chubby young teenage white girl with some dogs in the country or in a park. And then she posted a unflattering picture of me on a Zoom call that, they like to go through my social media and take snapshots, like you look through a Zoom and you take a snapshot and then they're like, oh, Miki's fat and Miki's this and I don't really give a fuck, but I hope you learned something going through my social media.
Why are we always gonna be fat though?
I know, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I'm literally at an angle and I'm like, okay, so, but,
Nikki, you think you got inspired going through your show at the same time?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, you know what? I hope you, that's always my response. Did you learn something? And thank you for the social media engagement. So she posted these two pictures and then she said, oh, where'd you go? So this is what I responded. LOL, why are you trying to prove something to me, peasants? Y'all have stalked so much to take a screenshot of me. Did you learn something? You were not attractive and please recognize your betters. Being ghetto serves you well, so stay mad that I know nothing about it. And I said, by the way, that's a 300-year-old glass chandelier in my bedroom, ma'am. Now stay mad. I have a little tiny chandelier, y'all. It's a little tiny. So she said, bitch, I could give zero fucks about a chandelier. Old asshole only has a hanging light fixtures to be proud of. I'm sorry. She called it a light fixture. Wait, okay.
Yo, that was a good comeback. It was.
Bitch, I could give zero fucks about a chandelier. Old asshole only has a hanging light fixtures to be proud of. Laugh emoji. And I'm glad you don't think I'm attractive. I'm not gay, nor do I like whales. Your mother is ghetto, you old hoe. Your son is ugly as fuck, just like you. The ugly look passed along, light bright ass. Now this is a white woman married to a black man calling me light bright ass. I'll let my ghetto out, everyone, just for you, because you would never amount to how I carry myself. Otherwise, you deserve to ghetto me. You're not good enough for the classy version. That's why you're old ugly, no chin, just the neck asses in the bed alone. Baby shoes cost more than your damn chandelier. You don't see a trailer anywhere in the background of my pic, you old hag. You see the corner of a 10-foot deep in-ground pool, though, and solid white German shepherds. Can I get a white person to explain to me white German shepherds an indication of wealth in the trash community? It's Bree. It's Bree. Okay, y'all want me to continue?
Yes.
Okay.
How did it start? Nikki, how did this... I didn't say that. That was the me saying it.
Just sound
cooking.
Okay, yeah, because she was beating then this is what okay, so she said, dumb hoe. And then she posted a picture of a chubby, unattractive person in what looks like, I sent it to First Lady, what looks like some sort of a dress made from like red, I don't know. like, this dress costs more than your damn shit, stupid. And then she sent me a picture of what looks like, you know, a fam taking a picture. Again, no trailer hoe. So she sent me pictures, y'all. So this is what I responded this morning. Ma'am, you have a screenshot of me and I do not care one iota about you. I stay rent-free on your pathetic mind, engaging in conversations about me with your equally pathetic quote-unquote friends. Get a life, weirdo. A supposed grown-ass woman sending a DM on Clubhouse and telling your weak-ass man I made fun of your eyebrows. Just sad, chickhead. I feel sorry for you. Be gone, peasant. I said, girl, those pictures look cheap as and who are you trying to convince? Because I don't give a fuck. Get a life. Okay, so this is what she said, y'all. I haven't even read these yet. I did not talk about you when I kept that picture because I knew, based off of your personality, that it would come in handy one day. You are a nobody, sir. They look cheap because you grew up poor and don't have photos from when you were a child. You're telling on yourself. I have a great life. You met a viral part of my life yesterday, wide neck. He showed you what you will never have. I also not as wealthy as you claim to be. I heard how you could use some help with money and lose. Need a loan. I got you. I used to think you provided useful information, and I've told you that before. Now you're just a trashy hag. Real, you came out and she's one ugly bitch. Any info you provide now is just hilarious since I know you truly, that's how you truly carry yourself. That's why you're called Debo by Jonathan and Nelson. And I said, bored? Go fuck your husband, weirdo. Only low-class bitches speak like you do. Nobody talks like that. Nobody with class speaks like that way. You're so trashy. And that is the end of old girl. She's big mad, y'all. She mad.
So you won, but I'm gonna give it 5-2 because she had a couple of singers in there.
I wasn't reading all that. I just read that second part out for y'all because I was like, bitch, I'm not about to go back and forth with you. Like, but anyway, yeah. So
just the fact that she got the false evidence because she's gonna use it one day. That shit is hands down.
That's weird.
That is hella fucking weird. Because I don't have no. Yeah.
I don't think you get what I'm saying. I don't think you get what I'm saying. When I'm saying it's classic, I'm like, that's how trash she is. She has to keep a picture on somebody because she can use it one day. What the fuck? She really is. You really are, Brissy.
Season one.
Exactly.
Y'all, this was a Zoom that I did. It was a Zoom that I did, I believe, on YouTube or something. And I'll even PTR the picture. I don't give a shit. I have no makeup on. Somebody was probably like, Miki, can you talk about Roth IRAs? And I was like, okay. And the angle, and they've done this before. They will go and watch my lives or my whatever, and they'll take a screenshot, right? And you know, you can take a fucked up screenshot. I'm not saying I have zero. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Did you learn something? But she would, y'all, first lady, you saw those pictures. Y'all, this bitch is sending me pictures trying to substantiate to me that she's not poor. And I'm like, girl, these pictures not giving what you, but I don't give a shit. Why do you need my validation, but you're calling me low class, but you're trying to prove to me that you have money? I'm like, girl, we pissed her the fuck off, y'all. And then Patty, you want to tell it her man came in here yesterday trying to talk about us in the chat, y'all. This is like...
Yeah, it was weird because you know what's so bad about this? So Lisa's had her blocked for almost a year now. Not only did Lisa have her blocked, she unblocked her just for our room, which is kind of weird because she still had to come to our room. But she unblocked her to come to our room, kept her blocked out of her room, and her husband has been in your room the entire time. He just came on stage. So, like, this is addictive personality. They're really weird people. Like, she knows that you don't fuck with her, but found a way to be in your room through her husband's account or her husband's. This is some weird shit.
Telling you, I told you, if you get them blocked, there's a reason why. I mean, I don't get you. I can deal with a fucking snake with two heads. But when you got these people that are pathological, that's where I draw the motherfucking line. Pathological can get you killed. But when she threatened April, any telling me you come into my house, you shouldn't say it. Don't warn me. Don't warn me, because you might get what you're looking for really quickly.
Hey,
the door.
Hey, Miki, how
is it comfortable in there? Are you relaxed? inside of her head, like.
Oh my God! He's remodeling.
Oh,
And these
shit.
are new floors and walls and doors knocked down and the fucking toilets need to be yanked up. Ricky, don't stay too long, girl. It ain't worth it. That fixer upper, don't do that.
No, I'm just sharing with y'all because I'm like, you're right. This is now, I might clown on stage and da 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 da. Some people I truly cannot stand. Of course, we all have our favorites and we all have our ickies. But I'm not going to start sending you pictures to substantiate showing you a picture of a dog that I had when I was a child. Talking about, you see that? Did you see that corgi? That's a pure blood corgi. We got money. Like,
All right, so let me bring that everybody up to speed. So we were having a good conversation. We talking about books, and then we started talking about PPP loans. And, you know, Reform was telling us, you know, there was a lot of people who actually got these PPP loans, you know, that were already rich. They just found a way to do it. Now, Bree said, she told me that she put, well, when she came on stage, she said she put something else in it. Nikki read what she put in the chat and was like, girl, something about black people, who didn't, you saying this because you probably like big dick or something. Big black dick. And, you know, or maybe like some black girl, whatever, because you want to be black. But I'm just telling you this, and that. So then Bree starts going crazy in the chat. And she's like, bring me up, oh, bring me up. And I was like, no, don't bring her up, because I already know she's going to crash. I know she's a crasher. So, and I know somebody, one of these jokers up here brought this girl upstairs. I did. I said, okay. Let me just explain to you, Bree. I said, when she said that, I said she was joking. I mean, and maybe you do like black, you know, dick or something, you know, who knows, right? So, next thing I know, she was telling the story. She was saying that she was agreeing with her by saying that it was mostly black people that got impacted. And then next thing I know, it just went to hell. She said something else, and then they just started slinging mud. And then I know Patty got involved. And no, Rez got involved. And then Patty got involved because she said something crazy to Reform. And Patty was like, no, what you not going to do? So then it was like, oh, shit. And I started praying. I said, Lord, help me. Lord, get me out of here. And then... Yeah, she said black girls can't grow hair. Right. Yeah. And that's when she went to the Google and then she started typing that stuff in the chat. Right. I was just like, well, not too much on eyebrows, y'all, because, you know, I got to draw my eyebrows on. So, so then that's when she started talking about black girls can't grow hair and something. And yeah, so then that's when things really went to hell. So from that point on, she got removed, and Patty told her she was blocked, and everybody said blocker, and then she was blocked. But like an hour later, the husband came in, and then the husband was like,
Was he black?
Yeah, him is black.
He can't fight his women battles with other women. It's crazy.
It is crazy.
She got more eyebrows than me. I don't even know if that was her husband. I think that might have been her husband's account because I kept trying to invite him up.
Oh, I don't remember the name. Let me see. I think I took a screenshot, but
His name was Jay. Jay Bill, Uncle Bill. It was Jay something. It was Jay something.
Got in the middle when y'all was going back and forth.
No, y'all didn't. Yeah, we handled it. Y'all probably couldn't have got in the middle to be honest.
Right, exactly.
We were like, Raz was like, fuck you, bitch. And then Patty jumped in. Look at here, motherfucker. Was like, oh,
they was pulling that girl. They had her in a triangle.
I got my girls with me. Oh, shit.
They tried to get me caught up in it. I said, no, wait a minute. Help. Get me out of here.
And then he tried to come in and say, yeah, y'all can't grow. Some stupid shit he was saying. And then we were like, what are you talking about, black girls? He said, no, I'm not talking about black girls. I'm talking about Patty. And we said, nigga, Patty is black, you stupid ass. It was just crackheadish, just crack. And then she texted me cheap ass childhood pictures trying to convince me that her ass ain't poor. And she did not accomplish such with the pictures she sent. But anyway, I just had to let y'all know, just a little fun. These people are crazy as hell. JP Baller, that's it. It's at basketball 4L. Let me see if I can find it.
So he's a basketball player?
He is not getting a basketball player, but you know.
He looks about 5'10". How's that doing?
Not too much on 5'10". What the hell?
You can play more. You can play more than any height. Yeah, you can play more.
If you put your
Not any height. Not any height, Rob.
But you're not Iverson's son.
Well, 5'10", yeah, 5'10".
You're not Iverson's son. Sit down. Can't do nothing at 5'10" on the court unless you Iverson.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna put it in here. Cause I was like, bro,
That's
who
weird.
the hell are
You had
you?
her blocked for a year. And then the whole time her
Y'all do this now. Clubhouse people are crazy.
Patty, you in the Matrix?
Yeah, I was.
Sociopath.
I remember he was talking on stage, and I said, "This nigga, husband, he been in Lisa room. He been in Lisa room."
Patty, look at his profile. He voted in the book thing. He voted in the book thing. So he was literally in here yesterday. Must have been sitting in the goo. That's what's so crazy. I'm like, you know. Yeah, but he look on his profile. He was voting in politically correct because Patty was putting up the names of books to read for the book club. And look, he actually participated in the. So he's been sitting in here. These people need Jesus. I'm telling y'all.
I've been on your stage, Lisa. He's been on your stage a couple of times. Him and Haitian has gotten into it.
Oh, gosh, I didn't even recognize him. I'm sorry, not at all, because he wouldn't have been there. I did not know that was her husband. What the hell?
None of us knew.
No, she never said it. And then she was in Lonzo's room. Remember Dr. Jen? I was being nosy, y'all, so I went in on my burner. Why did she say she's never voted before?
And she's black.
No, she's white. She was trying to sound black. So she was trying to. She was like, "Yeah, you ain't know. You got the right white girl today. You got the right white girl today." I was like, "Bitch."
Yeah. I thought she was agreeing with me, but then.
Does she really? Oh my God, child. You know, if you gotta say shit like that, girl, please, like, don't come up in here. Enunciate, bitch. Enunciate.
My daughter had plenty of hair. My daughter had plenty of hair, like black. Like I took it some type of way, to be honest with you.
She probably has mixed race children, and then to sit up here and say that's why black girls can't grow no hair. Like, excuse.
She probably don't know how to take care of their hair. She probably don't know how to take care of their hair. That's probably what that is. Probably don't know how to deal with kinky hair.
But everybody wears extensions though. That's the thing. Like, white people call it extensions, and black people call it.
And y'all know what's so funny? I was watching Jurassic Park the other day. Ladies, I was watching Jurassic, the little white girl, and I was like, that's weaving her hair. It was so funny because I was like, and it was like, I kept looking something about her hair. And when y'all watch Jurassic Park, if y'all ever do, I know that they have extensions in that little girl's hair. That's not.
Hollywood does that all the time. they call it natural hair care these days, but you know, like my mom just used to call it being lazy, because you know it had to be. Oh Jesus! You know our hair had to be in a style. Yes, if I had a ponytail, you would swear to God that I had hauled off and cussed off my mama, because that was just lazy to her. Like, you know, we had to have our hair. We had to go get a press and curl. Like just ugh. So when my sister was like, Miki, I'm wearing my hair natural, I'm like, girl, that's what we used to say when we didn't comb our hair, but I'm glad that there's a phrase for it. I think it's very empowering.
It's a cop out, yeah.
Right, but for her to try to weaponize that as a white woman married to a black man, like to try to insult black women, like, which first of all, a lot of people have hair issues, right? Alopecia can be across the board. It was just trifling to me, but I just wanted to share that with y'all. I don't even want to, you know, continue to pay her ass dust. His ass.
That was fun.
Mountain, are you okay?
Uh-oh. Don't give her no attention.
Okay, thank you. I needed a reminder.
Oh, somebody in the audience, in the crew, in the chat. Wow.
Grit.
Trying to get this.
Grit, I am never gonna take a robo taxi. Would anybody else do it? I'm just not doing it.
Yes, they're nice. They're so
Lisa.
Nice. They're nice. They're nice. You say you like the aromatherapy. They have aromatherapy in there. They have light therapy. You don't have no musty driver. You don't have stank. It is so nice. It's like a nice mood music, light music, then aromatherapy. It's very nice and quiet.
What if the robot go crazy?
You can sing, you can cry, you have all that solo time, no texting and driving, no driving.
Just put your hand back and relax. Close your eyes.
Surprisingly, I liked it too. I enjoyed it. Wasn't bad.
Really? Is it cheaper?
Nope.
Oh,
It's about it depends on if it's like peak hours or not, but usually it's a little bit more, but sometimes it's around the same time. Just depends if it's like spike pricing.
It's
But they also
always more
have
expensive.
limited.
It's a great call. Yeah.
They have limited number of vehicles though. That's where they're still hurting.
Well, no, they've also introduced a different type of vehicle in the city. It looks like a little minibus, like you're sitting. Have you seen that?
That's a Zurich. That's Amazon.
Oh,
so the
nice.
Zurich is a level 5. It doesn't have a steering wheel. And the robo taxis still do have a steering wheel, but at scale. And the reason why Tesla stock boom right now is because Morley has now said that autonomous driving has essentially been solved. And so what that means is, when you scale, it is far cheaper than having a human driver. And in the initial phase, it will replace around the estimate is around 10% of Uber and Lyft drivers.
I'm tired of driving. Let me tell y'all something, right? I just realized how frustrated I am about bad drivers. Like, y'all don't realize it, but you know how much frustration. I was driving to Queens the other day, and I'm like, yo, I can't take it. Like, I can't do it. I can't deal with the dumb shit people do. So yeah, I think it's gonna hit sooner or later, because people gonna realize how much less stress it is when you're not behind the wheel. Because people do dumb shit. They just do dumb shit.
That's why I sold my car, and I'm not driving until I get the right vehicle. I hate driving. I'm in an Uber or on the train every day, and I'm loving life.
I love driving. No, I love driving. It's just the people do dumb shit. That's really what it is. They just do dumb shit.
I'm the person that do dumb shit, so that's why I keep me from behind the wheel. I love it.
Like, you one of those people that just skip around somebody to get to a red light, or you one of those people?
Yeah, he's one of them people that be on the Brooklyn Bridge and be making a third lane.
What about that?
I'm just never driven on the Brooklyn Bridge, to be honest with you.
Really?
I skip the Manhattan Bridge. But listen, so like I said, I hate driving anyway, so I'm glad my life is free. I can just get on the damn Uber.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a city boy all day. Like, when I think about driving,
bike anywhere, Robert?
man,
Jump on your bicycle.
I got a bike, I got a scooter.
There you go. Better be careful in New York.
Robert, I got a city bike, I got a scooter, I got the luxury bike. Like, if I'm going on a date, I got the luxury joint, like, that I rent. Those are nice, like the leather seats.
You going your jaggedy bike for your date? You're bringing the luxury bike.
Luxury, like a pedal bike?
No, electric bike. Like, these shits.
Like
are
Are you talking about the e-bike? Like the one that guy who shot that man, that CEO had?
No, I ain't got nothing to do with that. No, but they got, believe me, it's really, a really luxury e-bike. It's really nice. It's not made, I mean, they go fast, but it's like, you have your outdoor brunch, you go around, do a little shot. Like, it's dope. It's a dope experience.
Does the e-bike protect my e-hair?
PTR. No.
PTR. No. You gotta wrap up. Who PTR we looking at?
Your bike. Because I want to get the one that the guy had. That shot the CEO.
When I go to, I'm cooking right now, but I will, I'll show you what
the bike. The boy.
I know. Well, he did have money though. Didn't he bring one?
Food is crazy.
He bought it. He bought that bike thing.
Yeah, you could buy it. Yeah. BMW has a really nice.
Oh, you should have got. You know what? You get it at the end of the year. The BMW e-bike right after
I'm
Christmas.
looking at them. They're like 15K. Yeah, they're like 15K.
No.
If you're a city person, I'm telling you, it is one of the things I want to put in the structure. One of the things I want to put in the structure that we're building is like a charging station for like e-bikes and scooters. So I'm trying to pitch that to my team. Like, and a convenient flyer because there's nowhere to leave the bikes. Like, if we could scoot around the city and move around the city and have parking for e-vehicles like that, I'm telling you, it's a killer.
And it has to be covered, some type of cover.
Yeah. Yes, it does.
Shit is wet. No, get a cover.
Yeah, that is correct. But yeah, I hate driving in the city, man. I'll probably be violent towards somebody with the dumb shit that they do. Yeah.
Yeah, so why don't you charge the e-bike in your garage in your bike room? And I don't know where you live in, but that's what I
charge it. Well, I got different spots, but like, I charge it. I charge it outside. And once we come inside, it's really safe. You can't get the low budget one because the low budget one got the cheap battery that should go on flames on you.
I'm gonna put one in at Laura Frank Bernard is she's been a CEF before. She's super popular. She used to be like in the pitch room or one of those big startup rooms or whatever, but I put her link in the chat. She actually has an e-bike or an electric bike or whatever. And she's on Chatter sometimes, but she's like going to Japan, she's going to China, she's going here, she's going there. So I think hers is pretty good because she's actually like a biker. So I just wanted to put hers in the chat because I think that it's getting popular because she basically has, she started this company for electric bikes and e-bike rentals. So
ETB market.
Transportation. I didn't know it was that big a deal. Yeah, I had no idea it was that big a deal.
You know, it's like finding parking. Like when you go somewhere like that, it's just a headache. And then like it's like when you own a luxury vehicle, like Maserati, you can't just drive that around everywhere. You need like a little Dunkin' car to get around. Like you're gonna go to Walmart and all of that in a Maserati. Like it's ridiculous.
Like what are you talking about? Yes. Anyway, so y'all let Trent take y'all into the abyss. But Alan just put something in here talking about the news update that the Democrats just blinked. Dem senators suggest shutdown could end if GOP offers $20 billion to relieve the pressure. What you talking about, Alan?
Yeah. They're doing that percentage shit. I mean, we talked about this earlier. Yeah, I said this earlier. It was a negotiation because if we're going 400% above the poverty line, the simple remedy is to let's do 300 or let's do 200 above the poverty line. I think that's a way for negotiation to take place. Yeah, absolutely. But you can't eliminate those subsidies. Like, that's crazy. Just cannot eliminate those subsidies. Not gonna work.
It's not
And about no bill or nothing coming about Robert. Go ahead, Roy.
So what you're saying is they want to negotiate $20 billion in subsidy?
Instead of asking for $1.5 trillion being reinstated to the budget, you now have a Democratic senator suggesting, well, maybe if they give us $20 billion, that would be enough to convince Democrats to vote for the continuing resolution.
That's convincing bullshit.
Like, that's not even close to a lot of money. Not even close.
No money. 20 billion versus a trillion.
They're trying to get themselves out of it. So here's what's happening. They're trying to get themselves out of it by having some sort of symbolic victory they can hang their hat on. That's what's happening.
Correct.
Straight up, that proposal is so horrendous. Like, somebody, who did that? I didn't even slap them. Let's slap them.
Well, Royal, in fairness, what is the way out of this?
Not 200%. It's the not change the pressure.
You're not going to get anything.
There's no reason to get it. Win-win is the threshold, y'all. It's the, we can't be royal. We can't sit.
Nothing would be should be suggested. It should always be whatever they took away, they need to put it back. If they're not putting that back, then we're not talking. Like, what is going on?
Well, yeah, but they'll just not talk. We're not going to negotiate. Like, like ever. Like, like this could go 60 days.
He didn't say we. He said they're never going to negotiate. What are you talking about?
I thought I heard him say we. All right, cool.
Yeah, but that was what I was saying this weekend, CEO. I was like, what's the process forward? Because the request right now and bringing back what was in 2021, that ain't it. If you think that's gonna happen, and you think that that's what they're gonna agree to, you can forget that. That's off the table. So, you saying 20 billion?
Yeah.
Allegedly, right?
20 billion's above zero. So,
It's not going to cover.
Well, wait a minute, hold on. Because the idea, from what I understand, CEO, is that the subsidies aren't completely wiped away, that they only reduce or went back to what the original Affordable Care Act is. Is that true? Can you confirm that?
I'm not sure about that. But, and also, isn't it 20 billion for them to sign a CR? Isn't that what we're going to do, sign a CR?
Correct. I can't confirm that is not the case. That is not the case. That is not the case. It's not merely rolling back the subsidies. No. If that was the case, we wouldn't even be talking about this. It is actually allowing insurance companies to come in and increase co-pays, premiums, and deductibles. It is about servicing the private sector, allowing the private sector to run amok against those who are the most vulnerable. That's what's going on. It's not merely that in that big bill. And if I wasn't cooking right now, I'll pull up the language, but it's more than that. It's not what they're saying it is. It's way more than that, guys. It's not just the enhancements. There are other protocols that they want to reverse. Absolutely.
Just remember, that's only the healthcare portion that they're trying to negotiate. We're not talking about the SNAP or any other food benefits or anything like that, like WIC or like all of that shit is cut. We're only talking about healthcare. They will allow a negotiation for that, and then to say $20 billion is an insult. When we're talking about $1 trillion, that's why it's laughable, and we can't even have this conversation.
Royal, you're not like if you get the 20 billion, you're not giving up all that stuff. All you're doing is signing a CR. That's all you're doing. You're not giving up your position.
The CR means there's going to be no more negotiations after guaranteed.
It means that you have 30 more days, or was it 30 or 60 days CR? What is it? Do they want to?
That can
Well,
keep
it's
us
supposed to go to November 21st, so.
Okay, that's 30 days.
Trying something. No, it ain't 30 days, because it's the 27th.
Okay. So,
time to
you can run a CR for 4 weeks, and you get $20 million.
But is that what that article says? You know, I don't click on links. I don't know if this is true. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, are we just talking about based on what we think we know? Or do we actually have any actuals at this point in time? Because I don't know.
People, look, don't be misled. This is not merely just about the enhancements that they want to reverse. It's that, and they want to do additional damage. It's not just that. So be clear, and I know that for a fact. I did the research. The impact is not just based about that. If that's the case, we wouldn't be in here. But what I was saying is, if you wanna negotiate, remember, those who are 400% above the poverty line still can get the benefits. Perhaps you could reduce it to maybe 200% instead of threshold and other provisions like that. I think that will work. I think that is the area where they should come to terms with.
Yeah, I think y'all just got a whole bunch of talk going on at this point in time, because y'all talking about they're not trying to negotiate for the SNAP program and all this. And I don't know if that's quite true.
I brought up the fact that, remember, that's not the only thing they cut. We're only talking about the healthcare subsidy. But there's other programs that they cut too. And so if you're trying to negotiate on at least one thing, right, and that one thing you're negotiating is like still cut by a lot. We're talking about 1% you're negotiating back. And this is laughable. Okay? This is only one thing out of many others. That's the problem with this conversation.
What I think is laughable is that when Biden was president, with the Congress he passed certain bills. And now Trump is president with the Congress he passed another bill. And instead of accepting that and using regular congressional procedures to see if they can change the law and change those bills that were passed and the budgeting that was passed, the Democrats are using a Hail Mary and saying, we're not going to sign the continuing resolution unless you reverse what Trump and we as Congress passed.
Okay, so hold on. All right. Did you finish?
Yeah, essentially. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So one, let's go back. When we talk about this big beautiful bill, Combs pushed it through, right? And if I'm not mistaken, still, who has the majority over there in the House? Who has the majority of?
Yeah, the Republicans have, what is it, a 3-vote majority?
Okay.
3 to 47.
Okay,
Right.
all right. And do you not recall that it was the Republicans holding out
Oh, of course.
on the big beautiful bill that they gave in?
The Republicans were holding out on passing that.
Yeah, you remember that?
No, I don't remember it. But the
Oh,
bill passed.
Of course he does.
Yeah, the bill passed, yes or no?
No, I'm just going through the process. I want to make sure
All right.
I want to make sure that we, have a conversation so that we're all on the same.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so that did happen, right?
Correct.
So they got it done. But once they got to the Senate Democrats did not want to pass the big beautiful bill, and neither did the Democrats over there in the House. They didn't want to do it either, right? So now this is where we are. So when you bring it up and you say, well, this is what has happened in the past. In the past, we haven't had it, whereas and these people will not be able to afford health insurance. The American people, we the people who are actually supposed to be working for us, they're sitting there saying, hey, listen, guys, this is what's going to happen. It's going to be major cuts towards your
SNAP benefits along with your healthcare benefits. So we don't want to get this passed through until we actually have a conversation. They did pass it in March, right? Schumer went on and was like, okay, all right, I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna do what's best. We're gonna pass this CR, and then we're gonna have a negotiation.
Yeah, I mean, I'm about to.
I don't know whose background is open like that, but it's annoying as fuck. Okay.
So just to, I'm gonna pull a trend here. I'm gonna say stuff and go, but
Okay.
the question of how long the CR is for is a variable. That's always something that's negotiated when it comes to negotiating CRs. So, like, if they were to say give X billion towards the subsidy, one of the things the Republicans are going to ask for is, but we want more than 30 days or 60 days now. We want 6 months or a year. So that's a variable. That's part of the negotiation. The second thing is Alan is like forever brand new, and somehow doesn't remember that Senate Republicans, when they haven't been in the majority, have also used continuing resolutions as a lever to try to extract concessions from the Democratic majority. This is not like a technique that Democrats innovated. In fact, Republicans have been the ones who've used it far more because Democrats are much more worried about the government being open than Republicans are, because Democrats still believe that government has a role to play, other than just like serving the authoritarian fantasies of the president. And so, like, this isn't a new thing to do. And just to address something the CEO said, like, one of the things that is potentially going to make the Republicans blink is that they've got a whole bunch of constituents who are about to see, or already have seen, that their healthcare premiums are going way the hell up. And those people also happen to be in a demographic that's very, very swingy. You're talking about a lot of people who fit into like the lower middle class and the middle class who absolutely are in play. And having that pressure, especially in states that are tight, will potentially lead to Republicans cracking. That's the theory. So, will that happen? I don't know. I'm not a prophet.
Let me just address them real quick. Hold on. So, I don't agree with you in terms of that being the best leverage point, because I think the best leverage point, if it's possible, is to get a CR as long as it's before December 15th, and the next government shutdown would potentially be during the holidays or Christmas. Then I think that's a higher leverage position for Democrats, because I don't think Trump wants the government closed over the Christmas holidays.
He doesn't give a shit about anybody. So here's the votes. Let me hold on, guys. We need to talk about the votes. It was 200. I just put it in the chat. In the House, it was 218 versus 214. In the Senate, it was 50-51 with J.D. Vance breaking the vote. So this was not a bipartisan bill that passed, ladies and gentlemen. It was along party lines. So let's not make it seem like Democrats had really a leg to stand on in terms of negotiating for the big bill, big beautiful bill. The facts are the facts, the numbers are the numbers. Like, let's not play these games. And they've shown us time and time again that we cannot trust them. They say one thing and do another. This notion, forget about it, we're open to discussion. That does not mean that they're going to take action on it. They're going to discuss it and not do anything. They cannot be trusted, and this is the best thing that the Democrats could have done is wait until the renewal process and the enrollment period occurred, because then it hits home. Then people realize it, because now they're getting notified by the insurance companies. They've done a great job.
And I'd just like to point out, Republicans have played this game too. And how many government shutdowns did we have under Biden? When was the last? I think 0. When was the last one? Last government shutdown was under Obama.
It was actually under Trump.
It was under Trump. That was the longest one, 35 days.
What government? When was the last?
Wasn't there
2019.
Yeah, it was under Trump. Yeah, and it was actually the longest government shutdown that we've had. So y'all just be saying shit.
He don't give a shit about no Christmas. He's the freaking Grinch of Christmas. Talking about the holidays gonna make him feel better. He doesn't give a shit. He's worried about his ballroom. In the midst of people worrying about how they're gonna be impacted, he's freaking traveling the world talking shit.
He does not care.
Well, the senators do. The constituents want to.
Oh, Alan left. Alan, why you go down to the group? Come back, babe. Where you going?
Not just pop up
Leave.
along.
Oh, Tugga Booga, come on back.
Girl. And to that point about the I didn't move about the White House not caring. Let me go through literally what the White House has posted. So the White House has posted President Trump secures landmark wins for America, Kuala Lumpur peace accords, trade deals with Malaysia and Cambodia, reciprocal trade with Thailand and Vietnam. Then he's got, put America first, open the government. He's blaming the Democrats. He's showing the Malaysians or dancing, and he's showing a white family talking about welcome to our 2025 summer reading challenge winners. Destroy the flood, join the ice.gov. Wow. What does that mean? Destroy the flood? What the fuck is that? Anywho, he don't give a shit. He's recruiting for ICE.
Yeah, they really don't. He's over there dancing to people's music, saluting other. Well, you're not supposed, as a president, you're not supposed to salute another army dummy. Like anybody. Like that's just 101. You learn that in freaking elementary school. He parading the globe like a freaking idiot. Nobody likes him. They just laugh at him, and they know they can take advantage of him. Meanwhile, Putin is freaking arming up for nuclear war, and this guy just he'll go pick on Venezuela and other countries that can't really do anything. What a freaking punk.
Well, somebody moved me down, but
Who
if
would have
they
moved you?
can stand, the shutdown began on December 22nd, 2018, after Democrats refused to support a new continuing resolution in the Senate that included approximately $5 billion for the new border wall and continued to block further attempts upon taking control of Congress on January 3rd, 2009.
All right, Alan, are you good at math? Are you good at math? Okay, so you asked a question and you said, no, wait a minute. You said, wait a minute, hold up. What you said was Obama, the last time the government was shut down was under Obama.
Yes.
That's what you said. And that's not a true statement. The last time it was shut down was under Trump.
And you know what? Thank you for correcting me, because you corrected me. I looked up the information and found that it was false. And in fact, the last one was in 2018. And again, the Democrats, being the sneaky little bastards that they are, also shut down the government then too. Thank you very much.
Who was president in 2018, Alan? Who was president in 2018, sir?
Yeah, well, they didn't agree to the continuing resolution. So whether or not it
was president,
once again,
you are something
Democrats
are
petty little bitches who get controlled by Trump, and because they don't want to admit he's president, they have to fight.
Nobody's fighting against him being president. You have to stop. Wait a minute. I don't listen. I need pure silence. I need pure silence. Alan, look into my eyes. Stop it. You do all this dancing and hokey pokey around, and I don't get it. You asked a question about the presidency, and then you come back and say, oh, I got you, kind of thing. I don't give a damn about this in regards to what happened back then. You're the one that's championing about this. What you asked, I gave you the answer to. Now you want to find a way to try to blame it on the Democrats again. I don't give a damn. I really and truly don't care about that. What I'm talking about is today. And now you're trying to say that they're doing it because they don't want to admit that he's president, when there are people out here who are looking at receiving, going from paying maybe $600 or $700 of insurance to now maybe $2,000 to $4,000 insurance a month. This is what we're talking about. So if you don't care about those people, then just say that. But don't sit there and say that the Democrats just want to not acknowledge that he is president, because that's a false statement, and you gotta stop spreading those type of rumors. It's not healthy. I know that if in fact you really say, if you are a Christian or a believer, I'm not sure, because you might go into the atheist rooms and things like that. I'm not sure, but one of the Ten Commandments says, "Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor." And right now, what you're doing is bearing false witness. You don't know what you're saying to be true. You're making that guesstimation and putting that out there, when we clearly hear these people sitting there saying that they fight for the people's insurance. You gotta stop.
Well, if I may respond. First of all, if I look into your eyes, you know I can't resist you. So no, I'm not going to look into your eyes. You know, look at that game. The power you have over
That's that old school right
How
there.
can I refuse you? Second
Yeah,
of all,
old school like the plantation.
okay. Second of all, to answer you seriously, you're accusing me of a malicious intent. When I looked it up just now, I did see again the statement, the last government shutdown was during Obama. So that information is still out there. That was the information I had going into this conversation now within the last 15 minutes, and I saw, yes, that wasn't true, and I admitted, okay, that wasn't. Accusing me of this malicious intent, no.
No, that wasn't a part I was malicious. No, I didn't accuse you of that part. I'm talking about the fact that you saying that the Democrats don't want to acknowledge Trump as being the president.
Oh,
that was the part that I was talking about.
Oh, Jesus, Hillary, that's a given fact. Hillary Clinton
She's in office.
Still says the current occupant of the White House and is part of the Democratic Party in 2016. That was part of their strategy. Do not call him President Trump. Call him number 45. To this day, they still can't admit he won
I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that.
Well,
I heard Kamala on the night of. Wait a minute. What I heard, hold up. I heard Kamala come out and succeed on the next day and say, "Hey, listen, he has won," and she turned over the power. I didn't hear anybody saying, "Don't do that. No, we're not going to say that he's the president." I didn't see any January 6th going on. I could be wrong. Maybe you could tell me something that I don't know, but I didn't see those things.
Yeah, I know, and that's the talking point they hang their hat on. Oh, well, Hillary Clinton's, conceded the election. Obama conceded the election. Yeah, one time they conceded, and then for the next 4 years, he is not the proper, I forget the exact wording, he's not the real winner of that election.
No, that didn't happen. Now you're exaggerating. Now you're exaggerating.
Stop.
Yeah, I can
Initially, you said something true, but now you are lying.
I'm thinking about what Hillary said.
I can find videos from a few months ago. She still uses the term.
Yeah, but you just said somebody said he didn't win. Who said he didn't win? Who said that? Who said he didn't win?
That's a choice.
Who said that, Alan?
Come on, man.
Who says which part?
That he didn't win. Who said that?
Who said he didn't win?
Yes. What elected Democratic official?
Hillary Clinton said this election was stolen.
How did we get to Hillary
Private
Clinton
citizen.
from a government
She's not
shutdown?
even an official.
Wait.
She can say whatever she wants to
How,
say. Like,
how did we get to Hillary Clinton when we're talking about a government shutdown? I don't understand. What's going on?
difficult distractions.
It's one of those
one-on-one. That's what.
free-flowing conversations. You gotta go with the flow.
Well, I don't
That's
want
the
to
tactic.
flow like you. You know what? Let me stop.
First lady, Alan.
have to.
If you want.
Also, Alan, Hillary Clinton did not use those words that you said, so that was false as well.
And I understand what you're saying, but what you're talking about what you're feeling and not what actually happened. Barack Obama never used T word. He never uses his name. I have not uttered that fucker's name since he was 45. I even got in trouble at work because I only called him 45. And my boss tried to hit me up for it, and I was like, I'm not saying his name. You can say his name all you want. I ain't saying his name. And now he's 47. So that wasn't a decision that Hillary made. Maybe she stuck to it because Barack stuck to it. Maybe. But there's a lot of people who feel the same way and do not utter his name. I'm not saying his name.
But President Obama does say President Trump. He's been oh look, I got a lizard. He's been playing Monopoly Go. He's been saying President Trump's name. He says President Trump all the time.
What she's referencing is when Obama
for 8 years.
Yeah, at first, what she's referencing is at first when Obama was being critical, he wouldn't say his name because he was trying to honor the tradition of like a previous president not criticizing the current president by name, right? Which is what George W. Bush did for him. So he was trying to honor that tradition, but then he figured out, I don't need to honor that tradition.
So like Voldemort, he went around saying he who must not be named. Never mind. I'm glad somebody got it. Alan, you know it's almost time for your nap.
Yes, I know. And in my big busty home care nurse is gonna come administer.
Why you don't keep getting him started? Stop.
Yeah, I put a link.
She's gonna give you a combination of lithium and morphine.
Hey, as long as it keeps me going. Have you ever seen Mr. Burns on The Simpsons? His daily routine, it's similar to that. I put a link in the chat. One link of Democrats denying the election results.
All right, when you say the Democrats, right, I need to understand, because see, you said that this was Hillary, right? But the reason why I think we can't ever get anywhere in conversation or negotiation is because people just want to start going off on this tangent. Why are we talking about Hillary? Hillary isn't in office. So if she said it, she's saying it because that's how she feels. She doesn't have to abide by any kind of decorum when it comes to that. That's Hillary. Hillary is Hillary.
Well, and let's just call out her quote. What she said was, he knows he's an illegitimate president. That's what she said. I don't think that's denying that he won. And she's saying that after he was impeached as well.
I mean, I get it. I understand you don't like the Democrats. I get it, Ellen. But you're gonna have to find a way to meet me halfway, buddy. Come on, we gotta, cause the people we want to get the government back open. I think, I'm gonna be honest with you. Some people may not agree with me, but I believe that the Republicans, as well as the Democrats, want the government back open. That's what I believe. Okay. I actually said that I believe they was going to have this thing wrapped up by the middle of October. But here we are at the end of October, and we still haven't gotten anywhere. And I really think it's because of the fact that we can't just sit down and have an honest conversation. Instead, we start pulling out all kinds of different things off the shelf, and we saying this and we saying that, and then they arguing about things that don't even really matter for the time being. Now, you saying pass the $20 billion just to open it back up. But then, if in fact we go by what has happened over the past 6 months, let's say they trust them again, and then they still don't negotiate. That was the problem. Schumer said, let's go ahead and do it. in hopes that they were going to negotiate. The conversation, the Republicans kept leaving the Republicans out. That's why they keep saying it's not a bipartisan bill because they weren't a part of the conversation. Now I could be wrong. Maybe I'm hearing something wrong. Do you know something different?
Well,
I also found out that, real quick, I found out that the issuers of SNAP have an emergency fund with billions of dollars in there, and they won't allow them to release those funds. So now this is just nasty work. We know the government is shut down, and here you have a government agency that has an emergency fund that they will not allow them to release to the people. Now that's crazy.
Yeah, I'll say two things. Yeah, they should be working together. And I think if you talk to Republicans, there have been times when Republicans have felt like they had legitimate concerns and that they were railroaded by a Democratic majority. I certainly know that's the case in the California state government where Democrats have a supermajority in both the state assembly and state senate. And I think that if we can look at this historically and maturely, yeah, look, there are times when bills are going to go through and everybody's going to feel like they've been heard. And I think there are other times where people are going to feel like they're railroaded. And I can acknowledge that Democrats feel like they were railroaded, but I can tell you, don't shoot the messenger. But in the last 4 years, Republicans felt like they were railroaded. That all of these policies went through and were either pushed through or done with executive order or whatever. However, it happened. Republicans feel like they were railroaded through. So now, this is put it under what's good for the goose is good for the gander, or retribution, or tasting your own medicine. They feel like, okay, you did it to us, we're going to do it to you. So that's my first point. The second point is, Miki, did you hear how First Lady spoke to me? Do you see how that melts my heart? How easy it was.
She ain't trying to melt your heart, though.
I know, I'm teasing.
CEO, you just mad because ain't nobody trying to melt your heart. Shut up. Don't talk for me.
Don't get off topic. Look. I would like to ask this.
Uh-oh.
Off the rip. I keep it A1. If you already listen, I guarantee you it's the reason why people invite me up. I'm trying to get some thinking about some shit, some self-reflection. How you feel about Trump in this shutdown moment?
What you talking about? First of all, how about we start this? I mean, are you just asking the space? Or are you asking a specific?
No, I'm trying to participate. Actually, man.
I know. I'm not asking you a question. Who are you asking? Are you asking?
I'm talking to the person that just got off the mic.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go back on mute. Thank you.
Thank you. That will be highly appreciated.
Okay. Don't try it.
Look. Don't blush at the same time when you understand respect. Literally.
Right, boy. In order to get respect, you have to give it. So if I continue speaking, I ain't disrespect.
I ain't interrupting you, man.
Oh, okay. Well, guess what? All right.
I was invited up.
Okay. Well, you're gonna be invited back downstairs. Go ahead.
Whose man was that?
I don't know.
Well, if the question was to me, if you want to hear an answer, I'll give it. Otherwise, I'll go on mute.
Go ahead. He can hear you from the goo.
Oh, all right. Well, look, in 2016, I was a Democrat. I did not vote for Trump. I spent 4 years listening as a Democrat to the chaos that ensued because he was president. And when Biden became president, good. Now Biden is president, things will calm down. Things didn't calm down. I continued to hear, as someone who was now questioning the Democratic Party and their policies, I continued to hear the same hysteria and see the same level of chaos coming from the Democratic Party. Chaos and hysteria that was supposed to be resolved because we had a Democratic president, whom, by the way, I voted for. So I came to realize, well, it really doesn't matter who's president. The Democrats just want to keep screaming and hollering and causing chaos. They were supposed to solve this chaos. They were in power. They had the ability to, quote, heal the nation. They didn't. Now Trump is president.
What chaos are you talking about?
Yeah, that was going to be my question. What chaos are we talking about?
Everything anti-Republican, anti-Trump during Trump's first presidency.
No, wait a minute. Let me hold you to the fire. 1 second. Because I could be wrong. What I heard you say is that once Biden got in office, that would have been in 2021. Are we in agreement?
Yeah.
Okay. So in 2021, they had, he came into office, and you said there was continued chaos. What continued chaos are we speaking about in 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024? I'm listening.
First of all, let me think. There was the indictments against him, the sexual indictments, the changing of laws so he could be indicted, the demonizing of MAGA Republicans, the demonizing of Republicans. I mean, he was in Trump, and the indictments and the prosecutions were in the news. That's what I heard. I mean, it seemed like this harmony that the country was supposed to be experiencing, because now the adults were in charge, now the Democrats are in charge. That never went away. Trump, it should have been, thank you, President Trump, for your service. Have a nice life.
So here's the thing. So Trump, first of all, never went away. He was still doing corruption. So he was being prosecuted for the, sorry about that. He was prosecuted for the things that he did. He was doing things like, oh, I'm not going to give the FBI or, give the government back the files that I brought home to Mar-a-Lago, even though the FBI recurrently tried to negotiate to get those things back. He didn't bring them back. It's stuff like that he does, right, that keeps him in the news. And then he pretends as if he's not going to get in trouble, and then pretends that when he does get in trouble, somehow, it's the Democrats' fault. Like, how about not do crime? If I did a crime and I get in trouble, I'm supposed to blame the prosecutors for it? None of this makes any sense. Like, you just brought up things that Trump is the one who started and contributed to it, and you're blaming the people for publicizing it, for trying to correct it, by bringing them to justice for any type of crimes. I mean, this is just weird. I'm gonna keep it real, Alan. This is really weird, and you should know better.
Yeah, I do know better, and I I understand why you're saying that. Here's the unprecedented action by the Democrats, or here's the tradition the Democrats broke. When you leave the presidency, everybody understands that presidents have to deal with a lot of crap and probably did some crap that you don't want to know about. They leave you leave an ex-president alone. It's thank you for your service, have a nice day. In my lifetime, in my lifetime, that's what I saw. Even Richard Nixon, when he resigned, and this is considered one of the good things Ford did. Ford pardoned him. They left him alone. That was the end of it. If Democrats, basically, from my viewpoint, Democrats elected Donald Trump because they gave him billions of dollars worth of publicity. And in the end, what the independents of this country saw was, Jesus, you're just beating that guy up so badly. That's really kind of unfair. It just, it's like beating a dead horse. He was a dead horse at that point, and they kept him alive. So yeah, he had some documents he shouldn't have had. You don't take him to court for that.
Okay.
So, Mr. President, you forgot to bring those here. There's some documents we know you have. We come by and pick them up.
He said no.
All right, so.
Yeah, so then you did, in any event. That's my explanation.
Okay, all right. So I know some people are going off in the chat talking about, this is just a useless conversation. But if people keep telling you how they arrived to where they are received at, and then you keep doing the very thing that people tell you that pushed them over, I don't get it. I don't get it. But Alan, I hear what you're saying. I guess I just still don't quite understand in regards to, they went after him for, things that did happen, right? But you're saying you think that it was all political and the reason why they went after him. Is that the idea? Is that what?
Well, I didn't use the word political, but that's a good word as any. Look, if you've got.
I just wanted a yes or no. I just wanted a yes or no. Because it shouldn't tell me what is the reason that President Trump continues to say Biden's name. He continues to say Obama's name. Like, he just, every time he gets on the microphone, I promise you, if I had a penny for every time he said Biden's name, I probably would be a millionaire by now. He says Obama's name, and another thing that he continuously says is that, the last administration, they did a terrible job. He's doing the very thing that you're saying that the Democrats were doing, but I don't hear you having smoke for him for doing the same thing. And he did the same thing to Hillary, even when he was in office, and he was already elected. He had won. He was in the White House. He's still calling that lady Crooked Hillary. Crooked Hillary. Every time he get on the microphone, Crooked Hillary. Those emails saying we should investigate her. You don't remember all of that? I'm just trying to follow the logic and trying to make sure that you're balancing. If it's good for the peace, it should be good for the gander.
Yeah, and that is a fair point. And the only thing I can say is this. When Trump does it, his base loves him. And I think that's the point. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that's the difference. Trump does it, and he's viewed as being, he's telling like it is, or whatever it is that they say about him. But when Democrats do it, it's like the angry little kid or something. It does They don't have that down.
That's something they project on black people, by the way.
Say that again?
Something they project on black people, that we're always angry.
And this is
Oh yeah, or crazy. Don't forget crazy, because they said that about me last night. Let's not forget about
I've
that.
seen a lot of presidents. Hold on, I've seen a lot of presidents. I don't think in my lifetime I've ever heard a president of the United States go in front of an international audience while traveling around the globe and belittle a former president the way Trump does. I don't think I can do the research, but he does it with great regularity. That in of itself is not patriotic. You don't go and talk shit about your fellow American, the other foreign nations, the way Mr. Trump does. He does it regularly. Every bit of his conversation that he has, he disparages former elected officials, not really presidents, but anybody that he deems contrary to his doctrine. And so what do you say about that? What do you say about that, sir? What are your comments?
All right, cool. Hey, First Lady, how's it going? It's great to see you.
Hey,
Anthony. So when you have somebody like Letitia James or James Comey who gets indicted, the Democrats are crying foul. They're at the top of their lungs, yelling how messed up and how wrong that is. But when it's like the Republicans are saying it's wrong for Trump to be indicted, then it's like, I don't understand it. You should know better. And what are you talking about? It's the same concept. It's politically motivated. This is where it's coming from. But people have amnesia. They don't like it. This is what I don't get. How people play like they don't grasp a concept, but when it's on the other foot, it's a-okay. It's perfectly fine. That's what I don't understand. The feigning of ignorance. That's what I don't get.
Yeah, and I just want to say, look, we haven't heard anyone talk like that in recent times, no. Someone, I saw this somewhere, pointed out that Jefferson and Adams in their presidential run, like in the language of the times, it would have been equivalent to candidates saying that they're each, baby killers, and the world, it's essentially, it was the world, if you vote for my opponent, the world is going to end because he's the biggest piece of crap that ever walked the planet. I mean, that it does happen, and you can go. It's actually funny to hear the British do it, hear them throwing insults in Parliament. It's hilarious. But yes, we haven't had a president do that, and it is precisely that reason why he does it, because he knows it unnerves his opponents. The other thing
Well, this is right though. Hold on, stop. So you're making an excuse for him to do that, basically. You're saying it's okay. You know he shouldn't do it, but you're trying to give reason to why he does it. I see. Okay, got it.
Well, yeah.
Johnny didn't know any better, right? Johnny,
yeah, I mean, look, and here's the last thing, and here's my last excuse. And forgive any New Yorkers on the stage, but have you ever been to New York?
Yeah.
Do you know what New Yorkers are like?
Born and raised, and Trump's an asshole, so thank you.
And Trump what?
He's an asshole, so New York has nothing to do with it.
And I'm from, and guess what? I'm from Massachusetts originally. They call us massholes. Okay.
Yeah, I don't go to Massachusetts.
So quick Google search.
Yeah, I know.
Hold on, Alan. See, this is where you need to. A quick Google search could have told you while traveling overseas on official business, Obama couldn't resist wading into politics matters back home. They rattled for good reason, Obama said, because of a lot of proposals he, Trump, has made a display of ignorance of the world affairs. I mean, what are we talking about? This was 2016. This article is before the election. Obama takes a swipe at Trump overseas. May 26, 2016. This is so Robert, again, for the like 8th time, you say something and then you just make shit up. I'm tired of correcting you. Go ahead.
Hey, what did I make up? Hold on. What did I make up? I'm not sure. Hold on. What did I make up? Okay, sis, I'm sorry. What exactly did I make up? I'm curious. What did I make up?
Obama made a swipe at Trump overseas, May 26, 2016.
So what I said was, you're talking about a swipe, right? We're not talking about a swipe, and I didn't say that this is the point. If you do a comparison, I can't do it. I'm paying a lovely dinner right now, but I'm going to stop and do it. I assure you, no other president in recent history has gone around the globe disparaging former elected officials. And I'm not just saying Obama. I'm just saying the way he does that is unpatriotic. That's all I'm saying. And that is a fact. There was a time when the president was traveling that the Senate and the House wouldn't say anything negative about the traveling president. This is a fact, right? It was a long policy that they did this. He's broken that mold. He consistently berates former elected officials that he doesn't agree with. That's all I'm saying. So don't tell me I'm just saying anything that's not true. We all know it. We all cringe when he speaks on the international stage. That's all I'm saying. So there's don't make it seem like it's an aha moment or I'm saying something that is not truthful. It's the truth. He does it all the time. That is his style. That can't be denied.
Listen, man, it's one of those like this points. Like,
wait, hold up, Anthony, hold up, because let's be on the 6th of May, 2016, Obama publicly told reporters that the Oval Office, quotation, is not a reality show, a clear reference to Trump, who came from a reality TV background. Is that what you're talking about, Amar?
Yeah, I mean, that's disrespectful.
Okay, so we're going to take this particular comment and compare it to how many times Trump has said something negative about previous presidents.
Well, I mean,
you gotta stop. Like, I mean, what kind of math did y'all learn in school? I don't get how y'all sit here and compare one thing to another. You just can't. They're not even on the same level.
But First Lady, that is subjective to one's own feelings, right? Someone who's a true MAGA, not me, I don't think it's bad. I think you're right. I actually agree with him. Let's say
well, even Ellen agreed with me, but you come to make an argument and to say, Obama did it this one time right here.
He said
never. One time compared to 8,000 times. Come on.
Well, he said never. One incident.
Patriotic.
Okay.
He literally said it.
So I mean, I just want to clear the record. That's all. I just want to clear the record.
He literally said it's unpatriotic. So then he would be calling Obama unpatriotic.
Yeah, but you keep forgetting that while the left objects to him using that kind of language and referring to, other people in the government in that way. First of all, as I'm sitting here listening, it serves a purpose, which is it's letting those foreign dignitaries know that the policies of the past no longer apply, and that there's going to be a new foreign policy, and he's letting them know that in no uncertain terms. And second of all, the right, it doesn't bother the right. Conservatives are not offended by that. They're happy about it.
You're right. No, you're right.
You're right. And you know what? And here's the only difference. Yes, Trump is more overt about it. But in no uncertain terms, every president comes into office thinking that their predecessors were idiots and they have the solution. They may not say it, but you could be sure as hell they're thinking it. Second of all, to the person who hasn't been to Boston, I would highly recommend you go to see the Celtics and their 18.
Oh, I love the Celtics. All right, what's going on? Let me go to my sister Sandra. Sandra,
Sandra, we haven't heard from Sandra been trying.
Thank you, sweetie. I appreciate it. I don't understand because we're dealing with something that we've never dealt with before. 47 has said, point blank period, I hate Democrats. I hate them. He has said it numerous times. That means he hates a huge amount of people. I mean, I felt it personally. To me, that was him saying, I hate you, Sandra. I hate you. I don't care if you die. I don't care if your family dies. This man has literally refused to give FEMA funds to blue states and cities. Refused to help them. He's helped the red states and cities, but he refuses to help anybody that turned blue or purple. He gives less than a fuck about anybody. The only reason he helped when my governor went to the White House and begged him for the ice storm in February. But honey, let me tell you, that was up in the UP of Michigan. Everybody up there, those houses start at $5 million. It's the only reason he gave them some aid for that fucking ice storm. Ain't no black people up there, ain't no blue people up there. She had to humble herself and go to him. I don't know if she got on her knees or not. I don't know. Gretchen will do pretty much anything to help the people in Michigan. But she literally got aid for those people. But they're all multimillionaires. My girlfriend, her fucking dad, her grandfather is the founder of Lazy Boy fucking Furniture. They got a compound up there. It's like 25 bedrooms. She has her own hair salon attached to that damn place. The whole family lives there. 20 plus people. So he don't give a fuck about us. He said he hates us. So why do you think the people that represent the Democrats are fighting so hard? Alan, the shit that you said, some of it makes sense, but a lot of it doesn't. Because he don't give a fuck about us. And he said he wanted to purge when these people do not get their food stamps, when they lose their health care. Like, I just had my friend come over because I have not loaded my gun since 2021. I had to get my friend to come over here and show me how to rack this fucking shotgun. Because when these motherfuckers run out of food, they come to my house, they're gonna get their head blown off. That's all I got to say. Because he said he wanted to purge. How many times did he say that, Alan?
So hold on, before you
It's about to be a fucking, wait a minute, I'm not done. It's about to be a fucking purge. It's about to be a fucking purge. And it's gonna hurt the people in the cities. It's gonna hurt the people. It's gonna hurt a lot of people. Go there.
You want to go? Okay, can you just give me 10 seconds?
Just literally a sentence. Sandra, I just want to be clear. Are you asserting that there are no rich Democrats?
I come from a family of rich fucking Democrats. What are you talking about? My fucking cousin, I just talked to him. He's a nuclear physicist. Right now, he's working for Homeland Security. He hates Donald Trump. No, there's a lot of rich motherfuckers.
So you talk, okay.
But I was talking about where he offered the help.
Yes, where he offered the neighborhood rich people.
There's no black people up there.
Oh my God. You said you started by saying that he hated Democrats.
He said he hated Democrats.
Okay, Sandra, stop. I don't want to argue with you. This is what you said. He said he hates Democrats. But then you're saying that he's helping rich people that are Democrats. This is inconsistent. Oh, man.
Wait. I didn't say that. I said that he helped my governor, who is a Democrat, asked him for help to help the people up in the UK because they had that tragic ice storm. Those were not Democrats that he helped. Those were not Democrats.
So at first assertion was that they were not. Your assertion was that they're not Democrats because they're rich. Like this is like there's a clear train of thought here.
Anthony,
It doesn't make sense.
no, Anthony, that is not what she said. It does not matter if they're Democrat or Republican. I said that my Democrat governor asked for help.
Yes, and that's not what she said.
He gave her help, but he's refusing to help everybody else that for FEMA, that's asked for FEMA aid. Maryland, all those other places, he has refused to help them.
Okay, hold up. This is crazy because we know in November of 2024 that the FEMA official was fired for directing hurricane relief aid away from Trump supporters' homes. Do you not remember that? So let's not act like so.
That's not the president.
No. You can't make assertions without talking about it.
No.
2024.
He was not the president.
That's not
Right.
true.
That is true.
FEMA, and it's a male.
No, the FEMA. That was a FEMA.
That is not the FEMA director. Shut the fuck up.
First lady,
The
can you
director
look
of
it up?
this region, when you're talking about Florida, his name is Robert P. Ash. You can look him up. He's on LinkedIn.
I said director.
He's a
The
black
FEMA
man.
official
He's a whole
fired for
colonel.
directing.
It was not. It was a white woman that was working in. That's it. It was a gross exaggeration by the goddamn media. Look up Robert P. Ash. He is the director for FEMA for this region.
A lady was fired for directing people for not knocking on Trump doors. I mean, that's a fact. I mean, you can't make that up. That is a fact.
Yes, you're intentionally
control. I'll drop it in the chat.
I don't care what the article says. I told you who the director is.
You can read the article.
She's not the director. Stop it.
You can read the article, Trent, before you start talking. That's not you don't know, Trent.
You're intentionally misconstruing what Sandra said. Upper Michigan is mainly Republican. Okay, what Sandra is saying is accurate, and that's what I don't look. You know, Anthony Amore,
The governor asked for help. What part of that
Hey, man, yes, I know she asked for help.
For that region.
Yeah. Hey, look, what
She gave her help. She asked.
Yeah, okay. What Sandra is trying to say, which you both know is true, is that funds are being redirected based upon the political ideology of the area, and that's wrong.
Where?
That's dangerous.
Point to a situation of
He's just the truth. He's right.
It's the truth. And Amari, stop.
They're approving justification for certain areas that are actually Republican or red.
Right.
Those approvals for those areas are faster than the ones that's coming from.
When was the last tragedy we had? Last disaster. When was the last disaster we had?
FEMA applications that come through every day.
It was the California fires. And the Trump administration did provide money for the California
And they actually put a
fires.
pause on it at first.
You are a
They
liar.
put a pause on it at first. And you
No,
do
they
the Google
didn't.
search.
I did it. I did the Google search.
That was being, so there was a conversation being had. Where he went to California to meet with the governor. When he went to meet with the governor, all the trucks that were for FEMA was ready to move, and they were put on hold. And that was to fulfill that region's warehouse. And it wasn't only trucks coming from region 4, other regions, because the funding has been gutted. So where they have pre-positioned stocks for California, a lot of those trucks were put on hold until he had a conversation with Governor Newsom. So stop acting like this is not what's happening.
In the state of Maryland, so listen, sir, after the fire in California, the state of Maryland suffered hurricanes on the eastern shore. That's Republican country, but because we have a black governor, we have not gotten those funds. He froze the funds for the Key Bridge. Biden pocketed the money for us to get the Key Bridge. Trump won the election and stopped the funds. He stopped the funds for that rural community in Alabama that has sludge in their drinking water. So now they're dealing with.
He stopped the funds. I could just look it up right here.
Oh, you didn't pay attention to any of the hearings and
No, I just looked it up right quick.
We don't have to go in Alabama. Let's make that make sense.
Okay,
those sound some hardcore Democrats to me.
Yeah, okay, look, you don't have to go back and forth on like every single issue. The point of what they're trying to say, what she's trying to say, which you both know is true, is that Trump is targeting people based upon their political ideology, and if you didn't vote for him, then you're not an American, and you don't deserve the rights of other Americans that did.
So explain Alabama then, Trent. Explain Alabama what Ty just said.
Hold on, man. Hang on. I think what we all can do is admit that that's wrong. You don't have to come up here and booty clap for Trump on everything. You know that's wrong. I know that's wrong. That's not the type of America that you want to live in, because the shoe is going to be on the other foot someday, and it may not be in our favor. Okay, and so we can all admit that when you were president of everyone, not just for people that you voted for.
You didn't vote
But
for
they
Trump.
won't do that, though.
He didn't vote for Trump, so how can you say
They won't do that. There's so many MAGA people.
This is what both parties
including
do.
Anthony, including Amari, that
This-
just won't do
yeah,
it
cool.
because they wanted to show their loyalty.
Well, one person said Alabama, and then the next out of someone else's breath said that he only going after blue states and blue areas. So I'm a little confused.
So in Alabama, that community was awarded under the Biden administration, the Transportation Department, because they have been suing for decades because environmental racism and the sludge is kind of like what happened in Flint with their water, right? So they finally get the money. When Trump comes in, they had the hearings in the Senate. You can look those up on YouTube. And they asked the Department of Transportation, why did you reverse that money so that community couldn't get their water pipes clean? And Trump decided, because they were a black community, that they considered that money sent to them VI. And that's from the Trump administration.
So I just read, so it says, I just said, get up for me, a specific document case showing that rural Alabama got disaster fire relief funds approved, then had them withheld or stopped. Couldn't find anything. A breakdown by county, town, Alabama showing fire relief, wildfire, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'm searching for when I see an article from Yellowhammer. I don't know what the hell Yellowhammer is. And then something called from the Alabama Reflector. So I'm confused. I'm confused.
I gotta be honest. Here's what I don't get. Is y'all spend hours on here arguing about Trump. And Amari doesn't even, and I know Amari, he's a good person, but he doesn't even believe what he's saying, because he knows what you guys are saying is correct. Anthony, I don't know what Anthony is, but I know Amari. But all these arguing constantly about Trump and this and that and the other is really not is what is going to affect you like right now, right? I know I have other issues that you guys don't want to discuss that I believe that's going to affect you, but Amari, I think it's disingenuous to come in on a daily basis just to say shit that you know in your heart of hearts is not correct.
Name one thing I said that wasn't correct right now.
No, you don't.
Amari, Trump is grandstanding right now. He's
grandstanding for his audience.
He's common. Exactly. This is not genuine. This is not genuine.
For his audience. You don't have to.
This is purely political. Okay, he is fronting. This is not how Trump normally moves.
And he does this every time to us.
And he's gonna try to call us to task. And this is crazy.
Okay, I'm gonna read something and I'm gonna put it in the chat. Keep going. So this is lying though.
Nobody's lying about our beliefs. He is lying. He's trying to attribute his feelings.
Okay, and I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Man, I haven't said anything about you.
Okay, listen. Wait. One mic on Trent. Talking shit about Amari. One mic on Trent. Keep talking shit about Amari. Go ahead.
I'm not talking shit about Amari. I don't believe talking shit about other people gets us anywhere. But I do believe that I know that Amari doesn't agree with everything that Trump has said. I don't agree.
Okay, let me read something to them, because since they're let me give them a little bit of information. It won't take long. In April,
of Trump. You wouldn't work for somebody who treats people like that. Who demeans people.
Because it's not reasonable.
And you, as somebody who's working on their master's degree, as an African American trying to grow up, trying to say that you can't even fly a fucking plane.
Fred, stop trying to reason with that.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
What I'm trying to
just
tell
get
you,
how, though.
I'm gonna just read this real quick. What is crazy is
an African American can fly a plane. This is a lie from the pits of hell.
Isn't that what Charlie Kirk said? Isn't that what he said?
He's talking about Trump, and that's not what Charlie Kirk said either.
Okay. And I'm talking about that. I just want to hear what Charlie has to say, because you gotta learn to take the sweat out of your mouth.
Michelle Obama said she would not have gone to Stanford were it not for affirmative action. This is what Michelle Obama said.
Nobody cares about any of that. That's dumb stuff. All right, let me read real quick. In May of 2025, U.S. Department of Justice under Trump administration canceled a settlement of federal grants aimed at addressing a raw sewage crisis in Alabama's predominantly black Loudness County, labeling the efforts as illegal DEI. Background on the Alabama sewage crisis. Decades-long crisis for generations, residents in Alabama's Black Belt, including Loudness County, have endured failed or non-existent wastewater infrastructure, leading to a raw sewage pooling in yards and homes.
Yeah, and so thank you for agreeing.
And the settlement was in 2023. Who was president 2023?
Thank you.
Biden. And Mayor Pete, we were talking about FEMA. That's a complete. So you interjected something completely different. I'm giving you an example of. Okay, that's fine, but you didn't say settlement. You said FEMA, like they withheld FEMA funds. Like the disaster. I live in the state of Maryland. So we got hit by a hurricane on the eastern shore. The eastern part of Maryland towards the beach is all Trump country. But because we have a black Democratic governor that he hates, he denied funding for them. So Western Maryland got hit, then that's all Trump country because that's on the border of West Virginia. They're suffering right now.
Todd, you don't see this arguing point by point and look at this, look at that. You don't need to do that. Amari's not stupid. He knows what it said. And all I'm going to say is, both Amari and Anthony, it is dangerous to begin to normalize and play with language.
And traffic is fucked up in Baltimore because we don't have the key bridge.
Okay. It is dangerous to play with the language and the rhetoric that is being used around the Trump administration, not just Trump himself, but the people around him and in his orbit, because it directly affects you. And I'm just telling you this as a brother. Look, I'll tell y'all that. Look, I'm halfway to Uncle Tom Coon, whatever you want to call it. I'm white adjacent. I'm Mexican adjacent. Y'all know what I'm saying.
You are not white adjacent. You want to be white adjacent. There's a difference.
But there are certain things that you have to be careful with playing with, and you're playing with fire by continuing to promote things that are detrimental to the country and to you. I'll land right there. You guys have a.
I'm Frank.
If you leave one more time, wait a minute, hold on.
Trent is gone already. He's
Oh,
gone.
that motherfucker. Oh,
Yeah, that's what he always does. He always he's the worst.
Banned.
I don't blame you for. He does it all the time.
Trent need a beating for that. Trent, if you listening to me on your burner, I'm gonna beat your butt. And not in a good way, thank you.
So in his defense, the man might have a job.
In his defense, he might have a job.
Oh,
Well, Trent, I'm gonna beat your butt. No, he is.
Fire the gun and run.
First of all,
Throw rocks and run.
Exactly. You know, they used to call that something when I was growing up. You know, when people would knock at your door and then run over.
Ring and run. Door dash, ring and run.
But in Trent's defense,
That ain't what we used to call it. But
in his defense, he's the only married, politically ambiguous man on this app. who is not on the app
Exactly,
24/7
Joey.
and complaining and probably spends the majority of his time with his wife. That's all I'm gonna say.
But I will say this is a beautiful
Somebody
picture
trying to
because I
find
didn't
how
even get
long
a
somebody
chance.
be on this app. This shit is really crazy, man.
Yes, I am. Yes,
I
I
didn't
am.
even get a chance to tell Trent, like, I like the, is this your new Halloween? Is this 2025 Halloween, thingy?
Lady, Trump is fake. Trump is, right now, he's trying to build up this new
I think that's
consensus.
his wife. That's a bull. Is
That's
that
what
your
I
wife?
said. Is it 2025?
No, that's not 25. That's 2022.
Oh, that's really pretty. That's a great costume.
That was nice.
I
Yeah,
appreciate
that's
it. I'll let her know that you liked it, and I appreciate that. And no,
She looks gorgeous in that. Are you you're the Grinch?
yeah, I'm the good one.
Oh, that's funny.
Why don't you have
That's funny.
Trent?
What's up, my nigga? What's up?
Nah, I'm joking with you. I said, why don't you have on a costume in that picture?
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. So, I mean, and look, Anthony, I love you. You can call me fake, but I actually, somebody said it. Like, my wife actually called. That's why I had to leave. But look, I use my real name. You know where I work. You know what I do. You look at my LinkedIn. So, no, I don't come in here and hide behind anonymous accounts and cuss people out because I don't think that moves the conversation along. When I first started interacting with Lisa and then First Lady and Patty, I liked the fact that they were trying to build on something and not just sit there and complain about everything. They were trying to build a consensus. So what I disagree is coming in here and yelling and bringing up, points to just help to stoke the fire, because we don't need that in the United States. You wouldn't do that face to face. You wouldn't do that in a boardroom when you're talking to other people. So I don't know why you think it's acceptable to come in here and do it.
Who would do this in a boardroom in general? What is going on here?
Y'all clearly y'all sit on boards. You think you know lay down in the boardroom.
This is not a boardroom conversation.
Come on, you realize Mickey's in this room, right? You realize Mickey calls everybody crackheads, right? She's purportedly a professional, right?
Why is my name always in your mouth? Like, so let me tell you something,
You're a black
Anthony.
woman.
The president of the president, can you shut your bitch ass up?
There it goes.
Exactly. You must not follow. Okay, bitch. The president of the United States, you must not follow him on Instagram. You must not follow him on True Social, because I do. He literally got everybody. He cusses during press releases. He cusses during conferences. He cussed during his damn campaign. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? So don't come bring your little bald head here and try to police me as a black woman when you up in Trump's ass, sucking his shit. You need to be like, yay, Mickey for president, because Donald Trump has said worse and fucking done worse. I'm in a clubhouse room with your bitch ass. Donald Trump is talking to Zelensky, sounding worse than me. So get the fuck out of here. Stop with your performative bullshit, Anthony. And I don't give a fuck about crack.
I'll see you in the room. It's all good. We'll meet up in the room.
Anthony, you had brought that up. I don't know what the fuck that means.
She don't have a green bean. I'm gonna see in the room when she doesn't have a green bean.
Give a shit in Clubhouse, you crackhead.
Listen. Yo, Mickey, how about we go one-on-one in a room? No green beans, you and me. How about we do that?
One second.
Y'all gonna stop yelling in my damn ear.
How about we do that?
Nigga, for what?
Another president that says fuck? Have we had another president that has said fuck
This breaks you.
over 4 times?
Feelings are real.
So I'm just talking.
But your existence already hurts hurts my feelings, Anthony. What more can you do?
Nikki, it's all good, man. Yo, Nikki, really, I will really talk about your.
Y'all want to hug each other?
Why are you putting that on me, First Lady?
Because I want y'all to be friends.
No, I don't know what I represent.
Why can't we be friends?
Alan, May I say something for 2 seconds? I am a chunky 51-year-old pseudo-retiree, single parent of an autistic child that, you know, taking screenshots. My birthday's in August. I'm a Leo. I don't know. Let me just say that. I don't know if it's the Creole. I don't know if it's the money talk, but you fetishize ass Negroes because I'm light skinned. I don't want to be in a room with you. Y'all niggas run my mouth to death. Fuck y'all. I don't
run my mouth to death.
Exactly. Don't even fucking say my name no more. Shit.
Say my name, say my name.
Asking.
You just scratched the surface. You just scratched the surface.
Anthony, have you heard any other president other than BT use the word fuck?
Yes.
Recorded live. Have you heard anybody else do that? He has no decorum. He does not care.
Sandra, I agree with you.
Prime Minister
I agree with you. What you said is true. Do you know how the Republicans feel about that? They could give a rat's fucking ass. It's not hurting him with his base. It doesn't hurt him. It doesn't hurt him. I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying what you're saying.
Hey, that music sounded kind of good. Who's playing the music?
Say my name, say my name.
Oh, Patty, what you listening to?
Ordinary, if Snoopy doesn't talk, Snoopy.
Patty, what you listening to? That sounded good. Hey. You at a party? Dang, Patty outside. All right. Have fun.
She outside.
I mean, that's some
I can feel it through the phone.
That's some nice music. Okay.
Say my name, say my name. All right, so I don't want y'all fighting. It's over. It's done. You guys love each other. Okay, let's keep it.
I don't love that crackhead. His mama don't love him either. That's why he hollering.
Oh, Lord. Why do you have to say anything?
You notice how she brings my mother into situations. Like I said, man, look, it's all good. She got it. But I'm going to see Mickey on one of these stages, and I'm going to let her have it. That's it. It's not no big deal. I'm not calling her out. I'm gonna talk about Mickey's real life. She just scratched the surface. She just scratched the surface.
I give you permission to go ahead and do it now. I'm talking about my real life.
Just take out the green bean. He's got the green bean. Just take out the green bean.
No, we're not having that kind of
What do you think I don't get it, Anthony. I don't understand you talking about my real life. What the fuck? We're talking about.
Why do you keep asking him? I said we're not having a conversation.
It's okay. You know what it is.
What are you talking about?
Oh, shit.
Well, no, First Lady, let me just say this. You weird Negroes can try to pull all the data, all the fucking documents that you want. Y'all have been doing this shit since fucking season 1 because you're weird. But meanwhile, while you are wasting your precious time, the little bit of time you have left on this fucking earth, right? Because I'm gonna call the ancestors on your ass because you're pissing me the fuck off. You spend you are a fucking father, nigga. You are a nigga. You are a dad. You are a landlord, right? You are a son. But you're gonna spend your time fucking doing research on me, nigga? I'm not your fucking problem. I don't know why you're so goddamn fascinated with me when there's 50 million motherfuckers on this stage and a million other motherfuckers on this app, but you can kiss and Watusi my black ass. You're not the first heifer to be fucking fascinated with me in my real life, and you're not gonna be the last nigga to be fucking fascinated with me in my real life. So you can research, nigga, you can Google, you can confirm, you can affirm, you can call. I don't give a fuck, because at the end of the day, you're still gonna be
a pussy ass, bitch ass nigga more fucking fascinated with me
That's too much.
than your own fucking life, bitch. That's why you so fucking fascinated with my shit.
Okay.
Cause your shit must be fucking trash. Don't fucking threaten me, bitch. I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
You know your fucking
Like
ass
somebody
off,
said,
bitch.
I'm a landlord, I'm a husband, I'm a
Nigga,
father.
I don't
Like
wanna
you
talk
said,
to you.
like you said,
God
all of
damn,
that.
Anthony.
All of that. I'm bulletproof to you. I am
Nigga,
bulletproof.
I don't give a fuck. I don't kill you. I don't give a fuck.
Go on. Alright? You can't see me.
I don't wanna fucking see you.
In no aspect of my life.
I don't give a fuck, Anthony. I just want you to care as much about your life as you apparently fucking care about mine. Hello?
No, don't
Put a one in the chat if this nigga is being too goddamn weird. I didn't even say shit to you. I don't give a fuck. Who wants to be something to you?
The ones that are adding up.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But we
It's okay for her to call me a
Thank you.
Out of respect for you, I'll ignore it here. That's no problem. That's cool. But all I'm saying is there's gonna be another room, and I'm gonna catch Mickey. That's all.
So it seems like a lot of y'all have an obsession with her for real. And it's talking about compromising with the economy. Like, and they want to attack her about it. Right. I got it. But you just let it go.
What song is that? What song is that?
I don't know. I like the beat.
I feel like that song,
Who's that?
Freddie.
I'm gonna have to Shazam that. Who's that, Patty? Oh shit, she probably
It sounds like the guy that got killed that had the really deep voice, Pop Smoke. Does that sound like Pop Smoke?
Oh no. Smoke a Papa? Smoke a Papa.
Smoke a Papa.
You gone, ain't?
Oh shit, I'm gonna get that.
That's Gunna?
Yeah, that was kind of
I don't know none of these
fire.
people.
So Ty, thank you for that. Ty, for the article, trying to get it back to where we were.
Amari, let me bring you what's up with what I think. This is what upsets me about Trump. Because he brought up a topic that I actually believe is worth some discussion the other day, last night, except he tweeted it from his toilet in all caps when he was on autism and breaking up the vaccine schedule. I actually think now listening to multiple doctors and people on the subject and talking to people now personally, that there is something to it. I don't think the president should be tweeting about it in all caps. I would like to have somebody, a neurologist, an epidemiologist, up and talking about it from the White House and telling why you may want to move the vaccine schedule down. Why you may not want to give the hepatitis B vaccine at birth and maybe wait till the kid is 12. Those are good subjects, but because the president is so crazy, as well as RFK Jr., nobody believes, right? People that need to hear and talk about the subject won't even listen to it because of that, and that's what's disappointing to me.
What is disappointing is that you always talking.
Who this?
So Ty's not here, but if you, just for the record, you can tell him he's correct on what he said about the Maryland funds being held. I got a chance while people were talking and looked it up. But what he left out, which was crucial, is that the Trump administration early on said they wanted to change the way FEMA functions. As well as I found a clip of Ron DeSantis where he talked about he is ready, quote, I am prepared for what the new FEMA rules are. And so he is prepared to be able to handle more at the state level some of these disasters. And I think that's why those funds were rejected, not because it was a black governor. And so I hope Ty was here, and maybe I'll get a chance to talk to him later when I see him again.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll stop through again before the night is over. The night is still young.
So can you explain why the ministry obligated some of those awards? Why they withdrew the dispersed funding and why they got over $410 million in funding that could be going towards the master project?
We can't hear you, Patty. The background is too loud. But I just want to call attention. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm gonna troll.
This is what I wanted to ask him real quick. I was asking him, can he explain as this explanation for that? But can he explain the obligated awards, the $410 million worth of funding that was taken out of project? Can you explain that? Because the way they dispersed funding, a lot of that funding was blocked. You know that, right? And they were moved to another account. You tracking this? And guess what? They still owe money. And I'm talking about the last meeting that I ever attended for the funding obligations was in September, and they owe money that was supposed to be already obligated. So what's going on?
I mean, that's a good question. I think you had a room about this, and I think you guys were talking about how the GAO, I think that's the agency, that they weren't holding funding, and I think this is funds that the Senate already appropriated, and I think legally can't. So I don't know why they did that. They probably used words. If I'm looking at Trump, they probably said it's because of DEI or some other bullshit that they use, but I don't agree with that. I think it's the Senate, what's her name? The lady he tried to fire at the feds. She was Senate approved. If the Senate and the House approve something, no one should touch it. I say that again for people who always just want to say I'm just a Trump lackey. No, I'm not. I don't know what Trent's talking about. I do disagree, and I just did. And so everybody heard me today on this 28th of October, or 27th of October, excuse me. I've been traveling. That
I've been drinking.
not yet, soon. But what I'll say is that that's wrong, Patty. They should have, I don't know where the funds are at as of today, but I need to look into it a little bit more.
I wish y'all would say the things that you disagree with as much power with the shit you agree. When y'all disagree with something, I disagree with that. It is what it is. When y'all agree with something, your whole chest.
That's not true. I have the same tone all the time. I don't. My tone doesn't change. And that might be other people, but I'm always the same. So maybe other people, JD, and maybe you lump us all the same.
Okay. Is there another space opening today? It's 7:24.
No, but I'm about to open some Make You Mad Forever.
No.
I'm sorry, First Lady.
Yeah, it's for.
Well, no, but I love to give my cash app. So this is Plan B. Anybody who knows Plan B. And speaking of my supportive people, his brother actually has special needs, and he helps to take care of his brother. So if you're in Plan B, take a look at my PTR. Yes, that does say $5,382 that I have cash apped just to Plan B, but I'm the broke bitch, right? I know Quinn is really stupid. Oh my God, I'm like, that is like a whole Chanel bag, but that's okay though. That's probably over 2 years, and the $261 is just what I've cashed out to them just
that money could have went to
this week. This month. Girl, I'm fine. But I will say, Anthony, this is why you mad, boo-boo. And you can stay mad. Oh, no, yeah, I am. No, I'm not triggered. Well, if you want to call it triggered, that's fine. I just wanted to actually give you a reason to hate on me. And by the way, this is not my total cash app By the way, that's just in that room. I could also send you the $2,000 or $3,000 that I've sent in rocket chats just in the last 3 months. I could also send you the $10 cash apps that I send. Let's see, I sent $100 to somebody in this room yesterday. Oh, Lou had the Black Panther on. I sent $100 to them. Let's see, that's not even my personal giving, Anthony. Yeah, so I also.
And the man that was in here.
Right. So you know what I'm saying, boo? Like what you want to do? This is you know what I'm saying. What you want to do, Anthony? Because
Wait,
what
I
do you
don't know that
give?
he was talking. Was he talking about your?
Bro, he was talking about me. I'm broke, according to Anthony. So what do you get, big baller? Let's see. You cash out $1,000.
Well, do you know that some people
Well,
just
no,
say
but
certain things?
Anthony, you know, Anthony, I'm just saying. I want to give
Just
him a
like you
reason.
call him a crackhead. I don't believe that he's a crackhead.
Yeah.
So
No,
he's saying that you're broke just like you call him a crackhead.
No, it's cool.
It's
cool,
wonderful.
First Lady. We can move on, but I just wanted to really give him a reason to hate. See, he hating for free now. He's hating uninformed. So go ahead and hate informed, Anthony. Like I said, baby, that's just Plan B, boo boo. That's just Plan B. And it's Pop the Op, by the way. And I would gladly give Patty $500 to boot your ass from this room.
Oh my word!
Just FYI. Okay, now you got a reason to hate. Now you got a reason to hate. We can move on. Yeah, put your cash out in the chat, boo. Okay, now don't tell Black Think Tank. My birthday. Now you got a reason to be mad, Anthony. Now you got a reason to hate. Okay? Okay?
No hating. Okay.
First Lady, I just want you to know one thing I would say.
I'll add $100.
So First Lady, the one thing I would say is that, you know, the only thing that, if we don't bring out, like, spouses, like, you know, I can see how, like, we don't spend time with our spouses and stuff like that. I think that's kind of low. I mean, I get it. I don't say anything. You know, me and Mickey have went back and forth a million times. I'm trying to be reformed just like she is. You know, I'm praying on it. But, you know, that does. I hear
in the bank.
like I hear that, and I just think like, man, like I mean, people don't really know how much time we spend with our loved ones. You know what I'm saying? We don't know.
Shorty, but you trying.
And y'all talk about acting as if, and first of all, I'm in Lisa's chat. The crazy stuff that y'all say to women, the crazy stuff that y'all have said. Omari, you literally came in IGB saying all kind of crazy stuff. Like, please stop. Y'all are so performative in here because Patty, First Lady, and Lisa are beautiful. Y'all be talking mad shit in other spaces. So
no, because you said, when you said
y'all
Omari,
can
why
kiss
you
my whole black ass. JD, right?
Me and
Wait, you call me ugly?
No, lady. That is. No. What I said is, baby,
I'm about to
put a one on there.
Again, I'm fucking down to you.
That is not what I said.
Oh, okay.
That is not what I said. Trent Omari definitely does disrespect women. Put a one in the chat if y'all know what I'm talking about. In any other room, they act respectable in here because I said y'all are beautiful. In any other space.
Mickey, are you really gonna do that, Mickey?
Yes, the fuck I am.
We are going down on Omari. We will kick him out for $1.75.
Mickey,
Dallas standing.
so Mickey, we could talk. So Mickey, when we went in that room, you know, you kind of said, "Boy, when you started hanging around black people again, you like to pick on me." And so sometimes but like now I'm good with, like, it's not because I'm in this room. It's just because I realize
Quinn said she's kind of telling the truth. All I'm saying is that
No, he's not.
I'm the most consistent.
You and I have gotten into it.
This shit is fucking crazy. This shit is fucking crazy. In Lisa's chat, she literally said in Lisa's chat that Omari and I have said disparaging things about women. That's what Mickey said. Mickey is full of shit.
But Anthony, honestly, the whole thing said that about you.
No, but this is different. They always say that.
She said that I made disparaging comments in Lisa's chat. This is very verifiable, JD.
Yeah, you can go to Lisa's chat. I don't talk about women in Lisa's chat. I don't do that. So
You're in Lisa's chat, JD. JD, you're in there.
But
yo, JD, I don't care whether you were down it or not. You're in there. So this is not conjecture.
I'm not looking
This is not for conjecture. It's a lie.
So what about the other spaces? Am I lying about that?
50 cents.
Am I lying about that? Exactly. Am I lying about?
Hey, listen, man. It's all good, man. JD, I know you think it's cute. I know you think it's funny. I know you know. It's all good.
Come find me in another room.
It's all good.
Come find me.
JD, you're the least of the least. All right, you're not even. I wouldn't even get fired up about you, JD. JD, I wouldn't even get
You already know,
up
bro.
about
If
you.
we take this to another room, you finna get it.
Yeah. I wouldn't get you fired up, JD. You're the least of the least.
No. Okay. All right. Enough of this.
You wouldn't even break a sweat with you, JD.
Am I on mute?
First lady, can we at least agree not to talk about family?
Let me say this. The more we talk about this, the more we just go and okay, listen. This is what's happening. People are teeter-tottering on joking and seriousness. But for the sake of community, right? Because I like y'all all. I really do. I don't want y'all to be arguing. So can we just move along? Because then it's going to keep on building up, and then we're going to just keep on disliking each other, and it's just going to get nastier and nastier and nastier. So today is Monday, okay? And it's October 27th, 2025. Can you believe we literally only have 2 more months in 2025? Come on, guys. There's a lot going on right now. We don't need to be fighting like this. It's not that serious. We talking about an audio app, okay? Let's keep it moving. Is there anything else going on in the news?
I agree.
I'm so grateful.
No, this is old First Lady. This is from Black.
I know, but I don't want y'all to,
Well,
and that's fine.
you're just this is old. This is I don't have receipts because I don't take screenshots of shit or look at it.
No, but it's okay. The devil is in the details. The devil's in the details. I'm just saying. Today is a new day. Guess what? God granted you all grace. He granted me grace. He granted us mercy.
Amen.
So because he granted us grace and mercy, we gotta also understand that we gotta give grace and mercy. I'm not telling you to be holy and sanctified and filled with the Holy Spirit. No, I'm not telling you all that. But I'm just saying, because we're in community together, right? For the sake of conversation, if we could just be respectful to one another. Sometimes I know we get out of pocket. I get out of pocket. I call y'all motherfuckers anyway. Because I was about to fight y'all for real. I was getting ready to come through the phone and smack every last one of y'all hoes that say that I was ugly or my sisters was ugly. But that was something that I misunderstood, okay? So we can just keep it moving. Is there anything else going on in the news?
Yeah, man. Y'all gotta look at the 210 today. There was a motorcycle. A guy shot a cop in California, in Rancho Cucamonga, and then he got on the motorcycle, and then he crashed. The shit was crazy. That was a crazy video, so that's something y'all can look at. I posted in the Lisa chat too. So.
The guy shot the officer on the motorcycle, or he got away on the motorcycle?
No, he shot the officer, and they were looking for him, and then he came out, and that's when he took off and then got on the freeway.
The police did this?
I don't know.
Who did this? Women said it.
So yeah, I was traveling, and then so my wife said, "Yo, a cop got shot," and then the guy got on the motorcycle, took off, got on the 210, and then ran into a car. I don't know if he survived, but he hit a car going like about 100 miles an hour.
Oh my God.
So yeah, it was crazy. The video's in the 420 chat. It's a wild ass video. So that happened in California today. So anybody who
San Bernardino County Sheriff's deputy was shot in Rancho Cucamonga. Yeah, however you pronounce that. I see. I don't blame you. Now the autism page is coming up over here with Tylenol on my search.
Look. I mean, Dr. Christina Park, she's a black woman. And I would encourage you guys to look at it. I'm not trying to tell you that it's absolutely true. I've watched the movie Vax. I actually watched Vax and Vax 2. I just don't believe that all these people, now people that I know personally, could be telling a lot. It's just too many people stating the same type of stories.
Stating what? Like, what's too many people?
CEO, you don't know how to leave and come back.
Trent has an agenda tonight. He wants to talk about, vaccinations and whatever else. This is where he keeps on steering the conversation to. I don't know why. God bless him. Good luck.
The president tweeted it the other day, and there's more getting ready to come out on it. You're going to hear more about it very soon. They've restarted the lawsuit for against Tylenol. That is now active. Um, but there's a movie called Vaxxed. It's on YouTube. You can see it on
Holy
YouTube.
cow. I know I've heard you say this before.
Yeah, I have. And in movie band, just so you know. And now, like, there's two movies, and you see children that are normal, and then they get the vaccine and they're different. And the other day, there's a call in the morning. I'm only here because it's an automotive call usually, but there's a call in the morning, and I don't know how we got on the story, but one of the major dealers in Texas, he's a very prominent dealer, and he was talking about his child. He said his child was normal, I think about 15 or 18 months, I don't remember when they got the vaccine, and his wife is adamant that it was the vaccine that caused their child to be autistic. And I've now heard
It was adamant, but is there any medical evidence to substantiate these allegations, or is it just his wife's feelings?
Well, that's a great, Moose, that's a great point. In the documentary Vax, there's actually a neurologist whose daughter got a vaccine and then began to show have some problems, had a reaction, and then wasn't the same. And he documented this throughout. I can't remember if he was with GlaxoSmithKline. He was with a major company, and he was part of the. He ended up getting a settlement because he documented, because he knew what he was doing. What happened with his daughter. And there are a lot of people. There are also, like, the Gardasil vaccine, which is the HPV vaccine. These are grown, so these kids are grown-ass kids, right? And so there are a lot of doctors who are not giving it to boys either. You'll see. You don't think this is if you don't think this is a good topic, first, like, I understand. I mean, I'm sure it doesn't affect you. It affects some people.
No, so, I have a child that is the age of 15. And I won't reveal my other child's age. But nonetheless, you said this about 45 minutes ago. And then we got onto another conversation. And I said, is there any other news out there? And you brought me back to this. So I'm just trying to figure out what is the urgency. Why are you falling apart?
Because the president of the United States, in all caps, tweeted it yesterday. And
he tweeted what? What did he tweet?
Absolutely, like an adolescent on the regular.
Exactly.
There's no urgency, but it's all caps messages.
What did he tweeted that he tweeted that for pregnant women not to take Tylenol, not to give it to kids, but then he went further and said not to give kids the hepatitis vaccine, which is given at birth. And he says wait till 12. And then he says, and also the MMR vaccine, which is the measles vaccine, to wait and do it later. But
and then when he told everyone to take bleach and disinfect it, like
I know you guys think it's funny, but
no, nobody is saying it's funny. I'm just saying he said that during when he did his little hang up with RFK when he had the meeting earlier this month. So it's nothing new. He's just doubling down on what he said. But people are going to still continue to make their choices according to what they feel is best. Because right now, as we know, the people who actually work with the CDC did not want to go along with this, and people have lost their jobs and have walked out because they don't support this. So you think that I'm going to take information from someone who is not a scientist? Is somebody sucking through a straw? I mean, are they sucking their balls through a straw? What's going on?
So this is why
I'm not saying something over there? What's going on? All right, so the CDC people have gotten fired or have left their positions, and they have worked here for years. They put in lots of work because they could not bring their morals and ethics to go along with the shenanigans. So now you want me to believe what this current administration is trying to force. Now I'm not saying that others can't believe it, but I'm not going to support the continuation. I'm not sure. Okay. Are you okay? How are you? Okay. Oh, let me show you how good I am. Yeah. You see how that go? So that's all I'm saying, Trent, and I'm just trying to figure out where we're going with this. Like, you keep saying that this is important because he's saying it. I don't understand. I don't get it because a lot of people haven't bought into it. Because the last time we had this conversation, I told you, I said, I hear you and I understand you. You watch this, you have bought into it. But not everybody is there. But you can't force people to get to where you are.
I understand. Yeah, yes, ma'am. I understand. So, listen, I was very much on the other side that this wasn't possible. Of course, it's not vaccines. Of course, it's not Tylenol. And then I started actually talking to some people who have children that are autistic. And just basically like kind of like we research like if a car had a problem, you go out and you just start talking to people and you get into the Facebook groups and you see what everybody is saying. And the commonality, right? The pattern recognition, the commonality leads me to believe that it's just not possible to me after watching this that this isn't true. Somewhat. I don't know about completely, but somewhat. And the reason why I would encourage you, First Lady, to just open your mind up a bit and watch the Vax movie is because it's not an anti-vaccine movie, but it talks about the changes that people in the CDC made to the actual data. And there was an actual whistleblower within the CDC, and this is documented in congressional record. We just weren't paying attention. There was a whistleblower within the CDC who came forward and showed somebody where this information was, and then it was denied from essentially public access. And so I know that sounds crazy. I just, some of you who do have children, like I don't have any biological children, but I do know some of my friends who have autistic kids, and the prevalence of it, it's hard to figure it out. And in researching this information, I think the American public should listen to the president and others on this now, at least understand what is happening.
Okay, and that's what you believe, and that's all fine and dandy. But I also believe that all y'all motherfuckers in here should cash at me $1,000. So now that because I believe that, I want y'all to do it right now. Everybody on this right now in this space, get your cash applications in your hand and cash at me $1,000. That's it. Waste 1,000. I need it because you believe it, Trent. I'm gonna believe it too. Now, where's my 1,000? Let's go.
Is this the same movie trend that came out in 2016, Vax?
Yeah, the one that
Andrew Redfield.
Where's my cash app? I believe y'all will cash at me. What's going on?
You don't have your cash app in your bike.
That's true.
That is a fact. I didn't need you to pull that out, man. God darn you! You don't know how to stay on this stage either.
No, I got off.
I'm gonna do it. That's fine. I'm gonna do a.
I got off and I came back like 4 hours later. I'm still in the room.
No, First Lady told me to leave quietly, but my child, came in here talking about, Mama, you want an Apple Watch? The man said I could have 2 free. So I was like, go bring me that T-Mobile contract so I can take a look at it. I'm not gonna give you 2 Apple Watches free. Sorry. So.
T-Mobile? What's wrong with y'all?
By the way, for Tylenol, Platin, the maker of Tylenol, Their epidemiologist, and Miki, you need to look at it if you haven't seen it. Their epidemiologist does say that she says in an email, she says that the weight of the evidence is heavy. That's what her email says. And so that's the basis, it's part of the basis. There are other emails. But that's the basis.
Really, Trent, one person's opinion now goes against every medical professional, every research scientist, and you go to that one person.
No,
okay,
this
shit is approved by committee.
Capital letters.
So ML, this is Rachel Weinstein, who is the
Where's Anthony? Anthony should be coming off mic here as a medical professional, but he's not saying shit.
So
I see you, Anthony.
Please leave Anthony alone. He is still, you know.
So ML, it's Rachel. Her name is Rachel Weinstein, and she's the lead epidemiologist for cancer.
Is she related to Harry Weinstein?
No, and she's talking to another person inside, and so inside the email they're talking about the weight of the evidence of Tylenol causing autism is substantial, and then they say that they need to take it off. They need to get off email. And that's what we do when you know that there's a problem. But there's other emails. There's other.
Okay, which email? So hold on, Trent.
Yeah.
Trent, hold on.
What year was it?
2018.
Yeah. Okay. Now, is she still sticking to that story?
Sticking to that story? What do you mean?
Dude, she's a PhD. She's not even a medical doctor. What are you talking about here?
Let me ask Trump this. Hey,
What are you talking about? She's a PhD. She's the lead epidemiologist for Janssen. She's the one who studies their data. Janssen, the maker of Tylenol under.
She is not. Got it. Trent. I'm looking at the woman's bio here. She is not a doctor in the sense of medical. She's a PhD. She does have a PhD, and she was the senior director of the epidemiology at Johnson & Johnson. That is true.
Yes.
But yes, and she did say it does have neurodevelopmental risk.
Right.
But let me see.
Yeah, that's a big statement for the lead epidemiologist. When they said that there was no evidence, the lead epidemiologist, like you just said, of Johnson & Johnson, saying that the weight of the evidence is heavy, is something that other people should possibly know.
Okay, she didn't say, okay, you gotta quote her correctly. She said, the evidence is starting to feel heavy to me.
Yeah, that's
all she said. Yes, but you said the weight of the evidence. You added shit to it.
No. Okay, you say what you said and say what I said. How's it different?
No, but that's the quote. I'm reading the quote. She said.
Read the email.
She quoted.
Trent, let me.
The weight of the evidence is starting to feel heavy to me. After reviewing studies on prenatal acetaminophen exposure, remember Trump can't say that word, so remember that. Exposure and neurodevelopmental outcomes. She referenced adding those studies to internal discussions.
So this acetaminophen that they're blaming it on.
Trent, I took Tylenol with each of my children. My oldest is autistic. I hear an echo. Does anybody else hear the echo?
Yeah, I hear it.
It's Trent's phone.
Oh. So,
Trent, he got his burner in here.
Clearly. No, but trust me, I used every single resource. My son was diagnosed at 1 year, 8 months, which is absolutely extremely early. Most children who have autism are not diagnosed until they go to school. But shout out to my, I was running after the mailman, y'all, because I didn't catch him on his damn round. Didn't they deliver the mail like at 8 o'clock at night here? The fuck? Sorry. So we exhausted every single resource. First of all, it's not inflammation in the brain. Autism is categorized as a mental consideration. It's not physical. So typically some children with autism have other illnesses, like you can have autism and Down syndrome, autism and cerebral palsy. There's an autism spectrum, and every 10 or 15 years they rename the spectrum, or they don't call it the spectrum anymore. Like my son was diagnosed as PDD-NOS, which is pervasive disability disorder not otherwise specified. They don't use that term anymore. So the other day somebody told me, oh, well, you know, they don't use the spectrum anymore. And I'm like, well, damn, they don't use Asperger's anymore. I'm like, every time there's an update, every 10 or 15 years, it's become exceedingly politically correct, which is kind of annoying to the autism community, which is why a lot of adults will say, don't tell me, you know, they'll say, I am autistic. I don't have autism, I am autistic, right? So these things that you're saying, trust me, when I found out that my son was diagnosed, I did all of the things. He did therapy, I paid out of pocket, we did blah, blah, blah. You tell me whatever it was, we tried it, right? He's had MRIs, he's had, you know, pretty much every damn thing that you could think about. He's had a neurologist, he's had a psychologist, because those are the ones that do the speech therapy. Like, trust me, Trent, it was not acetaminophen, it was not Tylenol, it was none of those things, right? Like, literally. So it's kind of, the autism community is kind of pissed off about this, because trust me, the research has been done. Like, one of the stories that we read about, there's a group called Autism Speaks. One of the founders was literally an executive that was, I can't remember, she was with NBC or CBS. I met her before, and she put, she's actually credited with being one of the individuals with throwing a lot of money behind autism, and like, you know, the little, the rainbow ribbon and everything, because she brought a ton of attention to it, because I believe it was like her grandchild that was diagnosed. And I used to do a lot of volunteer work with Autism Speaks when I was a stay-at-home mom, you know, raising funds and just awareness, and, you know, just networking and being with other parents of autism, so forth and so on. What I'm trying to tell you, Trent, and listen carefully to me, carefully, autism has been around for a long time. If it was acetaminophen, that does not explain the prevalence of why autism is 99 times out of 100. The diagnosis is in boys. It is extremely rare to find a young girl or a woman who is on the spectrum, right? It's extremely rare.
I mean, look at my situation. Twins, boy and girl. Son doesn't have it. Girl does.
Exactly. So I'm like, it's not, that's what I'm trying to tell you, Trent. It's kind of painful to individuals with autism or to parents of children with autism for you to make light of this, because trust me, if there was a resource, if there was, we've done all that. No, Trent, I'm sorry, just 2 seconds. Well, not 2 seconds exactly. Trust me, I tried. I was never one of those parents in denial, but I took the same fervor that I do with pretty much everything else. I wanted to learn everything that I could. The only thing I knew about autism was Rain Man. I come from a traditional conservative black family. What do they always say, y'all? If this was my oldest, my first, boys always speak later than girls. You just need to get that boy out of here and talk to him more. You need to get around some kids. You know what older black folks say? Boys develop later, which they do. But I heard every excuse from the fucking book. Like Trent, it is not the damn acetaminophen. There are millions of children born every year. I have met parents with children who have autism who were adults in their 60s and 70s, and you know what they tell me? They literally used to think that it was caused by children watching too much television. So please stop. It is, RFK doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. There have been so many case studies. Hell, I even joined one when my son was 4 or 5 years old, because I was like, what the fuck? It never panned out. There are hundreds of thousands of people with autism who are quite proud of their diagnoses, right? Because of how, like, my son has a photographic memory, Haitian, like literally, my son has a photographic memory. We realized that he could read before he was, he taught himself to read when he was 2, and he wouldn't even speak until he was 7. You wouldn't even know that he has autism, that he's on the spectrum. So I'm just asking you this, Trick, because I don't want to yell anymore. For the love of God, please let it go. Let it go.
Trent, hold up. Trent, hold up.
Your side
cognitive issues, nothing on the spectrum. My second son was born with a form of autism, and they consider it Asperger's. He's a genius. He would not speak until he was like 4.5 years old. I started him in speech therapy when he was 2.5. I did everything for this boy. And he is a genius. He's super smart. He has his own business. He works every day at a regular job. He has his own business. He has his own home. And I was so scared because I didn't think that he would ever accomplish anything. And you know what they told me why he was autistic? Because his father smoked so much fucking marijuana that the weed retarded the sperm. Now, I don't go around banging no drugs. I'm just saying that's what they told me. The studies that we went through, all that stuff. Cause I had 3 miscarriages before I had him.
That was what year, Miss Sandra? Because they've changed.
Mason was born in 90. His brother Matt was born in 88.
Yeah, they were the end.
And they showed me all this information. I did the studies. I let them test me. I let them test him. I did everything. And they said because his dad was a fucking pothead and could not, I mean, he smoked like an ounce every 3 days. Yeah, he was a pothead. And I don't smoke weed. So yeah, I blamed him. But now I know they don't know the reason.
That part.
And I divorced that motherfucker because I thought he was a pothead and gave my son something that he shouldn't have had. So here we are.
So Trent, they've said their medical groups and researchers have looked at the information and they've determined that the evidence does not support or establish a causal link between prenatal acetaminophen and autism. There you have it.
And I think Tara want to jump in.
Yeah, Tara said yeah. Tara, it's all yours.
Yeah, so
You go after.
I took too much time, but I know a lot of people like to put that either my English is not good enough or that because I'm autistic, they don't understand what I'm saying. But I'm going to be trying to have a conversation with you in good faith in this moment, Trent. And this is the only time I will offer this good faith. And then after that, I'm going to block you and I'm going to let it be. But here's the thing, guy, you don't know how harmful the things that you are saying are. And this is the problem with generally people that do what you do in these spaces over and over and over and over again, is that if it's not the autistic kids to point at, it's the transgender kids to point at. And it's always going to be some reason to continuously keep piling onto people for the actual issues that are happening in society and never the system and never the actual issues that are happening within the system. But that is not worth me to try and explain to you. I know that there are multiple people in the room that can try and explain that to you, but you have been peddling this story no matter how many times this has been debunked for you already. And that is so offensive that you ask for people to put that kind of labor into explaining something to you over and over and over again just to not listen to them. It's really offensive, in my opinion, but that's just my opinion.
Listen, I know it's a sensitive subject, and Tara, the best to you and anybody that has an autistic child. There are the lady in Autism Speaks, by the way, Miki, is in the Second Backs documentary. She has
I don't know if she's changed, but she actually.
No, but Trent, what are you saying, Trent? She just pushed back on you. I just pushed back on you. Mickey just pushed back on you. Sandra just pushed back on you. But I was still trying to see where you
Well,
go.
why do I never get included in the conversation? I was the first person to push back, and I did it.
Yes, you did, First Lady. It was just a yes, Mike, yes.
Yeah, I recognize that, and we have autism in our family, and I was very much just like you all in believing that this was all genetic and it wasn't possible that it could be vaccines or Tylenol. I believe it's a combination of the two. What Dr. Christina
So
Paul.
how do you believe that? What evidence do you have? What causal link do you have to say that the evidence supports? How? You just believe in it because you believe in it? I'm confused.
No, I don't just believe it because I just believe in it.
You read an email, a snippet of a quote which you misquoted, and every other medical professional who does this for a living has said no, they do not see the link.
Okay,
but you do.
Okay, ML, the Keller Postman lawsuit is not just one email. It's multiple emails going back to 2008. Okay? That just hang on, because you don't.
Now, from the same doctor or multiple people?
They are from Johnson and other.
Hold on. So do you know medical research? No, I just want clarification from you, but I'm just asking if you know that in medical research that doctors do for scenarios out there, and those are theories, and then they research it and they find out if the evidence supports. They go through the stages. So emails, I wouldn't take emails as it's not it is not like a peer-reviewed finding that is stamped by the Journal of Medicine, by the American Pediatric, blah blah blah. Yes, we certify that research, we peer-review the research, and the evidence does support a causal link between that. That's not that. It's an email. So during research and development, they send email out. Oh, we have a theory. We have a couple of cases, and we're going to go and do some further research to see if there's actually a causal link or not. Do you know that's how it works? So you kind of use that email as a definite final statement on the fact that there's a causal link between acetaminophen and autism. Do you know that? I'm just asking you.
I don't even know what you're saying anymore.
Okay, the email in itself does not constitute a finding.
Yeah, there are multiple emails. There are multiple emails going back to 2008.
From the same person?
No, from the same company. They're not all from the same person. From the same company. There were multiple emails.
Yes, Trent. But Trent, does Johnson Johnson make acetaminophen?
Yes. Well, they did.
Okay. So, okay, hold on. So, as companies in America, you've heard this say, it's like, say, if you a dead brain person says, hey, I think my kid got autism because they took prenatal acetaminophen, and hence the reason why they have autism. Because there's no other autistic person in my family. So they said that. So they kind of call it and they research it. It's the company's responsibility now. Hold on. No, because you were talking for a while, which I find to be so fucking puzzling. That when you already laid out your case, now we get to debunk you in real time.
I haven't laid out anything without you interrupting.
Well, hold on. So I'm asking you, do you believe those things?
What?
Do you believe that people report different circumstances that happen to them, and somehow because enough people report it, that means you think there's a causal link without actually doing the research and making sure that it is?
I don't know. I don't even know what you're saying anymore. I really don't. I'm trying to be with you.
It might be a good time to move the mic around then. I know I said Dr. Mitch could go and others are waiting, but ML, after you're done, I was just...
There's no point to this. If you were interested in getting information about autism, Temple Grandin, if anyone has ever heard of her, she is a professor in autism. I have not had the opportunity to hear her speak, but I actually give her books to individuals if someone is diagnosed within your family. She explains like the autism brain because it's basically classified as a social disorder. So if any a fun short story, when my son was first diagnosed when he was 2, we were hubby and I were in the were in the room with the speech therapist, and they were trying to break it down to me, and they'd done all their testing, and it was it reads like Gabriel is such a sweet little boy, but da 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 da, and then it gets into all the medical jargon, and they go, well, it is a ma'am, it is a social disorder, and I was like, what does that mean? I don't understand. Because the first thing a parent asks is something physically ill, is it something physical with my child? And it was like, no, my son is literally the picture of health, right? Like he's never been hospitalized, right? Like, but that can be different. But the autism does not cause a physical impairment. So somebody put in the chat earlier that it causes brain issues. There is nothing physically wrong. Autistic individuals tend to think differently, and Temple Grandin is excellent for that because it helped my family understand. Like some adults or children may be like, this is a dog, so a corgi and like a pit bull can't be the same, because if you say that this is a dog, then they think very. Some of them can think very literally and visually, right? So we had to understand that. So I'm just recommending that. It's definitely helped some family members. I gave it to all of my family members to understand my son. But the therapist at the time said, well, ma'am, it's a social disorder. And I was like, I don't understand. Can you explain? And they said, well, he may not pick up on a social cue. He may prefer to be by himself. And I started laughing. And I said, oh, well, I hate to be around people. He'll be fine. And everybody in the room laughed. And they were like, no, ma'am, not quite like that. So I was like, well, shit, then I got autism too, right? It's in the family. And they were like, no. That's not what we mean. But that's literally how they explained it to me. And my oldest is 25 years old. It has not changed. Because as an autism parent, you learn to be an advocate for your child. You learn to be an advocate for your family. So when people talk about IDEA, which was the special education, and when you talk about IEPs, and when you talk about ARDS and all of these other things. Somebody on the app was trying to make fun of me one day saying, oh, Miki stimming. It was actually Curtis from the dark side. And I called him a bitch for even trying to say that. Number one, a lot of people stem, and there's like I can never pronounce it, but there's all sorts of things. There's like the jargon. So Trent, sweetie, people read about things that you don't experience. And just like if someone comes in here and tries to tell you about a car, and I'm not trying to convince you, because it's not going to piss me off actually, like make a donation to an autism organization. A lot of special needs parents, right? We know that the special needs the part of the education department has pretty much just been decimated. How about if you really wanted to help the autism cause? Your research with ChatGPT is great. Instead of reading those emails, I challenge you and Monica, right? Since you're pulling up this data, that's wonderful. Why don't you find an autistic family? You can probably go to your local elementary school, right? They'll probably have you do a background check because it's a kid. You can offer to assist, or special education parents, teachers do not tend to get the bonuses that other teachers do. Why? Because their students don't attend to the same metrics. For example, in Harris County HISD, teachers got bonuses depending on how well their students did on standardized tests. Well, special education students, right, you often administer the test verbally, or a lot of them are not able to take the test. So special education teachers, I love them to death, right? I love them so much. Even if they were MAGA, I still love them because I know the dedication that they must have to children. Right? So why don't you go find either one of those teachers or one of those families and knock yourself out, okay? All right. My last.
I have the reason I just changed my PTR. I actually do work with kids that are autistic, and I supported them more than over a year. That's one of
You sell cars to them? Frank, you sell cars to them?
Please stop it.
So
you sell cars?
No one take a
to the one in the chat if you want to take a field trip. Can we get a one in the chat if you want to take a field trip?
Where are we going, First Lady? Are we going to SeaWorld?
Can we please stop this?
No.
I'll tell y'all once I get a bunch of ones, I'll tell y'all where we're going. Go ahead. Can we please stop that?
I just want to finish
And,
my statement.
Trent, the law firm that you referred to, Keller Kitchener, you know what Pleasant, right?
Civil litigation.
Class action lawsuit.
Lawsuit.
They were part of the 3M lawsuit with the military, like this.
Correct. Yes. Yeah. They're very good.
So just because they took the case, they'll take any fucking case.
No. They're a very respected firm. No, hold on. Keller President is a very respected firm. But here, not to go on that.
And they want to take frivolous lawsuits? Saying that?
So, Dr. Roberta Ness, she's the former dean of public health for the University of Texas, Mickey. She is the one who was the expert witness to say that there was a causal link for Tylenol. That's
okay, but it's not. All right, Trent, fine. Exactly. Going on our field trip. Trent, let me, oh, Jesus. My son has specialists to this day, a gazillion, trillion, million of them. He goes to a day hab with other autistic individuals. His doctor only deals with autistic individuals. He has a psychologist. He has a neurologist. And guess what, Trent? I'm actually now you're going to piss me off. I'm actually in fucking Houston. I'm actually in fucking Houston. I pay out of pocket for the best fucking care that my son can get, right? There's even Brookwood, which is a place that was designed for special needs adults by a wealthy fucking family. Guess who else has the best of the fucking best of the fucking best of the fucking best? It's Brookwood. What the fuck you were saying, nobody gives a shit until one of these rich motherfuckers that literally pays out of pocket, because I've worked with them in the past, they tell me the same shit they do for their kid. I don't want to fucking hear it. Because if it's not a billionaire that I know that literally set up a whole fucking organization to take care of, you can get a scholarship to this organization. Their day have program is $4,000 a month, Haitian. That's how good and fucking expensive they are. To stay there, it is like $120,000 a year until they tell me with their staff that's literally the best in the world that there is something different. Trent, respectfully, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
We're done.
Damn. Why are you so fucking hard-headed?
The people want a field trip. I'm trying to get them to field trip. All right, y'all go ahead. I'm gonna take a field trip. Go ahead.
Make this a learning type thing, right? So every once in a while you watch your 10 o'clock news and you hear somebody got fucked up and you're feeling bad, right? There's always two sides of the story. This nigga literally for like the last half hour, people have asked this motherfucker to stop saying this shit, and he continues to go. So these are the motherfuckers you see in the news and you feel sorry for, that you shouldn't. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
I just want to say what Mickey said about SPED teachers. Unless you have had a child with a learning disability, with autism, any of the other things that cause children to have problems learning, you don't know how hard these people work, and you don't know what the loss of these people means, what the loss of idea means, what the loss of professionals available to public school children means and is going to mean for this country. My youngest had severe speech delay, which presents quite like autism. They're on the spectrum. And if it had not been for his teachers, his SPED teachers, all through school, he wouldn't be where he is today. He wouldn't have the language that he had. He's very philosophical. His vocabulary is excellent. He's a wonderful young man. But without that support, I would not have been able to do that for him myself. He needed speech therapists. He needed specialized attention. I would not have been able to afford that. Who as a regular person could afford this kind of therapy for their child, or these teachers for their child? It's not funny. It's not for people who are not educated in the area of treating these children and helping them become the best version they can possibly be of themselves. Just hush. Hushing it's okay to hush.
I jump in there because I work in the schools. Right? We have a number of autistic young men and women. I'm in high school, and so I don't know where Trent's getting this from. Um, there's a huge study in Japan and Sweden, I believe, where they tested siblings among over 250,000 children. You can put it in Graph. You can put it in. You can put it in Gemini. You can put it in any one of the ones of these search engines that you want to. And I think you're confusing association with causation. Yeah, a mother might have taken Tylenol while pregnant, but that does not mean that it caused autism. So you wanna, I don't know, you wanna believe what you wanna believe, but just do a little bit more research. And Miki hit it spot on. Some of my smartest students who score the highest are the students with autism. Great at math, great vocabulary. I have one, he plays coy. I first met him, I thought he couldn't talk. I caught him in the lunchroom playing cards with his friends, and he's MF for this and da da da. I'm like, oh, so you do speak? And he chuckled, right? And so he just had to get used to me, right? You have to give him a moment, right? It's a social. If I don't like you, I'm not gonna talk to you. I'm gonna give you a thumbs up and a thumbs down So it's different, you know. It's a spectrum, right? And you know what the word spectrum means, right? So you have some students they would tell you they're autistic, and you would not even know. And then there's some where they explain to you like, okay, let me see the IEP, let me read it. Oh, okay. So, you know, I'm not going against what you said, but I do think you do need to inform yourself a little bit more, especially when someone who has autistic children is trying to explain to you how this really works.
Am I, I'm gonna go on mute. No, I'm gonna go.
No, April. You see we put in the chat, right? This is coming from somebody who comes on the app almost every other day, already fucked up over some Jack Daniels or Johnny Walker.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put Brookwood in the chat. If anybody, they actually teach other individuals because Jeremy said he would like to learn. So this was, so shout out to wealthy people with time and effort. This individual actually studied residential facilities across the globe. So it is actually like, oh my God, y'all, I would literally give up. First lady, I would give up 5-star restaurants if my chuchubi could actually be a resident of this place, right? Like it is just like the creme de la creme de la creme. You can actually purchase homes, and I love this model. So it's like over 100 acres. You can actually purchase homes that are on the campus. So there's actually like they created a little sub community, and you can actually, let's just say that you have a special needs child that can stay on the dorms, and then you can actually purchase a home, right? Kind of like a retirement community, and so that you can actually see your child, but your adult child is autonomous and lives within the norm. So it's just like a perfect segue. I mean, Trent, I get it. Sometimes, like we Google things and we want to talk about it, which is why I love being in this room, because there are so many people that know more things than I do. And sometimes, honestly, I just have to hush and listen. So yeah, shout out to the special education teachers, because you have a heart for working with special education children. Shout out to everyone in the education system, but especially my heart goes out to special education teachers, because I'll always have a special place in my heart. But yeah, I just wanted to, Divine, you were actually a special education teacher? Oh, yeah, of course. So,
Yeah, I write IEPs.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I write IEPs. I create specialized programs. I fight for my students because you have general education teachers that sometimes they just don't get it, and so I'm an advocate of a student displaying an understanding of the content, and it's not always about just one size fits all. And what I do benefits all the students in the classroom, right? Because you may have a student in the classroom that does not have an IEP that is struggling. So I'm going to apply my techniques that I use with my students that do have IEPs across the board, so that everyone could come out a winner. And it's a battle, principals get it because it is 100% guaranteed that every principal in the DOE here in New York was in the classroom, so they get it. They're gonna advocate and they're gonna listen. Like my principal will listen to me before he'll listen to a general education teacher because of the skills set that I have. So I appreciate the love and the shout out. You know, I try not to talk about what I do too much because people try to come for me and try to throw it in my face, and I don't appreciate that either. But that's another story. But yeah, appreciate the shout out.
Well, you know what that means, Divine. Send me your cash app, because guess who gets a lunch cash app from me? Put your cash app, Divine. You know, Mickey love the kids. Mickey love the teachers. Thank you, Divine. Yeah.
Treat yourself to a Michelin rated lunch if it's coming from
Yay. Chick-fil-A on me. No, Moose, you know, we about to be in a recession. I gotta come back. I love y'all. We gotta cut back. I did not know, but no, seriously. Shout out to the educators. Shout out to all of y'all. This is such an awesome soft space. We done ran First Lady off with our foolishness, but she'll be back. She can't stay away from us.
So why did Trent go on this rant for so long? I'm confused.
Let's don't ask him, man. Let's don't ask him.
But here's the thing, ML. Like, I like, if you don't mind, can I speak for another, like,
oh, yes, you may. Yes, you can.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, like...
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
The issue is that, like, he hasn't done this once. He hasn't done this twice. He hasn't done this 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. He's literally been doing this for weeks now. And, like, he's been communicated by several different people. The resources exist for Trent. And he just keeps the conversation going back into, like, I get, like, you know, like, I have, my dad was an alcoholic, right? So, like, it's hard. Like, I get what that looks like. And I know that we don't write off people, but it was a very difficult life having to mitigate those issues. And I just think that sometimes, like, in these kinds of spaces, we really shouldn't be doing that work of enabling folks like that in these kinds of spaces. Like, I think it's just, we've got to kind of, like, try to mitigate some sort of, like, moderator, I don't know, like, supremacy. I don't think it's a supremacist thing. I think you can be on a stage and actually have, like, consensus building, but I think that at some point we should be able to be like, hey, like, we've been listening to you keep bringing up trans people for no fucking reason in the middle of a conversation about the economy. You bring up autistic children randomly in the middle of this conversation. Like, can we stop and just, like, focus on, like, a STEM's approach to resolving an issue or looking at an issue or having a modicum of, like, expertise about something before we let somebody hijack a stage because they're drunk? That would be nice. Humble request. Thanks.
So I would just say, as Trent belongs to the MAGA crowd, so I would tag Anthony to take care of his brother, but he's not saying anything tonight. Anthony, could you handle the light work?
Not too much on Anthony.
Me and Omari in the back tonight. Yo.
Oh, yeah, Omari back. No. He'll take care of no conspiracy theories.
I don't belong to the MAGA crowd. And I'll tell you what's dangerous. Shutting down, we don't need to talk about this, but shutting down any conversation and not trying to understand the other side because of the possibility is always dangerous. And you can have it. We don't need to bring it back up. I won't ever bring it back up again. But that's what's dangerous is when people don't
try to argue.
You bring it up from
danger.
This is Clubhouse, and it's not dangerous if we don't talk about a topic. I don't know what in the hell is really going on.
I mean, yeah, we have to shut it down too, Trent. You can bring it up. That's what I'm saying. But, like, just be aware that
Don't
people are
expect
gonna
us to just not push back.
brought it up because Trump tweeted it. That's why I brought it up.
That's even more reason not to bring it up, because the idiot tweeted it. Omari, your president will give you fucking shit up.
Trump is trying to squeeze money out of these companies. Like, come on, bro. That's his play. He attacks a company just like he attacked Intel.
Spun it off already. Johnson & Johnson already spun off Tylenol in 2023.
Right, 2023. Trend. I get it. But this, okay, can we just not...
What happened with baby powder?
What happened with baby powers is that people were using talcum powder in a way that they shouldn't, and then they got sued for causing breast cancer. Do you know, for example, Trent, that the reason that they think that there's so much prostate cancer or cancer is increasing in men is because the emittance of the cell phones? Like, so there's a lot.
Brain cancer because of... Well,
right.
I would get away from...
So you did. I just saw this on a video the other day. If you look at your settings, and I can't remember where it is, but it actually even tells you how far away you should be from your phone for the whatever they call it, the
vision.
You know, the requirement for like safety. Yeah, that part.
It's even crazier than that, Miggy. So what they do is they say that it's like you got to be like maybe like a half a centimeter away from your phone from skin, right? And when you look at it, it's like nothing, right? It's like wearing a piece of clothing, and that's how they get away with, not telling us what's actually happening. So legally, if your phone is that much away from you, talking about maybe wearing a jacket, then they're not liable for anything.
Oh wait, I'm sorry, Trent, to cut you off. Just so y'all don't think I'm a conspiracy theorist, if you have a phone, it's in settings, general. Where is it? I just had it.
And reach your biometrics, right?
Legal and regulatory. Then it says iPhone. It says legal notices, license, warranty, RF exposure. And I'm reading this one. iPhone has been tested and meets applicable limits for radio frequency exposure, specific absorption rate. Refers to the rate at which the body absorbs RF energy, to which Royal just said the SAR limit is 1.6 watts per kilogram in countries, blah, 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 blah. Talking about tissue. I don't even understand what this shit says. Apple uses to reduce exposure to RF energy using hands-free options such as the built-in speakerphone, headphones, or other similar accessories. And then it goes on and on and on. Yep, like it literally has it on there. So, I mean, why don't we talk about that? Because we're on our phones all day on this goddamn app.
AirPods are causing tumors in kids' ears.
What car do you think has the least amount of maintenance? The answer is still Corolla Hybrid, Prius, cars like that. Those are the cars you can own. You won't lose much of depreciation. You won't lose much of fuel costs. If I was just somebody who didn't care about cars, it would be so...
Playing a clip or you go off mic?
So AirPods that you put in your ears are causing tumors in kids' ears.
Can you put that study in the chat? Because I've never heard that before.
I know you have.
Bluetooth headphones? Bluetooth headphones? Is that what we're talking about?
Bluetooth headphones. It's the radio. It's causing.
I mean, like, essentially what Trent is talking about isn't necessarily wrong either. But the thing is, the way in which he talks about it's like that is the tumor coming from the actual headphone. It's the over usage of these things. That was the problem with vapes. That was the problem with all of these things. Essentially, the American populace is an over consumer. It is constantly over consuming to a point that it is causing harm upon its own population.
It's not. It is. It's the radio.
Excellent distinction that she makes, though, Trent. It's the excessiveness, the obsessiveness, the hours and hours of use, especially with younger generations, and not necessarily the instrument of said use. Like we're not actually built for all this stuff.
There's no study that shows this to be true about tumors in the ears. Hearing damage is a concern. Ear infections, impacted earwax, choking hazards. But there is no research that shows that it's causing tumors in children's ears. But go on.
Yeah, that's fine, but it's the radiation that comes from the
Bring the fucking research. She already just told you there's no research. So just go get the fucking research. Go.
So that's why a lot of people
Go
are
read the
switching.
study. Go read the study. Go read the study.
I don't have to read
read
the
the
study.
study.
You know what's
You can go read a fucking study. Go read a fucking study.
You know something?
Go read it.
I haven't even finished what I'm saying. What I'm saying, that's why a lot of people are switching, especially athletes are switching. You notice they're switching to wired head cuffs because they know that. And so Miki, it was actually talc. The talc was contaminated inside.
It had this asbestos.
Why are we going from AirPods to town?
I thought you were talking about
Because we're talking about baby powder.
Even the chat says the switch up is crazy, Trent. That's a whiplash switch up. That's a pivot.
The reason why
Explain every word together and never make any focused points because he has such severe ADHD. We understand he does because he can't follow a conversation. He cannot impulse control. He has no impulse control in this moment. He has zero impulse control in this moment, either because he's drunk or because of his severe ADHD. Either or. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which one it is. It is unacceptable to continue to cause harm and not want to just self-reflect for fucking 10 minutes. Fucking sit on mute for 10 minutes and self-reflect on how much of an asshole you are.
Okay, you really are Trent. Let's stay focused.
Hold on, let me just finish because I was talking to me.
Wait, the shit, man, for real. Wait, Trent, let's stay focused. Look. Okay, so the question is, right, because I asked it, can you put a study, and the reason why I'm asking to put a study is because I actually don't know what Bluetooth is. Like, I know that it's a frequency that was used, but what exactly is it? How does it connect to our phone? I've never studied this. So maybe you have some insight on a study, some type of...
I'm talking about on the tumor?
Wait, hold on. Like,
I'm asking you a question.
Hold on, let me just say what I'm saying. Okay, I'm going to give you everything, okay? So, find a paper on what Bluetooth is and why would it be tumorous, right? Especially for young folks. Like, find all of that information before just coming on the stage and just saying this and that. Because it almost reads as you just pull the shit out of the ass. And I'm not saying that you are, but that's what it sounds like.
Agreed, and preferably a peer-reviewed paper and not more YouTube links.
I don't think there's going to be a peer-reviewed paper on it because it's just surgeons talking about removing these things from kids. I mean, I think there's news articles on it, but you were right, Royal. I was trying to give you backup, and I was talking to Miki. It was asbestos that was in the baby powder causing ovarian cancer, which they trapped us in. It's 1978.
Yes, I read the study. That's how I know it. So, but we're talking about Bluetooth headphones right now.
They don't cause cancer. That's why you can't find it. They don't cause cancer.
Put it in the chat. Low energy, non-ionizing radiation.
It's not enough. What's the next makeup story, Trent?
Story.
He says, I'm going to say this shit. I'm going to mute my mic and I'm going to laugh at how they react to me. I mean, that's what I think it is.
I mean, the concerning part is, I know soon starts to smoke, but there's some MAGA people in here that sound crazy, so I do feel like people disregard him. Trent has great delivery, so I do think people might be confused by what you're saying, Trent. You talk in a definitive, like these things are actually happening or have been proven. And then you're right, and then people take a look at it like, wait, this ain't legit, and literally you just kept going. Someone just said, yeah, that's not true, and they found it, pulled it, I think it was April, and then you're just like, okay, yeah, and then, so this is what it's from. Like, that's a little bit dangerous, right?
Yeah, this is why it's important that everybody learn propaganda and how that shit works. Because this shit like this, that fucking drives me crazy. Well, there's a lot of people in here. Like honestly, and then someone will hear a piece of it and then get off the phone going like, no, it's proven. Like, this is what it is. And I'm not saying you can't think that's what it could be or it's possible or there's a study in place that's considering that. You know what I mean? But it's not a fact right now that that's the case, is my understanding.
This comes from a man, I'm not talking about Trent right now. This comes from a man who cut the head off a whale carcass. I can't take any of that serious. I'm gonna leave that there. Do we have any news about the shutdown? I think I read that Mike Johnson said that they could not use the funds that were appropriated for SNAP because that would be illegal. Or it would take money away from WIC, from the babies and the school children's meals. I don't know. Anybody got anything on that?
I'm sorry to go backwards, but he just put a link in the chat. It's an abstract. Trent, thyroid nodules are not cancer. They're benign. What?
Oh my God. Oh my God. I did not get to the next
Clock news, y'all. Clock news.
Oh my God.
Trickles down.
What's wrong with you, bro? You trying to put a link in the chat to support what you're saying, and it's fucking not. What? You didn't put a link in the chat?
I did. You talking about? I didn't put it in there. You talking about thyroids, bro?
You said it was cancer.
I did not say it was cancer. I said that they were tumors, contoid. I think maybe I said it wrong. Look.
Oh my God. Who heard him say cancer, y'all?
Oh, my bad. He said tumors. He did say tumors. He definitely said cancer. I heard cancer. No. He said tumors.
Bluetooth. Okay,
He
I'm
said
sorry.
tumors.
No, I said. Let me slow down. Let me say.
I thought I heard cancer tumors.
Let me slow down because let me say tumors.
He said tumors.
Okay, look, I apologize. Let me restate it correctly. The AirPods are causing, I think it's called contoid tumors in kids' ears and teenagers' ears that they're having to cut out. They're not necessarily cancer. Bluetooth itself, to Miki's points, maybe causing prostate cancer and other things that I believe it's causing brain cancer.
I believe it's got tumors.
She said the phone. And she said possibly. She didn't say definitely.
Yeah, possibly. It's not. Yeah, the Bluetooth is not.
No. Don't put me in that now. He did not say Bluetooth is causing Brian said Bluetooth. What the fuck? This nigga thinks he talks to all fancy and shit, so people gonna believe it nonsense. Fuck condos, bro. He almost was me. I was gonna think hates me the most. I was like, did I say it? What the Trent, tell him what's the fuck you hate me the most, because I told you a picture ass out from day one.
That's so sick, Art.
You know what the crazy part is? The crazy part is today early I was thinking like, man, I really respect Trent, because he checked the Ari for doing the same kind of shit.
No, bro, look.
So you gonna respect somebody
He's doing the same thing he was getting mad at you about.
Let's follow back to the shutdown, guys.
Me and Anthony are just sitting there back listening, like, okay, we're
Back to the shutdown. We got other folks that have been here for a while. How you doing, Al? Any thoughts on the shutdown?
I want to say one more thing.
Security.
Let him go.
I'm busy.
Hold
Back to the shutdown.
We are trying to move forward. If you need to chat to someone, go in the back chat. Okay? Because we're not going to do it here on stage. Let's move along, please.
I did want to respond to you. I brought it up earlier that there are contingency funds that the providers of SNAP are being denied access to. So they said that this is standard ops. if in the event that there's a shutdown, I think they said $80 billion that they can't touch. They're being blocked from it, and so yeah, this is crazy, nasty work. That there's actually money that they can tap into, so that people can go food shopping on November 1st, and they can't. So I don't know who else heard about this. This is a fact. You can Google it, Grok it. I love Gemini. That's my favorite AI buddy from Google. But yeah, there's funds there that they can't touch. But I did find out, yes, pregnant women and mothers on WIC, they will get the WIC check is in the mail, so don't panic for them.
I just put a link from the Hill to exactly what you just talked about.
So they are dispersing WIC. That's news to me. That's good news if that's the case.
I'm trying to think if they stopped SNAP benefits in prior shutdowns. I've been looking for that. I think I saw something earlier, but I'm going to continue to look. What I know is that people are already at food banks trying to prepare, or already they've run out of food for the month. I did read that, generally speaking, a person on SNAP, and this would be according to family size, but it's $189 a month per person, possibly, and that works out to $6 a day to feed one person. So, and it's a very, very small portion if you think in percentages of our budget. But in America, we have a problem with feeding people. And it's disturbing that we would be okay with our fellow Americans going hungry. And some people say, well, those that don't work, they have no incentive to work because they just stay on welfare. You know what? And I'm not especially religious person. I'm I am. God knows me. He knows my heart. My mouth is another story. But the Bible and other religious texts talk about poor people. Poor people will always be with us on this earth, and a lot of us on this stage and in this room are poor, even though we don't want to say we're poor. So villainizing them and begrudging them $6 a day to eat is wild to me. I would pay 3 times that. Here, take $20 a day. Move that from some other place in the budget. Unless and until we care enough about us, American citizens, America won't be great again, if it ever was. And we can't better things here. We can't better education. We can't better health care. We can't do anything without the basis of people having sound nutrition. Without sound nutrition in childhood, children experience things that will not ever be corrected. Once you have malnutrition in childhood, things happen. And I will go into things and bring research if people need it. But why do we care if people are on food stamps? I don't care if they sit at home all day and they're on food stamps. I really don't at this point. At least they're fed. But for some reason, you need to, as a poor person, you need to really bring your life out there and put it under a microscope. And when I say poor, I mean the working poor as well, because there are people do work who get SNAP benefits. That's part of the program. You have to work, even though some people think it's not enough hours a month, a week, whatever it is. You still do have to work. But this thing of having to qualify and show up to a colonoscopy, they're looking up your ass to see if you qualify. Oh, I remember when I was a single mom, divorced, I had $20 over the limit to get any type of benefits. I worked 2 jobs. I had child support coming in the large amount of $350 a month. This is way back in the day. But because I had a car that was paid for, my mother bought, and it was just a junker car. It wasn't a new one. Because I had that car, I guess I could just drive it up and people would put food in it, whatever it was. I volunteered for a bag of food at the Good Samaritan, those places where people take items for other people to
come in half delivery, cycle, whatever. And I know I'm going long here, but no one at any time says anything about corporations getting their welfare because they give jobs, they create jobs, they do this, that they create jobs that aren't enough for people to live on. That's what they do, but we won't talk about that part because we want more billionaires, we want more and more billionaires. Let's give them everything. We pay oil companies to drill the oil out of the ground so that they can be even richer. It's wild to me. America is ass backwards. And this isn't red, this isn't blue. This is till you understand that the game board is set for the people who have the most against the people who have the least. You're never going to get it.
Yeah, I think that food insecurity coupled with food waste is one of the most asinine that I've ever seen in this country. Like, I just don't.
Yeah, just want to shout out April. Don't ever, you go as long as you want, as you speak truth. You speak truth. And I've heard you speak about, the workers at Walmart. These are the people that they can't get the 40-hour work week. And even if they are getting the 40-hour work week, they still need to supplement their income. And yeah, I don't care. If you're getting them, shoot, we all right over here, but I could show you I'm feeding on my life. Look. Food is expensive. Think I'm telling them I don't want it? Y'all can put that pride to the side. I would take it if I could get it. That's just me. Because we got so many other things that we need to pay for. But yeah, you go as long as you want, April. I want to let that breathe what you said. Corporations get all kinds of write-ups. Somebody put it in the chat, in the chat talking about private jets. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. People with money get all the breaks. And people who don't have money, this country gives them their ass to say, well, work harder, You're doing something wrong.
Get your bootstraps.
Right.
Got no shoes, but grab those bootstraps. And I did, butter, I'm sorry, I just wanted to share, and I did this the other night, someone had told me about it. Flash Food, FLASHFOOD is an app you can get in the App Store or the Google Play Store or wherever, and it shows you in your neighborhood, in your town, if you have grocery stores who sell their expiring products, shortly to be expired on the shelf, for 50% off or less. And so maybe people could hook up with that and see if they can cut their grocery bill some. It's called Flash Food. It's an app in your store,
Thank you for that, April.
I just was saying that, a lot of poor people are treated like criminals. Like, just because you're poor doesn't mean that you're a criminal. There are all kinds of reasons why people are poor. All kinds of reasons, including the ones that people say. But I think that the stereotype is dangerous because, especially for Christians, it's dangerous because Christians are taught to help the poor. And so it's weird to me how on the one hand we call ourselves, or people call themselves Christians, and on the other hand they belittle and demonize people because they can't afford certain things or they're not working without knowing why they're not working. What's that?
The silence. Well, we know why it's silence. The rabble rousers are on mute. But yeah, guys, welcome to Politically Correct. Shout out to Patty. I don't know how I ended up here. I did come in here early this morning. They brought me up and I left, so I guess somehow I got shifted here. But we're going to keep it rocking and rolling. Shout out all the mods. You guys know the deal. Share the room. Haven't said that in a while.
We went on and on. We went around the world. We spoke about autism. We spoke about students with special needs. We spoke about the shutdown, and then we spoke about Bluetooth. We spoke about so many things, but we're trying to stay on topic here with the shutdown. And I will, can't forget to mention, you guys already know, shout out to Jamaica, shout out to Cuba, shout out to Haiti, Dominican Republic, huge hurricane, 165-mile-an-hour winds down there in the Caribbean. It's making its way, I believe, between tonight and tomorrow. They said this might be the worst one that Jamaica has ever seen. If you have family over there, but you can. And I also found out a lot of people, actually most of the country cooks with electricity. They're not like us. We have most of us have our gas stoves, and yeah, that's a problem. If they lose power and they get flooded, and we just know the nightmare that they're about to face. I don't know what can be done. Hopefully, people over here starting. I mean, it's like we gotta take care of our own, but at the same time, shoot, we gotta help Jamaica. I'm sure people will be sending barrels and things will be going, getting shipped out there. So if you can, do what you can with what you have. But yeah, the mic is open, guys.
I just want to say that I've been quiet in the background because I've been doing a lot of research. And I found at least 34 studies that show that 100% of the time that we let Trent talk, it ruins the conversation and leaves everyone frustrated. I'm going to mic up, thank you.
That was hilarious. The research shows.
Yeah, they say, all of them. They've been saying it for years.
Is Trent still there? Oh, he gone.
But also the shout out to the people in the Caribbean. Definitely don't tell me to step on that.
You see it in the email also about the conversation with Trent?
There were hundreds and thousands of emails. JD, what's up, man? Anthony, what's up? Let's keep the conversation going, man. We do need the back and forth. But yeah, the shutdown. It has to stop, man. It doesn't make any sense. And the one that got me, I said it earlier, I'm going to keep saying it. There are emergency funds for people that receive SNAP benefit and they don't want to release them. This is just evil. This is like, the aid not making its way to Gaza because they said that Hamas took it or whatever. Like, you can't help Americans in America? What the fuck is going on?
I'm going to teach you, poor people, how it looks when you don't vote for Trump. Or when you don't vote at all.
Hurting his constituency too. Like, don't forget that. He's not only hurting Democrats, he's hurting everyone. Yeah. Right? It's like going for chemo, right? They kill the good cells and the bad cells too, right? He's killing everyone. Well, it's starving everyone.
And you don't give a shit though. That's the whole thing. You don't need this base in. You feel me?
You guys seen the stuff about how Mike Johnston is now blaming Imani for the shutdown, blaming the radical Islamist word? This is Mike Johnson's new talking point on the government shutdown. I don't know if anybody's seen that or not.
It doesn't make any sense.
But before we go to the Iranian point, can I make another point about the Trent situation?
Did you say about the Trent situation?
I don't know where I'm going back to, but I think I'm going back.
Tara, I just want to let you know, since Pat and Mel are not here, they don't like for people to be talked about when they're not here, and I meant to tell the gentleman that as well, so if we could.
Okay, I can be redirected.
I'm okay if you want to put it in the chat, I'll say that, but I'm just trying to preserve.
I'll redirect. I can do that.
Okay, thank you.
He's back. Thank God. Patty, y'all had me top left trying to.
What happened?
We can't go back. We will not go back. We moving forward.
Divine, I'm in here by myself this morning, top left, and the app was flipping out. I was
Oh my God.
Divine handled it. He rocked it out.
I didn't even realize the phone was down and I'm talking until I looked down. I was like, wait a minute, where's Patty? Where's First Lady? What's going on?
I went to a haunted house. These little girls behind me was pulling my hair. I was like, please, like, chill.
Was it fun?
Like they, huh?
Love the babies, love the babies.
Was it fun?
Yeah, it was long. It was long too. And I got these boots on, so my feet are hurting.
Is any MAGA people gonna rob any grocery stores when they food stamps run out?
Yep. That was the first ones. Matter of fact, during when I don't know what it was. It might have been Black Lives Matter or something like that. They were pulling up the Costco's in F-150s. They wasn't getting little. They wasn't getting little shit either.
With the MAGAs?
They had
Or the niggas? The niggas are
No. They was at the liquor store and the Nike store.
The MAGAs?
No.
The niggas?
Right. But the Maccas was at Costco in the big, extra wide bed pickup truck. Because they wasn't buying little shit. They wasn't getting little shit. They was coming out with them big ass boxes.
Damn.
They was buying, they were taking equipment. They have some steaks. They was taking equipment.
Fuck them steaks, huh? I'm just trying to see what the MAGAs are gonna do.
Did we get a generator?
Yeah, they were taking stuff like that.
I like that question. Like, what are the MAGAs gonna do, and what is the media gonna report? Because I've seen people say it. Unfortunately, it was my people. I'm going in Kmart, and I'm walking out with my shopping cart full, and y'all better not try to stop me. I saw a lady say it, so we know it's gonna happen. Look, the boosters that will never go away, but boosters is gonna be in full effect. And it's probably gonna be on some Robin Hood type shit. They gonna just rob the stores and go to the hood and say, "Who want food?" Like I already see it.
Yeah, because they're not allowed to chase them out of the store and into the parking lot. At least in some states, they're not allowed to do.
Why does Trump put in an executive order? Next month, niggas rob grocery stores. You can shoot them. Why? You know what's gonna happen?
Well, they're gonna be locking shit up though. You're gonna be seeing snakes locked up. You know what I mean? So it's gonna be fun.
That's true. People probably stocking up right now. What's today? It's about to be the 28th, y'all. Friday, Halloween. It's going down.
And as far as chasing, that's most policies, like corporate policies, to not chase.
Hey, April, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Hey, April, how did you feel when Bill Clinton put into law, that policy, we had to work for welfare and whatever. I know you made some other
People on welfare. I said earlier that people on welfare do have to work. That's part of, and we know because what you just said, Bill Clinton put it into effect. I don't have a problem with people working. But people who don't work, I don't give a fuck about that either. Because we have enough food in this country that goes to spoil. We have people homeless on the street that could use it. We have families that could use it. But we just throw away food. And I was raised differently. That we give our food, what we have, extra and above. My grandmother she had mini gardens, let me just say it that way, and we worked them, and I hate potato bugs to this damn day. But she set up a thing on the side of the road and let people just stop and get the food. She didn't sell it. She didn't try to make money off of it. That's the way I was raised, is that you help people, pay it forward. That's part of being a Christian. That's the Christian way I was raised, was to help others and let God worry about whether they should have something or not. She didn't have forms for people to fill out to see if they should get it. She didn't see if they would, or if they were a drug addict, or if they were homeless, or whatever it was. She didn't do any of that. So I come from that tradition. So I don't have a problem with people working, but I do have a problem with Walmart not paying their employees enough to stay off of. How do you feel about that? That Walmart makes billions of dollars and we subsidize their employees' benefits. Don't get me started, okay? Let's keep it real. Let's keep it real.
What about that, Anthony?
I think that, man, this is a tough one. All right, I agree with what April said previously. I don't have a problem with people that's not working receiving benefits, but I don't have a problem with people working to receive benefits either. So I agree word for word, spot on everything that April said.
The livable wage part.
So as far as the Walmart livable wage part is concerned, here's my issue. Like, I don't know if I look at like Walmart. Well, I don't know if every job that people do is going to be a livable wage. There are going to be some jobs that like you envision like a high school student having. There's just I don't know if every job is just going to qualify as a job that's going to allow people to sustain family or anything of that nature. I think like there's a minimum wage and there's like an impetus, a motivation for you to do better. I think that there's jobs that aren't meant to sustain a family, and I don't
Why
know.
would we even want those jobs? Why would anybody take that job?
This is like, for example, a high school student. That was
Okay,
the example.
but when you go to Walmart, how many high school students do you see working there generally?
In my local Walmart, a lot. Well, when my daughter was in high school, she worked there.
Walmart's 18, so you don't have to say
I see grown people working there, but let me
Well,
show you
my
this.
daughter started working there when she was 17, Nation. Literally, like I'm speaking from experience. This is not something I made up.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Change it though.
Wait, what did he say about Walmart? What happened?
I said my daughter was 17 when she started working at Walmart.
Truck.
My nephew wasn't even 17 when he started working at Walmart.
Yeah, it's changing.
Let me ask him this. What about the billions of that they're subsidizing, the billions that they make?
Let's stop for a second. My question, Devon, my question to you is this,
Let me finish before you ask me your question. Okay? The fact that they're making billions of dollars, but still aren't giving the workers enough money where they don't have to be on public assistance, or giving them the hours where they don't have to be on public assistance.
All right. So, Devon, I want to say it was either the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal. They had an article, I want to say it was yesterday or this weekend, that was complimented that how, like, the basis was how other companies could learn from the way it treats its employees. You can look this up. I think Walmart gives free tuition. I think there's a lot of benefits to working for Walmart that goes beyond just what your hourly rate is. So, like, I don't know if people are, like, looking as a stepping stone. I honestly don't feel like every job that I think we have a minimum wage for a reason. And that's cool. Like, that's a discussion I think that would be productive. Like, I put out an idea. I would, instead of peppering me with questions, could you say, well, I disagree with that idea, I agree. Let's see how far apart we are, because I have no idea what your stance is. Like, how do you feel about that? And would you argue?
Everyone's not an academic. I hear what you're saying with the programs and tuition. All right, you have people that, they struggle to get through high school, and now you're telling me free tuition, they might not be an academic. Right? They may not want or have the motivation to want. If they're giving you 40 hours a week and they're a multi-billion-dollar corporation, they should be able to pay their employees comparable enough where they don't have to get food stamps.
And honestly, so that little better you. That live better you that they have with Walmart, because y'all know about it at Walmart and sometimes. So how LBU works is you only can enroll at certain, there's only certain How did she tell me? Because I was like, why don't you try to use them for your school tuition? And she was like, it doesn't work like that. So it's certain times of the year you have enrollment, and then it has to be towards certain programs. So it is a good program, but let's say, for example, it's business, and you don't want to do business. Or even like she wanted to take some of the certification classes, because somebody, and she knows she has to renew her, one of her CompTIAs because they're only good for 2 years. With the renewal, she was like, hey, I want to get the certification. They was like, yeah, there's no openings right now. So the Live Better You program is a good program, but it's only availability during certain times, and they have partnerships with certain schools. And it depends on where you live. So in the Atlanta area, the openings weren't that comparable for college students that are home during the summer, right? So if they want additional like certifications like PMOs, Lean Six Sigma, these CompTIAs that they might want to renew, it's not worth the shit that you wipe your ass with, the tip tissue you wipe your ass with. So.
Well, it's so funny, it's crazy.
Now niggas,
So when you bring up Walmart, right? You guys are aware of the whole thing they're doing with OpenAI right now, and the money they're spending for that? No one's aware of that.
That shit don't matter. This shit was funny now, since some of y'all niggas is finna lose some of these government fundings as an EBT and shit. Now y'all wanna think progressively. Now it's let's have a living wage. Let's have this and that. But it's funny, those are all policies Democrats run on. But you niggas claim Democrats don't do shit for that. Fuck a living wage. What about Democrats was offering universal fucking income? They created those policies, not no motherfucking Republicans. Republicans don't care about
Your name is very fitting. No way, Jose.
Motherfucking Democrats want
Watch
to
your mouth, sir.
wipe out your student education loans. Your student education debt. But you niggas claim Democrats don't do nothing for y'all.
Thank you, guys.
Now y'all niggas want.
Yeah. So, Tony in the chat, when you say all companies using AI, that's not what I'm saying. They partnership with OpenAI, where now you could buy in your checkout. You could buy from the website. You could also have the AI on the website.
No, good, Robbie.
Doing your stuff for you. Okay, so now they're gonna spend about $1 billion to train employees for the system to work. They already spent $580 million to implement the Azure system. So the point I was saying is that they're spending all this money, but not to pay their fucking employee. So no, they're not using AI the same way other companies now. But everyone's a fucking genius here, so.
You niggas want to think liberally now. Now y'all even.
Listen, sir, I'm going to ask you one more time.
Y'all voted for that chick that was Jamaican and Indian. That's why you niggas did it. You black men did.
I'm going to ask you one more time. Can you please watch your mouth?
She was Jamaican and Indian and y'all.
I don't give a damn either. Next, Elizabeth, you got smoke?
Yeah, so someone who just turned as a legal adult.
Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Like, I'm a conservative, but the more I just like see things that go wrong, it just makes me down humanity that I'm in the middle. You know what I mean? A kid, I'm barely 18, you guys. I just turned 18. Like,
But it's okay, man.
All right, Elizabeth. You just turned 18. You're working at Walmart. Are you in school?
Hell no, I'm unemployed and shit, bro. Like, this is what gets me mad. Like, I feel like I'm not even being taken seriously because of my role of being unemployed, just turned 18. And seeing the world kind of fall apart, bro. Ain't no liberal. I saw someone comment, she think the way that you turn liberal. I'm not being fucking liberal, like, after everything.
So Elizabeth, I was thinking because you are 18 years old. Hold on. Let me just no problem. You're 18 years old. I apologize for that. So I would suggest you definitely, if you didn't already enroll in some type of higher education, trade or university, 4 year, 2 year, whatever, just do that, right? And just get any piece of job. When I say any piece of job, you'll do anything to change. Okay, don't worry about it. Just start.
Well, you kind of got matrixy. I don't know if it. Hey, Elizabeth. To what Roy was saying, I would give slightly different advice. Take it with it. What it's worth. I think you want to take and evaluate the landscape, and you know yourself better than anybody else, right? So you kind of know what your natural abilities are. So you want to kind of figure out, you're young enough where you could take a little more risk, but you want to kind of figure out what your natural abilities are combined with, something you can still live with. Just do a ton of research. And when you think you're done, do a lot more research. And, at that point, I would try my hand at it. I would really, but I do think, we're in an era where you're going to need marketable skills. I think the days of us just getting by are over with. I think that it's going to be harder and harder and harder to find, permanent employment out here. So you need to have marketable skills. My humble opinion.
Elizabeth, don't dox yourself, but what state are you in? We're gonna help this young lady. What state are you in?
GA.
You're in Georgia. Do you live with your parents? Hold on. Do you live with your parents, or are you on your own?
Yeah, no, I'm living with my parents. I'm not leaving for college. I'm going to college, but I'm not leaving. You know what I mean?
Okay, so you're in school. Okay, that's a plus. Okay. What is it that have you worked before, and what have you worked doing?
I just babysat and also clean houses with my mom, but she just retired, so my dad's just a provider.
Okay, so you babysat and cleaned houses. Okay, and you're in school.
Yeah.
You're in your first year of college. What is it? What's your major? Yeah. Did you pick a major yet?
I want to be a social worker for minors.
Yes, that's amazing. Okay, we need more of that. And I hear an accent. What are you?
I'm not from anywhere. I'm just from the south of, I don't know.
You're American. Okay.
Yeah, I'm American.
You're not Latina.
I am Latina, but I'm American.
Okay.
Full on.
Do you speak Spanish?
Yes.
Oh, you are hella marketable. Okay, I'm gonna go on mute. I'm gonna see if anybody who can help this young lady. She's bilingual. She wants to be a social worker. She lives in Georgia, and she is in college, and she's looking for employment. So let's do what we do, y'all. Let's help this young lady. She's 18 years old. She's on a trajectory for greatness. So I'm going on mute. Somebody else chime in.
So have you hiring for bilingual if you need a job right now? They're hiring and need bilingual speakers.
He's in Georgia.
Oh, Georgia. I know this one. I just got in here, but yeah, if she needs help with food, electricity, we got you.
Oh my God.
She lives at home.
Elizabeth, there's a ton of jobs in the hospital systems in Georgia and ATL. And the fact that you're bilingual will make you very, very marketable. And a lot of these hospital systems will pay for your education.
Okay.
The fact that you're bilingual is huge.
Absolutely. They're always looking.
Something called a ward clerk or a unit clerk. I did that when I was in high school.
Ward clerk?
Ward clerk. Yeah, I don't know if they call it that. Do they still call it that, Anthony? I know you know. I was a unit clerk back.
Unit clerks, not ward clerks.
Yeah.
Yeah, unit clerks. Okay. Yes, sir.
Look up unit clerks, Elizabeth. You'd be a huge help. any medical facility, even a doctor's office, because you're gonna be coming in and they're gonna need someone that's bilingual. And then a unit clerk is a job you can do. It's not hard at all. The hardest part is, and probably I had to do it with doctors' handwriting, and they probably don't even use doctors' handwriting. I had to read that chicken scratch. Anthony, know what I'm talking about. What does this say? Doctors used to write fast and haphazardly, and I used to transcribe orders, transcribe doctors' orders, transcribe vital signs, things like that. So look up that unit clerk position. But I agree. You could go work in the any health physician's office or hospital emergency room, something like that. Give us some more ideas, guys. Help this young lady out.
Another advantage of the hospital system is that
Someone said churches all over Georgia that give out food and help with utilities.
There are a lot of programs in Georgia. There's a shit ton of them, but I don't. But with you living at home, I don't know if that's a concern of yours. I didn't hear that from you. So the other advantage of working in hospitals, potentially you getting a job that has 12-hour shifts. So full time would be 3 days a week, and it would allow you to kind of focus on your studies the rest of those days. So that's just another consideration that But obviously, there's a shit ton of jobs with you being bilingual that you could qualify for.
Right. It also depends how much money you need to make. You need to look at, because if you're just getting a job to just help out, you can get a job at like the Coca-Cola Center. You know where that is? You've been to the Coca-Cola Museum. They're always
They always are in.
The main HR person for that, he actually is on Clubhouse in a different room, a sports room that I'm in. He told me that they're always hiring for college kids. They'll do part-time special schedules around your college schedule.
Okay.
Well, if you can afford it, like you just need to make some money for your own personal thing, not to like contribute to the family. That's the kind of job you probably want to have while you're in college. Don't stress yourself out by overexerting yourself by doing too much either, because you want to be able to be successful in school so you can get it done and then step into your career. You know what I mean?
Thank you.
So if you're in college, let me ask you a question, because I'm about to turn my music back up.
Yes, Patty.
So check this out. You go to college. Y'all have a career service center, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you go to your school, go to the career service center. You need to be doing this now because this is part of your internship anyway. Look and see what they got available. Tell them what you're willing to do, or they'll look at your degree program, and this is your experience that you're gonna need. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. These jobs out here, your career service center is your best bet. Somebody can tell you the hospital. I could tell you here. They can tell you there. But they got a lot of jobs that are being lined up at these schools, and a lot of kids don't take advantage of it. And that's your internship. You need it when you graduate.
I'm gonna tell you something in a second. I'm sorry I'm gonna get cut off, but I'll tell you in a second.
I know you said so forth, but I put 2 links in there. One's for free training in IT.
We put the battery in your back, Elizabeth. That's what it's about. And shout out to the room, man. Giving this lady some jewels. Take it for what it's worth, Elizabeth. I hope hopefully you feel a little bit more confident.
Thank you. God bless.
Yes, God bless you. You got it.
Here you can come to this line you see here today. We helped 2,800 people. Folks got help with a lot of things, from utilities to some folks asked for a program to help with college and those kinds of things. So we kind of had some wraparound services for people who ask for those and those kinds of things. So whatever we can do to help people keep the lights on. Community Action Partners, they got a grant of $4.5 million, so they're able to kind of help folks do what they need to do as far as heating. It's fixing to get cold, so if you do need assistance, look up Community Action Partners today, and you will be able to get the assistance for your state. Allotment is based on family size, so if you have one or more persons, you also let them know that too, so that you can have more money in the allotment for lights, water, and gas. Right?
That sounds amazing.
That's right. Let's go.
That sounds wonderful.
Elizabeth?
Like my hopes are up now. Like I don't know why. Like the potential to put in my life to be a social worker, get my master's degree for it. Like I have the potential for it, and I want to have the potential for it.
To tell you that Miss Alexander in the chat, she worked as a policewoman in, I want to say Atlanta, maybe Boston, but she said she will probably get in your back channel and offer you information. She has connections. She's lived a long life, and she has many connections she could possibly help you with there.
I'm back, and so here's the thing that I wanted to talk about. I would suggest, this is my idea, learn systems. Okay, people talk about the healthcare field a lot in here. I work in the healthcare field. I want you to go on LinkedIn Learning, right? As an example. There's other ones, but LinkedIn Learning, and learn about health systems like EMR or electronic medical records. Epic is like one of them. There's a reason why, because even if you work in social work or in healthcare, they're probably going to use these type of EMRs per se, or these type of systems, right? Dealing with patients, dealing with clients and things like that. So learn those systems. They're easy to learn. You can go on LinkedIn, sign up, get that knowledge base, and put that on your resume.
Have a good night, y'all. God bless.
So did you get that last point though?
Yes, to put it on my list.
Well, go on LinkedIn Learning and learn about EMRs first.
Yeah, they.
To help her with her particular job, or what she's trying to do. I know when I work with folks, getting them signed up for programs and other things, and we try to have add-ons or add them onto other programs. What the hell is going on here? Somebody trying to run away from the police. See, that's another reason. I don't know. Somebody's an idiot. At the end of the day, though, seriously, we don't really have a lot of that going on over here. I don't know what's going on out there. But I really hope that programs and the things that he's talking about, I hope it aligns with the career you're trying to do. Because casework, it's a lot of work, and a lot of people need help. But I don't know.
I think she's gone.
I hear you.
Okay. So she's gone, but hey, have you guys heard that Trump got an MRI? She's gone, Ashton. So have you guys heard that Trump got an MRI today? Did you guys talk about that already?
Let's talk about it.
I know.
He had the best brain ever, ML.
And he said it's Trump said he has the doctors have never seen such an awesome MRI, the best MRI for somebody.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. That's what the man said. You guys know the big
He's got the brain of a 3-year-old.
That's for 79. The doctors say they've never seen a better MRI. So 79-year-old man.
No, but ML, what's your MRI? What body part?
So listen to this.
Had an MRI, and in the machine, the whole thing, and it was perfect. The doctor said some of the best reports for the age, some of the best reports they've ever seen.
So this is the first time President Trump had provided those details about the science from that. Why have you not provided a reason publicly for why Trump had that second medical exam in the span of a year? And over the summer, we know that he was seen with a bruised hand, and the White House announced he was diagnosed with a circulation issue.
Joining us now to discuss what's going on, CNN medical analyst Dr. Jonathan Reiner. He's the cardiologist for former Vice President Dick Cheney, worked as a White House physician for years. Dr. Reiner, thanks so much for joining us. As you know, MRIs are not necessarily always part of a routine checkup. How unusual is this, and why might the president have had an MRI during this checkup?
Well, MRI is never part of a routine evaluation, whether you're President of the United States or whether you're just a civilian. So we don't know why his doctors asked him to undergo that test, and that's a big question. The other question is, why did they decide not to inform the public that they were doing that? Why was that deliberately left out? There are a lot of things that can prompt an MRI. Typically, they're prompted by symptoms. There can be neurologic symptoms that prompt an MRI. There can be back pain that prompts an MRI. There can be issues with the heart that would prompt an MRI. And for those reasons, the public should really be told, why did the president undergo the test, what consultants he saw, and what was the result of the testing.
If you would just remind our viewers, because maybe not everyone knows what an MRI is, Dr. Reiner, and why that's significant here. And then also, could it have to do with the bruising we've seen on his hands or the swelling in his legs that's been visible?
Right, so MRI is magnetic resonance imaging. It's this really spectacular imaging technology that basically involves using a very strong magnetic force and radio frequency waves. The magnetic force basically aligns all of your hydrogen ions into a certain direction, and then they are basically disrupted by these radio frequency waves, and the way they bounce are specific to different tissues. So this amazing physics allows for really very detailed images. As for the bruising, in his hand, there are a lot of things that can do that. And the most common etiology for bruising in the back of a 79-year-old person's hand are medications. And the typical medication that causes that would be a blood thinner. I see this every week when I see patients in clinic. Blood thinners, particularly in the elderly, cause bruising on the back of the hands. But we've not been told that the president takes that. People take blood thinners for a variety of reasons. You can take it if you had a pulmonary embolism in the past. You can take it if you have a clot in your leg, a DVT. And you can take a blood thinner if you have atrial fibrillation. And people who take blood thinners for AFib, atrial fibrillation, typically are on them indefinitely. And the side effect of medications like this thing. But why he would have an MRI depends on the underlying for either that medication or other undisclosed medical problems. And to me, I think it's more important it's just as important why he had the test as it is what the test showed.
The president, as you know, and we all heard, called the results of this MRI scan perfect. What about transparency? What does the revelation do to the public trust in the president's health?
Yeah, I think about these issues all the time. When I see patients in the clinic, particularly new patients, and you're trying to develop a doctor-patient relationship, it's based on trust. The patient has to trust that not only am I competent to provide care, but that I'm going to tell them the truth. So the relationship is based on trust. And I think the public, when they're trying to understand whether a high elected official is fit for office, they to trust those that are telling them the data, and that comes from that what they're being told is the truth.
Well, so allegedly, I've heard doctors say that he may have had a stroke recently, recent as Labor Day. And so you don't have multiple MRIs unless you're going one to see what may have caused it, and two, are you okay now? All right. So yes, the MRI did not happen today. The announcement was made today. So there's clarity there. But yeah, having more than one MRI in less than a year is not normal.
Divine, I need to correct you, Divine, really quick, because the president has military health care. He goes to Walter Reed, okay? I have military health care. I could just go to any clinic in that building and say, hey, let's just do a CT scan for me today, because why not? I'm joking.
Well, not really.
I'm joking, and Bill, I'm joking.
Yeah, but the doctors, there's a doctor that says symptoms of vascular dementia, Alzheimer's can both lead to an MRI. If doctors want to look for signs of a mini stroke, they might also call for an MRI. Any of this could lead to dragging a foot, difficulty speaking, memory loss, balance issues. He's forward lean, etc. He is clearly in decline. And the White House definitely, because if they gave Democrats such a bad time on the Biden fiasco, and the Democrats did fuck up with Biden fiasco. Are we gonna get a repeat under Trump? Because they can't. Because we got also under Reagan. Also, Reagan was gravely ill, suffered from dementia, and he stayed in office, and they covered it up pretty good. It's not until after we found out years later that Reagan was he suffering from Alzheimer's or dementia. I can't remember which one exactly. But this is very concerning to me. I don't know how concerning it is to you guys, but it definitely shows the hypocrisy in the Republicans right now that Trump might not be fit. Well, we know he's not fit for office, but he's heading downhill pretty quickly.
It's concerning for me because he might die before he goes to jail, and I want him to go to jail. I don't want him to die before he goes to jail.
Oh, and a doctor also said an MRI is never part of a routine exam or checkup. It is used to diagnose an issue that was found during an exam that a doctor felt a need to explore. So
I want to know how he fits
That's a fact.
into. That's what I want to know. How did they push him?
Lord have mercy.
I'm just saying, this is a little small space.
So you guys ready for President J. Vance?
Royal, have you looked at him? I'm just gonna go like, yeah.
Yes, I
Lost weight, I think. April, I think he's lost weight.
He did lose weight, but not that much. But yeah, he did lose weight. He puts in an MRI. MRI machines are not that small. They're kind of actually big, to be honest with you.
I'm gonna be getting the old version up here in the Air Force Hospital.
Hey, not too much on the Air Force.
We have the best hospital in Mousa there. We have the best Air Force in the whole
You get the best.
shebang. I do. That's why I can get an MRI anytime I want.
Air Force.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah, you both, man. I just got an insurance plan, man. I went through a lawyer, got that stuff ready to rock and roll. I get 0 copays and all that for the rest of my life. I don't go to the marketplace to get my insurance. And I advise anybody, if you have, things in your life, just hardships, like for me, I lost both of my parents, so I can't tie into their insurance. So if you do not have parents or you're in foster care or things like that, you let the state know that you reside in that, hey, I'm under a hardship, and there are programs that they can help you even tie into access to Medicaid. Medicaid's not just for, the poor and indigent and all that. They also have programs that help folks that have been in foster care or people who have lost both of their parents like me. And so it's good to have 0 copays and all that kind of stuff and all that for the rest of my life, because my parents wanted to make sure I was taken medically. So I ain't out here on GoFundMe talking about I need to raise some money because I can't afford to go to a hospital. Yeah, no. So I'm with April on that. If April, I think you got your insurance through the military, maybe that kind of stuff, so that works. But if you are not in the military, you need to make sure you can get a hardship or some kind of plan to help fortify yourself in case you cannot tag on to your parents' insurance. A lot of folks are able to do that if your parents are still alive. So I would check into that. So you young folks ain't out here paying an arm and a leg for insurance. See if you can do that. Even your insurance for a vehicle, you may be able to attach yourself to your parents' insurance up to a certain age. So those things make sense to fortify young people so they're not out here just paying expensive costs for auto insurance and even medical care. So look that stuff up, folks.
What's going on with that stuff that you do?
Hey, so
was I not speaking there, bro?
Oh, damn it.
Please?
Go ahead. I guess you're done, bro.
No, I think it's bleeping out. Sorry, go ahead, Asia.
No, I'm saying this way.
Did you also hear him talking about...
Wait, what the hell did you say?
Come again.
I was saying those programs are going away. That was it.
Oh, got you. When it comes to an MRI, by the way, like, first of all, you got to set that up. It's not like you walk in and just do it. Right? Like, it's not like an X-ray, right? Oh, my knee hurts. Take an X-ray of it. Nah, like, you got to set that up. You have to drink they gotta drink contrast, right? It's like this shit.
You don't always need contrast, though.
No, that's true. You don't always, but let's just keep it real between you and I. You think they would have given them contrast to get more to get more resolution or
Wait, Roy, let's go to the ER for that. They'll whip out anything if you go to the ER.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, that's the ER, but he didn't go to the ER, so that's all.
Insurance, hopefully, you shouldn't have to go to the ER for your basic care. Our church
This is not basic care. We're talking about MRIs. It's not basic care. That's a high procedure.
Drink the contrast.
I'm gonna start playing now.
You got it. Oh my God. All right. So somebody break down before you drink contrast what has to happen.
You can't eat, right?
Anything? No, not at all. I've had that done. No, you absolutely not can't. You cannot eat anything. You have to follow instructions. You do have to schedule an appointment because MRIs are, considered, that's not basic care, right? Because I had to do that when I had an issue with my foot, right? So, yeah, I mean, if you have the means and insurance, you folks get out there and you go do that stuff. I'm grateful to have the kind of insurance that I have because I have to do all that anyway, but it does come with strict rules and you do need to follow the instructions pertaining to what they need you to do. And there's a reason they don't want you eating stuff.
Do you have the video earlier where he also talks about the super difficult exam that he has questions about an elephant and a giraffe?
Oh, I heard that. Didn't he say something about AOC and Jasmine could not do as well?
Yeah.
This the comment.
Stupid. I mean, those two large mammals look the same. You know that? They go from Africa. So.
What's y'all niggas on, bro?
Why'd you call us niggas? What do you mean? Why'd you call us that, sir?
I'm Native American, dude. That's just how I talk. I'm from Chicago, but how you doing, brother?
You know what? I'm actually doing fantastic tonight. I'm out.
Bro, I made so much money off my company today. How much money did your company make?
Well, let me see.
Okay, can we
Ashton, don't take the bait, okay?
I work at a church.
They're better than you, nigga.
Brother, give me grace. Give me grace. Grace. Give me grace. Brother, give me grace.
Go to church.
Just don't make money. Hey, the Bible says, brother, the Bible says, do not boast.
All right, that's not gonna work. Let me get one mic on Haitian.
Why you pop a nigga that look?
Okay, one mic, please. One mic on Haitian. Haitian's gonna control the conversation, please. Thank you, respectfully.
Was that a man talking to a woman?
It was.
He's disgusting.
Yeah, just because you sold Curry, just because you sold 20 bottles of water in the corner today, doesn't mean your company made a lot of money.
He was a damn UN. I'm a Native American and I'm in Chicago. Like what?
Church, I'm not boasting about how much money we have, brother. You're out of context. When you work for the Lord, when you work for God, better we're boasting about what you have. The Bible says do not boast.
He's gone. Yeah.
Hey, sweetheart, I'm finna say he's gotta show grace.
Okay, we gotta let him go. It's done, Ashton. He ain't here. He in the goo. We not gonna even respond.
Okay,
He don't even
sweetheart, thank you.
What a day.
Does anybody know if there's a full moon out tonight? Because I kind of feel like it is.
I don't know April, but tonight I think I'm gonna schedule an MRI for tomorrow morning.
Listen, they just let me go up in there because I have my dependent ID, so I can just roll up into imaging and get in there. That's all I gotta do. I'm like, roll over like, you know them hot dogs on the roller at the gas station?
I mean, I can just put myself on the stay at your rules, so you.
About me, the guy came up here. I make this much money, brother. You ain't never heard me coming here and talk about. I make this much money.
Patty don't want us keeping that going. After she said no.
Well, Miss Patty, you know me. I'm a good person.
No, but baby, you gotta let it go. Here, let that nigga go, girl.
Miss Patty, I'm
got your back.
having a good time, man.
We got your back.
Hey, I got y'all's back too. You know what I'm saying? I'm having a good time right now tonight. It's beautiful outside, 71 degrees, winds out of the south. I'm feeling real good tonight. Ain't too bad right now. Life is excellent. Got food coming and money coming down the way tonight, so I ain't feeling too bad right now. Life's really good right now, y'all. Feels good outside on the balcony. 76 people out here tonight. We're rolling. Out here, food and everything. Let's go. Come down and enjoy it with us. We got everything out here. Hey, look here. It's time to party and have a good time. That's about life.
Okay, my headset's fucking blow out.
What? Brother, what did you say?
My headset's about to die.
Funny, what's going on, brother? What's going on the financial side of things, man? How we looking out here? You know, listening, what's going on?
Mostly listening, but the stock market hit a new high today, or yesterday. What's on today?
Yesterday, Sunday,
Today.
Monday.
No, today, yeah. Stock market hit a new high today. So.
But yeah, it's all that going.
What?
All that going for as far as the stock market is concerned. I'm dead serious. You got people out here hurting, dude. They ain't caring about no stock market when they're worried about the real market. I'm dead serious, man. You got people out here that wonder if they're gonna eat tomorrow. And we are talking about the stock market, while the real market is plummeting people into whether it be debt or whatever else. It is really concerning. Y'all see that PTR line? That line went back as far as the eye can see, and serving all those folks. People are hurting, and they really are wondering if they're going to eat. And unfortunately, today we ran out of turkeys and other things. So for those folks who didn't get turkeys, we gave them gift cards so they can go to Walmart or other places. Guys, people are hurting out here. We serve thousands of people today, and the line ballooned.
Where is that?
All right, come again. Dallas, Fort Worth, look at the people line as far as you can see. And folks in that line said, we're hurting. Some of us have never been here today to ask for your help. There was people in that line that said they ain't never asked for a food bank. So I want you folks to think about this. The folks who have never asked for help find themselves asking for help because the Republicans who have control choose to do nothing. That girl told me today I wouldn't find myself in this line if the Republicans would give me a down paycheck. That's what she said. That didn't come out of my mouth. You got folks saying that, and Republicans sit up here and they have great responsibility and they choose to do nothing with that responsibility while people wane in hunger and others sit here and get turned away because we don't have enough food to give them. You see what I'm saying? When you're giving out 4 to 5 tons of food and you don't have enough, we're moving into a 165,000 square foot warehouse so that we can move as much food as humanly possible. Even then, we may have to turn people away. Guys, this is really bad. And I don't know, Republicans fix it and you choose not to. While military and other people stand in our line and said we've never been here before. You got folks that serve this country and they sit here and don't have a meal to eat because you goofy Republicans, I was going to say something else, but I'll keep it clean. You goofy Republicans don't understand the plight of someone's life, and their life is just just like on a chessboard, and it cannot be. Republicans, you folks got to do better and get food in the mouths of the people who ask for it and get help for the people who lean on it. That is embarrassing. Republicans, you could do better than this while our line stretches back as far as the eye can see today.
Oh, thank you, Ashton. So yeah, what do you say to that, sir? Your market, your stock market, when people are trying to get to the market to get food, what do you say to that?
I totally understand that sentiment, and I think that is at the root
Is
cause.
your nose stopped up, or is that how you talk all the time?
What?
I said, is your nose stopped up, or is that how you talk all the time?
My nose is stopped right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. That's probably because you get on the stock market too much. Go ahead. I'm sleepy. When I get sleepy, I get goofy. Go ahead.
No, that's the root of the issue, right? That's the core of the problem. A lot of Americans, there's a feeling of, I guess, lack of financial security, living paycheck to paycheck. People, middle class families even struggling. And I think even at the root of that is ownership of assets, right? As we move forward into the future, as we make more robots, how would people really benefit from the economy? Isn't it through capitalism? Isn't it through giving people more and more ownership of capital? Because capital pays dividends. And, if you also own treasuries, for example, it's like the government literally paying you money just for saving, right? So I guess saving in U.S. bonds. So I think recapitalizing Americans, the 70% that are not benefiting, the stock market hit a new high, like probably the 10th one or 11th one this year. But most Americans, or at least a lot of Americans, not really benefiting.
That math ain't gonna work, brothers. You can't tell you why that math ain't gonna work and that math ain't floating well. The math doesn't work because
I'm confused how you think most Americans aren't invested in. Most of y'all got 401ks.
Why it's not working.
Right. 401ks, on the other hand, of course, increases your wealth in the balance sheet, but it's money you can't access, of course, until you reach retirement age. There's penalties, access. It's not just.
Well, that's the point of having stocks, right? Not to touch it for a long time, or you're one of those people that just invest and pull your money out. You're a day trader or some shit. What's going on?
No. So,
okay, so most people keep their money in stocks, right?
So let me respond, right? So the key here is financial security. A 401k is a part of the picture, but it doesn't end there. We also want you to be active in the markets. We want you to participate in capitalism. Of course, we're going to take care of your retirement and have that conversation. But what's your brokerage account looking like? Because a brokerage account is a valid account, just as is a 401k. So you just only want to have a 401k account. Because these are distinct accounts created by law. Right? So there's a reason. Right. It's not just, and earlier also talked about insurance. And there was like, insurance is, you should be glad about the insurance that she has. And, that's also important. It adds to wealth, overall financial security. So a lot of people don't have those types of securities. And they're usually living paycheck to paycheck when you're supposed to be living off dividends. Right. Spend your income.
So how many people in the United States, the percentage, actually can live off dividends? Even if let's say, middle class and lower, because let's be honest, right? But how many people can live off dividends?
I mean, like, if you're properly invested, it's not just supposed to replace your source of income.
So I've been investing since I joined the military, right? So with USAA, they had brokerage accounts where they took so much money out of my check every pay period, by 1st and 15th. They do it. But I know I can't live off of that. So explain to me, it's been since I was 18, and it's 14 years later. Explain to me how I'm going to live off the dividends. And I think I make decent change. I'm not rich, but I know I make enough money that I can take care of me and my daughter. So you explain to me how I'm going to live off of dividends. And I've been investing for a long time.
Exactly. So you're part of the I guess the 40% that is invested, and you're seeing your wealth is increasing right now because the stock market hit a new high, of course, if you're properly invested. So your retirement assets also flow through your balance sheet.
So hold on,
right?
if
Your book value.
so if you keep saying that the world, because you know everybody's portfolio is not in the same thing, and so the stock market reached a new high as part of the fund. Doesn't mean that every individual stock hit a new high today, or individual sector or industry. So depending on what people are invested in.
Exactly, which is the S&P, right? So if you at least held the markets, if you held the S&P, that's what that is, the Standard & Poor 500, top 500 companies. If you at least held that in that ETF, you and whatever, if you're properly balanced, your wealth overall is increasing, right? So
It's Singapore, but over here it ain't mapped it. I mean, look, brother, you can do that stuff in other parts of the world. You may be able to make a little bit of that over here, but you got Americans that can't turn over that kind of money like what you're talking about. Wages are not keeping up in the last 75 years. Wages are waning. They're waning, and when your wages are waning and they're not keeping up, you can't expect the average American to even save back $100. I said the average American barely has an emergency savings of $2,300 in case of an emergency. The average American doesn't even have that saved, right? So we got to go back to basics. And right now, a lot of Americans don't have the basics to understand money. So what we do is we go through Acorn, right? Everybody knows Acorn. They teach you the basics. They teach you what your later is. Your later is your retirement. They break all that down. And then they teach you how to save money in case of emergencies or disasters, right? All these things getting back to basics is what we got to teach people.
How I'm going to live off dividends.
You can't. The math ain't math. And you can't. He's an idiot. He's an idiot. You're an idiot. You're an idiot.
If you guys
So Patty, you better invest in only stock that pays dividends.
But if you didn't cut me off every time I try to explain, and then proceed.
You're lying.
Can we move on, because we already have a resident expert. She comes in the room.
You can't sit here a lot of people.
Well, what do you mean? I'm not trying to replace your resident expert. You think this is I'm just explaining my knowledge because I'm licensed.
Yes, but we don't want your business. We don't want your knowledge. That's all I'm saying. You know, the Series 7, Series 8.
I'm just sharing knowledge with you.
What you licensed to do? Are you licensed to drive a car?
I'm a wife and licensed in 20 states, including Nebraska. I was previously licensed for Series 7.
Oh, you Series 7?
You got your license at 2026.
Right.
Salam alaikum wa
Alaikum assalam.
How you doing?
Peace and blessings, brother.
Services firm. So please,
Inshallah.
this is my field. This is my career.
This is your career?
Okay, so
Alright, so is this your career? Let me hold something. Let me see something. Hold up. If this is your career, let me hold something.
Because you know you guys get big bonuses, so she's
It's
saying
I don't want me. If this is your career, let me hold something. You got all these stocks. Go ahead, transfer me 1,000. Hello? Not LOL.
Don't run now.
Come back. What's going on? You got the money, thanks. What's happening?
I never said
I know.
No, the way you came off is if you got more money than I got. So because you have more money than I have, sir, I'm just saying that you could go ahead and just, slip me $1,000. What's going on? I'm going to admit, that's what you would say.
Since you manage a hedge since you're a big boy, you get, because you want to come up on your annual bonus.
And he got a license to broker deals and stock market.
In 20 states.
Sure.
Hey, I don't understand this stuff because this stuff doesn't seem honest. You said you had a license in 21 states.
I used to use that one.
Life and health.
Because the Series 7 license is national.
Brother, let me tell you something.
That's what she said, Ify.
If you're telling people you have a license, it's not legit. You need to be honest because if you go to a church, I'm serious, if you go to a church or someplace and you're teaching this information, that's not cool. You need to be honest.
So
Do you
the
think
fact
it's
that
at church?
the fact that
Yeah, Dad, I'm going to your church, girl.
the fact that you I guess
Every day it's something we talk about. Financial education and the stuff that you're saying to the people is not real. You have to be honest in the financial licensing that you're telling people. Because if someone looks you up.
Ashton, so Ify, which license you said you're licensed in 20 states? And I'm just playing this right now because
so let me say it again, and I hope you guys are listening, right? So I'm a life and health agent. Life and health agent.
Life and health?
We're talking about no medical head.
No.
Life you said you said
telling the truth.
You said you were you held your Series 7, your FINRA.
Shut up and let me finish.
Series 16.
Damn. Shut up and let me finish. He pulled his balls out.
No, I'm asking for a point of clarification.
Let him stand it on stage.
God damn.
Ooh, he put experts in this. Oh my word.
This is exactly what I said the first time. Like, well, listen, you guys just want to jump off your mic and attack, right? So I said I'm a life and health agent. Licensed in 20 states, my home state being Nebraska. Life and health, brokers, everything. Life insurance, health insurance, annuities, long-term care. And,
you also said you were a Series 7.
Let me finish.
Are you black belt certified?
I said I was previously licensed.
Purple belt. He ain't even green belt.
At 63, right? So I was at a previous Series 7 license. It's not registered right now. But of course, I can at any point register it, right? I can re-register it because I was previously licensed.
Okay, so a whole quick question. What is the state exam called to get a 63 license?
State is federal. I'm going to break down.
What is the state exam called? There's a nickname for it.
Excuse me. I'm going to post the
Don't Google it. Just you should know because you took it.
I'm going to post the link to my FINRA profile.
Take the exam or not. Brother,
No.
can I say something? You're not making it my house.
Post the link to my
Wouldn't make it in my house for 2 hours because you lied. Liars don't make it here.
Right. So you guys can review.
You're lying.
After you review, I hope after you review.
I know he's an insurance agent. That's what he said the last time.
Exactly. Life and health.
He did say that the last time we talked to him about the military. So why do you want to join the military if you're doing so well?
Number 10, and you lied.
You guys.
He wants to serve his country.
Anyways.
He want to hide his money. He want to hide his money, ML.
Patty, and when you don't,
Oh, he said that's your problem. Right. Tell me what my problem is, sir.
when you don't tell the truth, it doesn't work out. Better tell the truth. And you're lying to these people on this stage, and when I catch you in the lies, there are people who lie, right? Because I tell you to get in your pickup truck and take a long drive. Take a long drive down the road because you sit here and you're lying to these people on this stage about what you know and what you don't. Brother, we teach financial literacy. We've been doing that for 50 years. And the crap that you tell people is not lining up with what we teach people. That kind of stuff you're telling people, it isn't right.
You have a license that's expired. You tell these folks you have a Series 7 license that doesn't work. So how in the world are you out here teaching people financial literacy or competency, but you don't have the right acumen or license? But what in the world you're teaching? Brother, you wouldn't make it in my house for 2 hours. You know why? Because you'd be on a plane out of my face to DFW Airport.
You
If you
coming
sit
at
up
me too
here,
strong, Ashley.
you'd be out of my
You
face.
gonna chase away the
Come
minute.
on.
So if
You're right.
okay,
You're not telling the
okay,
truth.
okay, Ashton.
You old for this. You're not telling the truth.
Ashton, I gotta ask him a valuable question here. So, okay, you said you're gonna post your FINRA profile, which is your broker check record. Can you post that, please?
It's in the chat. It's in the chat. You're looking at it.
Okay. So what's your CRD number?
Bro, it's in the chat. Just click on it.
I don't see it.
It's in the
Okay,
chat.
broker check. Okay, so he does have a broker check. Okay, let me see.
Scroll down, and you'd see, shows you the firm I was at. I got my Series 7 at Northwestern Mutual. But since then, I've been a life and health agent. Currently licensed in 20 states. Last year I did ACA. Converted about 830 families in 3 months. In terms of gave them health insurance for the year 2025. So think about that impact on lives and families. No. It's the same. Like it's like financial stuff. So when I've been on a financial plan, or retirement is a module. Because what we're talking about annuities, for example. You know what an annuity is? I'm a life and health agent. That life and health, that license is joined. Right, so I have the authority.
Okay, so one, you don't have a Series 7 license. You never had one.
Series 7 is.
It doesn't say that in your broker check.
Right.
It doesn't say that.
He's not telling the truth.
You see,
Ashton, hold on, because I know what I'm asking him. Hold on. So, broker check normally would say if you're FINRA Series 7. It doesn't.
Yeah,
now, as an insurance, hold on.
Broker.
Okay. Yes, you could be a broker because under the guise of you selling insurance, you guys fall under that.
No. FINRA is the national agency that regulates financial services, bro. FINRA is different from
yes,
regulated.
But that doesn't mean you got a Series 7. Okay, what is your Series 7s on? Okay, you got 63 and 66, your license. Now post the Series 7 license.
Previously registered, sir. Wait, what I'm saying.
You were registered, but did you ever take the exam and pass it? There's a difference.
It's been
okay,
2 years.
What is the exam you gotta take before you take the Series 7? Going once, going twice.
What's the filling of the profile? Oh yeah, you take the SIE. And then you take the Series 7 exam. You have to pass the SIE. So it's been 2 years since I've been previously registered. So of course that's the cutoff. So right now I have to take the exam again, essentially, to get the license. So that's what's not sure.
So that means you've never taken a Series 7 then?
No. It says previously registered. You see that?
Yes, you could be registered because you took the previous exam, but you never. Bro, no.
2 years on your profile.
Okay, I'm done with you.
And then it drips off. Bro, you're trying so hard. I can say you're trying so hard to.
Basic questions, bro.
When you're supposed to be arguing on the salient points that I made earlier about the stock market.
Yes, I'm just asking you basic question.
Of course.
Okay. You said okay. How long ago? Hold on. Quick question. How long ago did you take the SIE?
Bro, what is that? You see my profile on FINRA's?
Yes, because I'm looking at your profile and it doesn't say you took it. That's what I'm saying.
Because it drops.
It says you have 1 year of experience. Hold on. 1 year of experience. You work for one firm. You have 0 state licenses, and you said you have 66, 63, and 66, but it doesn't say that here.
Previously registered. I was previously registered. I wasn't active. I told you that from the beginning. That was previously registered for Series 7.
Can I get in the queue?
So I took the exam.
Can I get in the queue?
I'm a life and health.
Go ahead, bro.
Licensed in 20 states, right? So.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Because I think, Anthony, if I can just have a second here, we haven't a chance to talk about like
real financial learning, like real financial advice, right? And I think Americans are facing inflation at a rate that is out of control. That is like planned inflation, a planned 2% tax that the Federal Reserve puts on every single American that saves and earns in US dollars every year. And for so long, everybody's been cool with that, like self-imposed 2% tax that depreciates, right? And before 1971, when America moved off the gold standard, the idea that a single income earning household with 2 parents and 2.5 kids and the white picket fence and working a blue collar job, you could achieve the American dream doing that. And since 1971, the division between the wealthy and the poor has gone out of effing control. Right? And so the 1% that is dominating American politics today, the 1% that has polluted both the left and the right, the 1% that brings both sides of the most divided political, America since the Civil War, and yet they all get together, with the exception of where y'all are today. You guys, both sides got together multiple times a year to pass an unbalanced budget, which was a tax on every single American. And this is my question, I'll end with this, is that the Democrats have decided not to do it, and I understand why they have decided not to, but what is in the best interest of Americans when it comes to the midterms? Should the Democrats bend knee and open up this government and let the Americans, some of the most vulnerable Americans, face 200 or 300% increase in their healthcare costs? And vote accordingly in the midterms, or should they stand their ground to try and stop that from happening? It's like a genuine question.
Right, exactly. And we debated this yesterday. But on your broader point about the Fed and that 2% interest rate, right, or the 2% inflation target, at least right? But even the broader point, the wealth gap, you can see that the savings rates. And the American that you talked about, where a single family household, a single earning income household can take care of a family, the saving rates was higher, I guess, in relative terms than it is right now, especially after the Second World War. There was an economic boom, right? So that's not showing up anymore. And going off the gold standard maybe has a thing with that, because then we have consistent deficits, and which is what Trump is trying to address right now. Consistent deficits, you're exporting wealth. American savings is low.
Sorry, I gotta stop you there. I'm so sorry. I gotta stop you there. Did you just say that Trump is trying to confront the American debt? Outside of COVID, this administration has driven that deficit higher than any other administration outside of during COVID. Also, President Trump, what the hell are you talking about? He just put a bunch of trillions onto American debt and handed it to billionaires at the expense of ripping away health care from the most vulnerable Americans. What the hell are you talking about, Effie?
I'm talking about deficits, and if you look at the savings rates of Chinese households, if you look at the savings rates of the people in China, the household, average household, they have a higher savings rate.
You look mighty young. You look like
because all China does is they get surpluses on their balance of trade. So Americans are essentially, in terms of the budget, for example, they have to deficit fund with debts instead of having a balanced budget. So you're essentially issuing debt, which led us to this position. Going off the gold standard, kind of like remove the discipline, because the gold standard, like you said, kind of like enforced some reasonable thinking when it comes to finances. Not necessarily putting the country into debt, consistent debt, and higher deficits with other countries. Because America has a huge deficit with other countries. A huge deficit with China, especially if you look at the balance of trade between the United States and China.
Brother, I mean with the utmost respect, but you don't know what the hell you're talking about, sir. And I mean it with the utmost respect, of which I have. I do, brother, I do. So let me just explain what you're trying to say. Okay, but let me just see if I do. Right, America does have massive different trade deficits. Let's look at Canada and America, for example. Right, so Canada has trade deficit. We're talking about trade deficit, right?
And budget, trade deficit and budget. The budget deficit kind of exploded after the 90s because that's debt-based financing. It's essentially you're spending more than you're getting in tax revenue. So So that other money has to come from somewhere. And the only way that the government finances itself is by issuing treasuries. It's by issuing debt, essentially the bond. That's what that debt is, right? And the Fed being able to just, of course, print money, create money out of existence, adds to that debt. It's a mechanism. It feeds back. That's what we call open market operations. It can literally create money out of thin air. If there's a crisis, which devalues your own money and your own ability to save. Literally, from 2008, even the value of saving by the Fed was dropped to almost zero. You were encouraged to spend. I mean, interest rates was like, what, 1%? Who's putting like a whole bunch of money in a bank account to save when your inflation already at 2% kills you? So the environment hasn't necessarily encouraged like high savings rates. And there's many ways to save. You can save with a bank account, or you can save with.
I mean, again,
Look here, man. Look, can I say something here? Look, brother.
You can save with a
You sound crazy.
Roth IRA.
Okay, brother, but you sound crazy. You sound like you're in high school and we're learning information. Brother, you understand a 1956 pickup truck still may get down the road, but it still needs some modernization. And the way you're talking is in an error that what the hell? Look here, it makes no sense what you're telling these people, and you sit here and lie. We don't teach this information. This stuff is not taught. Whatever in the world you're talking about, and you're lying to these people. Brother, you better...
Just say you don't understand what I'm saying.
You better
You can admit that, you know.
You better fix...
Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean that it's going to happen.
Hey, look here, it sounds like a bunch of googly gop. It sounds like a bunch of... Brother, let me tell you something. You wouldn't make it in here for 2 hours. You wouldn't make it in front of my face for 2 hours.
Be on your face, Ashton.
Look here, brother. I don't really care. Let me tell you something. You're not going to make it. And you're not telling the truth. And when I catch you lying, I don't like liars. When you teach information, that information needs to be bold. It needs to be honest. When the information is not honest, then you can't sit here. No, sir. You can't sit here and teach this information to people. It's really upsetting, and it's very misleading because you don't have a Series 7 license, and if you did, why the crap is it expired? Either you're broke and you can't afford it. Fix it. You gotta fix it, and you're not doing that. Brother, I hold you responsible.
Hey, Ashton, it does expire. A Series 7 does not expire if you're unregistered.
Back in order.
No, he has to be at a firm. Actually, he has to be at her firm. So the thing about Series 7, after you say you're unregistered from a firm, you have like 2 years before it fully expires, or you have to go in this other status where you have to take, there's something like, I guess, mid-firm when it extends before. But you have to re-register the new firm that you're in order to take it again.
That means you're a floater. That means you're a floater. You know what I call you? The guy just said, no, sir. The guy said you had to go to a firm. That means you're a floater. That means you're nothing. That means you're assigned to no one. And when you're assigned to no one, then that means you can't sit here and teach people information when you don't have a firm unless you have your own, which I means you don't. You either assign to somebody, like that man said, okay, that means you need to get in your pickup truck and drive on down the road and think about what the hell you're teaching somebody. And then come back and get out of your pickup truck and teach the right information. Because right now, that's making me upset, brother. And you don't want to make me mad. At the end of the day, you better teach the right information or someone will teach it for you. Because you're not going to sit on here and lie to folks and tell them whatever the hell you're telling them, a bunch of goobly-gop country-ass stuff. You better get it right. Because if you was in front of me, that information would fly. We would never teach that information. Brother, you better fix what you're teaching. Seriously, that's crazy. That's crazy.
If I could just respond to Anthony about the trade deficit, because I know that was kind of what we're talking about, but we can make this about License 7 or whatever. But when it comes to the idea that a trade deficit is somehow a bad thing for America, this is a narrative that Trump has pushed that is completely idiotic. It is just poisonous. It is the justification for his trade war with the rest of the world. It is his justification for tanking the U.S. economy. And it is the justification for introducing the largest American tax increase in modern history, aka his tariff, right? And And so when we talk about a trade and balance with Canada, right, and then I'll go through the numbers really quickly. Canada has about 40 million people. They have about 1/10 the economy that America has, right? America has about 350 million people and 10 times the GDP and economy that Canada has. And yet Canada buys $350 billion worth of shit from America, and America buys $450 billion worth of shit from Canada. And so Trump points at that and says, oh, Canada's fucking us in the tune of $100 and some billion. And yet, if you actually do the math on a proportionate basis, shouldn't America be buying something like, what, $4 trillion worth of shit from us because you guys have 10 times the economy and the population? This idea that a trade imbalance is bad and should be tariffed is the reason why, Americans are paying how much more for your coffee? Because you can't bring coffee, you can't make coffee in America. You can't make bananas in America. You can't make cheap fucking oil enough to meet your needs in America. And if you put tariffs and taxes on bringing that shit in, guess what? Inflation. Guess what? Highest price for coffee and oil and bananas and all this shit.
Hey, Jeremiah, I did have a banana tree growing up in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and that's part of America.
In fact, that is true. I will bend knee to that. Because I used to go to Florida, and my parents have a banana tree in their gated community. Bless their heart. But I'm talking like in en masse. You know what I'm talking about?
I know. I'm just
Yeah, so I definitely understand your sentiment. I'm not saying Trump is an angel, but in the issue of China in particular, China to me is a different situation. China is a way different situation from the rest of the world because China is an unbalanced economy. And China literally would subsidize their industry and produce below cost and then use those products and dump around the world and dump it to the United States, and essentially you're funding them in the tune of $400 billion, and then they take it and then build their military and try to, essentially subvert.
How is that? Can I ask you something? Because you're saying that money approved $450 billion. What arm approves it? Is it approved by Congress? Brother, you're spitting out numbers.
It's approved by Americans buying Chinese products. And these Chinese products produce below cost, flood your markets, destroy your industries, take manufacturing capacity, so there's no competition. Right? So essentially, Americans are essentially shipping dollars.
$150 billion? $450 billion is what?
That's deficit. That's I guess.
Brother, you guys do. I don't know where you're getting that.
On top of that, and then on top of that, China is one of the largest holders of the bonds. That's also part of the trade balance, right? The bonds, the finances, the budget deficit for Congress. So there's both I didn't say the largest. I didn't say the largest. I said one of the largest. I said one of the. I didn't say the largest.
They're down to number 3 or number 4 by now. They're actually decreasing. They're scaling up the balance.
Right. So there's just too many deficits with China, and that trade needs to come back in balance. For the sake of the country, for the sake of capacity, the fact that.
I'm gonna ask you a question. Okay. Check this out. All right. So NVIDIA, right?
Right.
NVIDIA used to be 95% of the Chinese market of GPUs. Guess what they are today?
He said
0%.
Right?
And this was 40% of their. This was 20 to 40% of their revenue.
Right.
And this is all because of policy. Okay.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's terrible. If you're talking about, if your strategy is to make America number 1 globally, why would you create that condition?
I think they both created the conditions for each other, and that's why they recognize now. They recognize because all Trump showed saying, hey, you have to walk off the cliff.
No. You gotta focus, okay? Think about it, okay? Why would you create the condition that puts NVIDIA at 0% profits?
The main action for NVIDIA is happening in the country, and in China wants to undermine the industry.
No, NVIDIA is still
struggling to get the H-20 sold there, and now China's saying they don't want it. In fact,
because of the curbs.
well, in fact, Molinar in the Congress, hold on, because I don't think you know about this. Molinar in the Congress is actively fighting against this.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So fighting against them distributing any GPUs in China. Does that make any kind of sense to you?
Well, you know, like I said.
Listen to what he said. Anthony, respond to what he said, please. Respond to what he said.
That's what I'm saying. So the side effect, literally, a few months ago, these two countries got to the brink of not even trading with each other. This was when Trump raised tariffs at about 250%. Like literally, the shipping routes stopped.
Okay, we could talk to one more time, okay?
Alex, can I respond? Alex, I don't think he knows what you're talking about. I'd love to respond, because I think what you're making a point on is super important. Right, the companies that have the technology to make the most advanced superconductors are split between, and this is nuanced, but it's split between Netherlands and correct me if I'm wrong, Al, if it's Singapore, right? Singapore semiconductor. Taiwan, yeah, Taiwan semiconductor. Thank you, Taiwan.
SML and experience.
No, and that's why I said correct me if I'm wrong. But hold on, that's why I said correct me if I'm wrong. It's split between the Netherlands and Taiwan, right? And here's the nuance, right? Is that what decides whether or not that superconductor can be sold inside of China is the quality of that superconductor. Right, and the highest quality ones that are manufactured are, because of regulations, are reserved for American and sanctioned countries. China cannot have access to those. They can only have access to poorly manufactured semiconductors that do not have the performance that the higher ones do because of bullshit politics. And if China says, hey, all of a sudden we found a way to source these and we don't need to buy them from NVIDIA. And the materials required to build the semiconductors almost exclusively come from China, with the exception of maybe Malaysia, who has the next highest processing power of rare earth minerals. That's, I think, Aleph is what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, so the ultra rare, there's rare, hold on. There's rare earth minerals, right? But then there's ultra, and China is the only one in the world that has one of the most important ones for the fastest chip. But here's the other thing. ASML, hold on. ASML's market, right? When you look at it, this is the ridiculousness about the strategy, which should have been figured out a long time ago in January 1st, 2025. ASML, okay, they distribute, their products go 40% to China, okay, 37% goes to Taiwan, 4% goes to Korea, South Korea, and 6% goes to the USA.
It's a big problem. You don't think that's a big problem? You don't think we should build manufacturing capacity here in the country?
Nobody's arguing against. We're talking about blanketed tariffs to counter maritime fees that America enacted first. You know, the $50 per net ton, and then that if it's coming from a ship from China, and if that ship was made in China, coming from another country, it's 18 per ton. Okay, this adds up to an enormous amount of fees. And China totally outmaneuvered them with what's called the Lunar Crescent strategy. You can probably look that up if you can find it. But anyway, that's what triggered this Liberation Day. Okay. And so, anyway, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Exactly. So, at the end of the day, right, something had to be done. Are you going to wait for Congress? Were you going to wait for Congress to pass legislation that will stop China?
We got to have Congress.
Decimating your industries?
Here's a great example, right? And I agree with you. I think for strategic industries, you need to have the ability, like pharmaceuticals and military. Like, you have to have that capability in house. You shouldn't hand that off to another country, right? So I agree with you with that, right? But let me give you a hilarious, ironic example, right? Samsung partnered with America to build a manufacturing plant with super high rare, manufacturing technologies, right? And so Samsung sent hundreds of South Korean, specialists, only people in the world with this knowledge, and their families to America and to create this factory that is going to, for the first time, do shit that you could only do in South Korea, and they were working with the Americans, and then ICE came in. Hold on, it was sharing South Korean expertise that did not exist in America in order to open a Samsung manufacturing plant in America. And they were arrested by ICE, they were handcuffed, and they were shipped back to South Korea. And the South Korean president today said that these people, who are some of the only people in the world with this knowledge, even if America agrees to like protect them and guarantee that they won't be thrown into ICE facilities if agree to go back, most of them are so traumatized over their experience with ICE that they will not go back, and this will result in massive delays to the opening of that manufacturing plant, Effany. And so that's the irony. That's the fucking irony, man, is that I agree. You do need strategic manufacturing in certain industries within your country. But if you're gonna lock them up and fucking throw them in Guantanamo Bay just because they don't have the right fucking visa, that's gonna be real hard to do.
That's great. Brother, if you're a Republican, you can sit here and want that, and you have jobs fleeing this country because of stuff like that. And at the end of the day, something has to be done about that. And when you have companies saying, look, we're not going to come back here because of the treatment of our, staff or whatever, that is an issue. And I just don't understand this younger guy here that's sitting here talking about finances. You look like you're in high school or something, or 20 years old. You can't be no 40-year-old or 30-year-old up here saying this blabbering information. How old are you anyway? Because a lot of us, I've seen somebody in my living room on this damn floor laughing at you because they don't get what you're teaching. How old are you, dude? And what are you teaching and what are you telling people? Because it's just very interesting to me, and it just doesn't make any sense, and the math ain't a math. And semiconductors and all that other kind of stuff. I mean, yes, our state here, there was a company that absolutely wanted to participate in that kind of stuff, and I'm trying to think of the name of that company. They really do. They want to participate in this. Many companies do. GE is one of them that talked about wanting to build factories to make computer chips and those
How do
kinds
you
of
answer
things.
the question and explain a whole bunch of other stuff at the same time?
I'm sorry. Well, I'm sorry, but the thing is, I'm sorry. Well, Miss, I mean, seriously, the biggest thing is no, I haven't.
You sure?
No. Yes, I'm dead sure. Yes, I have not been drinking anything.
I've been drinking.
No, I have not.
Disclosure, full disclosure, First Lady, I have consumed some legal Canadian marijuana cigarettes through the course of this
I
evening.
didn't ask you nothing. If you keep me commenting on me, I'm good with it. Now, go smoke your joint and shut the hell up. Ask Jeremy to send you a tree so you can get calm and cool and collective as well. What's the question that you asking, Ifani?
A tree? Is that what you said? I'm sorry, pal.
Take one of his buds. Now, what are you asking, Ifani? You had a whole bunch of questions. You said the boy young. You got all these different things. I left for 10 minutes. You're still beating up on Ifani.
I'm sorry. I just. Fine.
But you're not a little boy long.
Young, man. Very young.
I mean, he was like, actually, I know, like, we shouldn't be ableist against, like, people who are stunted, but, like, that level of stuntedness is not, like, everybody's fault. And, like, I get that, like, also we need to make room for people with disabilities on these stages, but, like, I think that you can't, like, let people with disabilities be in a position that they're not advocating for their best interest. Sold as a record. So, like, I think maybe, like, considering that, like, if somebody has a disability and they need, like, help, like, offering them the help as an intervention earlier so that they're not, like, in a position that they're just embarrassing themselves forever. Because, like, that happened with Trent earlier, where he was, like, drunk on stage, or maybe just having a stunted moment, like Ifani, too, so I don't know.
help you with something.
Trent was not drunk. He was just being
Exactly. Let me help you with something. I am not a Clubhouse employee. This is an audio ad. I am not responsible for these adults. They are adults. I will always try to continuously keep the peace because that's just who I am. But whatever I do is because it's coming from the heart. But so far as in, controlling people and what they do, not so much. If you're gonna be disrespectful, then I'm definitely gonna put a lid on that.
I mean, Trent was really disrespectful. Sorry.
Okay.
I think, ladies, sometimes there's this perception that the green beans are somehow collecting a salary from Clubhouse and deserve to get, shit shat on, because they're not living up to the salary they're collecting that is not a salary, that's not a thing.
We've been on the app for 5 years. I think we know how Clubhouse works. Thanks.
You said that, and then you throw little smart things out your mouth, and then you were sitting there talking about, that you had some, and I don't like to call it disabilities, but inabilities, and I don't know. It just seems like.
Yeah, and of course I was being facetious, First Lady, but I just wanted to point to the title, right? And I think my question is this: is that based on my understanding, right? And I'm no fan. To date, Trump has not disobeyed any ruling of the Supreme Court, and I'm open to being, proven wrong, right? And so my question is this: is that the Supreme Court doesn't have any teeth, based on my understanding, right? With the exception of, to the extent that the U.S. military will obey the Supreme Court rather than the Commander-in-Chief. My question is if it comes to a point where the Supreme Court rules and Trump decides not to obey that ruling, what do you guys think will happen? I'll land with this. I think the honor of the U.S. military, not the complex, but the military, would cause them to side with the Supreme Court over the president, I think.
That's interesting because the Supreme Court, at the end of the day, it would be nice if they made some ruling to impeach him if he didn't follow orders. I don't know if that's ever been done. I have no idea. All this is kind of new.
Ashton,
it would be
they don't
if he didn't follow orders.
Ashton, they don't have the ability to do that.
I didn't know that. Someone in the living room asked if they did. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not, don't be sorry. I know you. I'm not criticizing you. I'm just letting you know they don't have the authority to do that.
Okay. Didn't know that.
No hate in you.
Because I thought they did, and I thought they could rule if he didn't follow an order, that they could find some action to call for his impeachment if he didn't follow whatever they ruled upon or something.
Well, my understanding, and Shaw, correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is that the Supreme Court can rule and prevent the president from taking certain actions, right? Like sending military into cities or running for a third term or things like that. And to date, every time the Supreme Court has ruled against what the president wanted to do, the Trump administration has adhered to those rulings. And I guess the question was, if at a certain point the Trump administration decides not to, the only teeth that the Supreme Court has is the U.S. military, but the head of the U.S. military is the Commander-in-Chief, and that's kind of my question, is that if it comes to a point where Trump decides to go against a ruling of the Supreme Court, do you think that the military, aka the one teeth, you could talk about the marshals or whatever, but do you think that the military will side with the Supreme Court over the Commander-in-Chief?
That's a good question. Since it's never happened before, and I don't know the answer to that, sorry. I'll be honest with you. I have no idea. If he was to do that, then he would get impeached again, and then the Senate, if they had enough balls, because he has done something that violates the law of the land, maybe then they would vote to impeach him. Because remember, the House has impeached him twice, and the Senate has voted not to enforce that impeachment. So I think that would be how it would be handled. I can't imagine him violating the Supreme Court rulings, because the few that he has lost, he hasn't violated. He's done what they've said.
I agree. I agree with that, especially when it comes to the impeachment. Because you have to remember, he was not impeached. He was charged with impeachment, right? And I guess
he was impeached.
Oh, so, I'm so sorry. You're correct, but he wasn't removed. Is that a better?
Yes. So the House impeaches, and then the Senate votes to remove him.
Ratify. Gotcha. Yeah. Sorry, I misspoke. Yeah. But if we look at outside of impeachment, right? Because Bannon recently said that, hey, America needs a third term with Trump, and it's going to happen, and we'll let you know how it's going to happen, right? And so, in a case like that, where the Supreme Court maybe rules against whatever Bannon's cooking up for Trump, and says, hey, no impeachment there, but there's a case where it's like saying, okay, I get that's your ruling, but I was on the ballot because I was in control, and I was voted in for a third term, so I don't care what you say, I'm going to take my third term. Like, at that point, where are the teeth for the Supreme Court, if they need teeth? And I think that's the problem, is the Supreme Court doesn't have any teeth.
Well, he can't go on the ballot. That's a violation of the Constitution, and the minute he put himself on a ballot, the Supreme Court would rule that he can't do that. You have to change the Constitution. The Constitution is very clear. 2 terms. Period. I don't care what the defense.
Terms. That's it, guys. So y'all want to sit up here and say y'all want this man going for a third term and all that? America would literally rip itself apart if this man was elected a third time. Because that's never happened. Ever. Like, let's be real. Somebody's got an X around me. I don't understand why. When has another person been elected a third time? Seriously, when has that happened?
Well, with respect, Ashton, I think Trump has the picture, and guys, correct me if the 22nd Amendment was put in place that prevented that from happening.
Oh, that's a big caveat. Before the amendment was
exactly. Which is important, Ashton, obviously, right? But I guess my concern is this when it comes to what Bannon says, is that there are specific words that are written in the 22nd Amendment. And when Bannon says, hey, we've got 2 or 3 different ways around that, we got some ways around Jimmy Kimmel, First Amendment, we got some ways around Second Amendment, but also, like the interpretation of the amendments of the Constitution is up in the air. And so if J.D. Vance is elected president under a policy or a platform that says, hey, the second I'm elected president, I'm going to abdicate my presidency to Trump. Does the Constitution prevent that? Does the 22nd Amendment prevent that?
Then Donald Trump would be serving again. He's not a different person. So, yes, legally it would prevent that. Because, again, you can't be the same dumbass person trying to serve again. Whether you wiggle it this way or move it, that sounds stupid. You can't repeat the process again. That's what I think. That's what I believe. And that is crazy. America would...
Right. So, just real quickly on a couple of points that are being discussed here for Jeremiah's. First of all, you were initially asking about what would happen if the president did violate court orders that came by the way of the Supreme Court, whether the National Guard, the Army, whoever, the military overall as an apparatus would come by and choose a side versus the other. First of all, you and I probably already understand that the military falls under the executive branch. And so it would be a question of whether their actions would be actually relevant to what is being asked. So you gave an example, but that would probably be the one example in which the military would need to do at all, right? Because if the president decides to just go for a third term, then that would be a situation in which the military may have to step in. And would they choose one way or the other? We don't know, but they could. They absolutely, that would be a moment in which they could. And honestly, beyond them, you actually don't even need to involve the military at that point, because the actual process to allow for a president doesn't start or end with the military. It starts and ends with the Congress in and of itself, just like what happened when he tried to fake an election essentially last time, right? You didn't need the military to be involved last time when he tried to lie his way into the office. So we didn't need that necessarily in that case, number one. Number two, in any other case or in any other situation where he may refuse, just like he didn't necessarily refuse directly, but he essentially had an administration not follow court orders by the Supreme Court when it comes to Kimar Abrego Garcia, therefore creating a constitutional crisis, exactly like you're suggesting. The military didn't need to necessarily get involved in that situation either, right? The military didn't get involved at all. And so there's plenty of situations where the military may not find themselves needing to act, and therefore the Supreme Court would be left to just put their hands on their hips while the president does what they want. So there's plenty of situations where the answer is the military is just not going to do anything at all, because why would they?
I'm glad you brought up that case, and that there was a recent documentary that was released where immigration judges recently just like disclosed, and even there was a immigration prosecutor for the government that came out in that specific case that you were talking about, and the judge asked the lawyers, is the person in the air right now? Have they left the country? I'm ordering you to not send this person out of the country. And the prosecution lied to the judge. And the assistant to that prosecutor, in his testimony, said, I stood there and said, what's going on? Never in the history of my career as a lawyer have I ever seen a prosecutor lie to the judge about the status of someone who's being prosecuted right now. They lied about that person and said, no, they're in the air, it's out of our control, when they hadn't been shipped yet. And if the judiciary is failing, then maybe the question is not like, hey, what's the teeth of the judiciary when Trump kicks back against the judiciary? Even the judiciary is crumbling under the weight of this administration.
I mean, yeah, it's a serious problem, and it will likely cause constitutional crisis. As long as the current administration keeps pressing, it'll continue to be a problem. The bigger problem with me, though, isn't so much what the current administration can or cannot do under the law, or what they can get away with under the color of the law. The bigger problem is the Supreme Court itself. We keep worrying about the Supreme Court like the Supreme Court isn't complicit or hasn't been complicit in a lot of the problems that have been going on in the past entire year. They have been. They've been basically co-signing a lot of the actions that the president has been taking, no matter how many court rulings have happened that would sanction or stop or pause certain actions for further review. The Supreme Court's been basically underwriting everything that President Trump has been acting upon. And so it's less of a worry about, well, oh, poor the Supreme Court, will they have somebody to defend them and uphold their law? It's more, what is our current Supreme Court willing and capable of doing in order to allow our current president to get away with essentially any and everything? Like the argument earlier being made about supposedly finding a loophole for around presidential terms. Is there a loophole? Absolutely not. There's no loophole. The This is like common sense level case open close situation. There is no loophole. It's very clear. However, there's always a loophole if the judge that is presiding over a court case is willing to grant you some sort of logical leeway, right, in your arguments. There's always a loophole in that case because that's what the law really is, right? The law is really just an argument made and an argument accepted. That's what it is. And so fundamentally, whether what's written on the book says one thing or the other, if the Supreme Court decides, they can just make a landmark case. And then therefore, you got yourself another landmark case that is constitutionally upheld that allows a president to have a third or a fourth term. And that's a problem.
And I'm sorry, I don't want to dominate. I'm going to hand over the mic after this, but it just wants to make some interesting points, right? Is that when it comes to Supreme Court rulings that had unforeseen repercussions, I think Citizens United is probably one of the biggest ones that eroded American democracy and unforeseen. I don't think that was the intent of the ruling, but the outcome was just a massive decline of the American democracy and handing that to the wealthy. The second one was when they ruled and said, hey, anything that a president does in the course of his duties, he effectively has immunity from. Right? And I think that's the one that has ultimately stripped all repercussions from almost any action that an American president takes going forward. Like that can be the only takeaway, right? And I'll land with this. You brought up something that I think was also interesting, is that when we look at the history of the American democracy, right, and saying like, hey, sometimes we just have to accept this idea of hey, whoever's got the power, whoever has the strength, they're going to have the ability to do what they want, right? And I think that's the danger. That's where you start talking about the third term. And let me just read this. I'll be really quick. This is the 22nd Amendment of the United States Constitution. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. Elected to the office of the president more than twice. And no person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president shall be elected to the office of the president more than once. But this article shall not apply to any person holding the office of president when this article was proposed by the Congress, and shall not prevent any person who may be holding the office of the president or acting as president during the term within which this article becomes operative from holding the office of the president or acting as a president during the remainder of such term. And there is a second section, but when I read that first section of the 22nd Amendment, I would argue that that is not cut and paste clear that Trump cannot have a third term. I would argue there is nothing in that first section that says that J.D. Vance can't be elected as president under a platform that says I will advocate my presidency and hand it over to Trump for a third term. Because Trump would not have been elected for a third term. He would have been handed the presidency by J.D. Vance. And that's just one of multiple strategies that the Republicans can use to hand Trump a third term in 2028.
Yeah, but he very clearly said he would not run as VP. So
even if he ran as VP, even if he randomly chose to run as VP, to be handed the presidency would still be getting elected as the president. That's not how that works. The election would be the ticket itself, the ticket of the president and the vice president of the election. So therefore, you would be getting elected. There is no, oh well, the semantics of the amendment allows for it to be something other than a direct voted election. That's not actually the case, nor was it ever intended to be the case. The intent was very clear. The intent has been applied this entire time through a traditional fashion. And so no, there is absolutely no room. There just isn't.
Well,
so, Abby, can I ask you something?
If he runs as the vice president and then J.D. Vance says, I quit, Donald Trump becomes the president under the Constitution.
I'm not even suggesting that. Because
no, but I'm saying that would, I mean, if he has that much hold over Vance, then that's what he could do. That would be the only way. And well, I would a violation of the amendment.
I would argue that it would, because even running as vice president would he's running for election in a way to access the presidency. But I'm saying, like, who's the third in charge? The third in charge does not have to be elected. The third in charge can be appointed. So you could have a J.D. Vance, whoever the next in line, a Rubio VP ticket, and both of them run on a platform that says, hey, if you vote for us, both of us will advocate and step down and hand the presidency to Trump. And we're going to give, and again, forgive me if is it Speaker of the House or who's number 3? We're going to appoint Trump as Speaker of the House. Yeah, so we're going to appoint Trump as Speaker of the House. And our platform is that if you vote for the Vance Rubio ticket, the second we're elected, we will advocate and make the Speaker of the House the president. There's nothing in the Constitution that prevents that, and that's my concern. Is that when Bannon's sitting there with a grin on his face saying, no, we're good, it's all good, don't worry, we're going to have Trump 2028. The left isn't thinking about this enough.
No, again, no. I don't know how to stress this. You can't get away with this on a semantics technicality, right? These people cannot abdicate their seat to a person who has already been elected twice. That's already been the case. That is the fundamental thrust of the second, or of the 22nd Amendment, right? That's what it's about. That's what it's fundamentally about. The only reason to interpret this in the way that you are talking about is if your desire was simply to elect that person. There is no actual logical reasoning to make that make sense. There just isn't. It doesn't make sense. The 22nd Amendment is talking about electing a person more than twice, but they're actually making room for anyone that wasn't elected to just be appointed. That doesn't actually make any sense. That's not reasoning. It's a completely irrational reading of the 22nd Amendment.
They've said, nothing that some folks have said, especially the other guy that left, a lot of things just don't make any sense. And when things don't make sense, hey, they don't make dollars either. And at the end of the day, Donald Trump has our butt in a deficit that at the end of the day, it's not turning enough dollars while people are hurting. There's some problems, and the math ain't math. It just doesn't make any sense. And it's just a problem. It's concerning.
And Larry, let me say this, brother. I agree with you with the intent of the 22nd Amendment. But let's look at the Second Amendment. Let's look at the intent of the Second Amendment. It was clearly about making sure that regulated militias have enough ability to push back against the federal government if the federal government starts acting all kingly, right? Like, that was the intent. And yet it has been misinterpreted and poorly interpreted and regulated, allowed the leading cause of death for American children to be fucking guns, brother. And so when I agree with you that was never the intent of the 22nd Amendment, but as a Canadian, when I sit here and speak to my brothers and sisters in America with concern, and I say, hey, just be careful, Trump doesn't 22nd Amendment, y'all. Like the gun industry has Second Amendment, all the poor American kids who died from fucking gun wounds, when there's no leading first world nation where the leading cause of death of kids is guns. Abby?
Yeah, so with all due respect, you might have arguably picked the worst argument you could have possibly made by choosing to compare the 22nd Amendment to the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment may be the worst written amendment ever, like by far. Have you ever read the Second Amendment? That thing is a long, ambiguous, run-on sentence. That's what that thing is. It is not written well. It has been a topic of discussion, of conflict, of constitutional issues and ambiguous rewriting and reinterpreting since its inception. Since its inception, people have not been fully clear about exactly what it is supposed to mean. First, it talks about a well-regulated militia, so people would argue that it's about a well-regulated militia being stood up. Next, it talks about the security of a free state, meaning that it would actually be about the security of the state rather than the security of each individual person. But then it tells you the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So then it's the people, not the militia, nor for the specificity of the free state. So this entire is a problem. It has been a problem for a very, very long time. It has been a topic of discussion in legal writing the entire time. So no, these are not to be compared. The 22nd Amendment is black and white, very clear, and clearly understood. It's been clearly understood this entire time. People have not been debating the 22nd Amendment. However, the Second Amendment may have been, aside from the first, the most debated amendment of any amendments, period. So no, they are not comparable in any sense.
Are you from America, brother? Are you from America? The gentleman there speaking. Are you from the United States? If you're from America, you would never compare those two things. Anyway, if you live in states like mine, they ain't getting rid of no guns, no matter how hard you press it, talk about it, flip it, whatever the case may be. They're not going to get rid of it unless it's done at the federal level. They've already said on national TV here that they ain't getting rid of no guns. So I don't really know. You know, guns are a part of the culture here. It's been that way since the late 1800s. At least some records I saw in the county, guns have been a part of America for a very long time. Black and white shaky photos show people holding rifles in front of a courthouse. So I don't know what to tell you, brother. That just ain't going nowhere unless you got something to say or do about it. But I'm just sorry to tell you, America and some parts of this country are ingrained in having a gun. Most folks in my part of the country learned how to shoot a gun at the age of 12 years old. Boys and girls gather around. At least that's what they learn how to do. So I don't know what to tell you if that's going to go anywhere, if people are still teaching their kids at the age of 12 how to shoot a gun. I don't know if that's going anywhere, brother.
And the 22nd Amendment is definitely about to be debated. Donald Trump is one of those people that takes ambiguous writing, ambiguous regulation, ambiguous rules, and it's going his possible end to a third uses the word elected. And although when we start getting into a vice president is not elected, vice president is appointed. So now we do have to go to a Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has to make a ruling, just like they've made rulings on Second Amendment rights and things like that. And if you look at some of the way he writes his executive orders are very ambiguous. If you read one of the executive orders is in September about terrorism, domestic terrorism, he even uses words like trespassing as domestic terrorist. Trespassing is a misdemeanor. Right in the middle of killing people, chopping people up, fucking people up, being a killer, a terrorist, they sneaks in words like trespassing. Why? And then
I don't understand.
Are both of us talking?
Yeah, let's
same time. What's going on? But I'm happy to answer any questions after I get done talking. I like the dialogue. If you look at the 8 April executive order about empowering our law enforcement, he's consistently told everybody what he's going to do, and nobody challenges him. So now that this running for a third term, he's making hats and T-shirts and shit like that. That's what he's going to do. Like, there's nothing better than turning on the lights when the lights are off and saying, "Bitch, I'm going to slap you," and there's nothing you're going to do about it. That's the type of dude that he is. He's not sneaky about this shit. Go read for real. Go read the 28 April executive order. It says in section 4A and 4B that local law enforcement can use active duty military assets and personnel. Section 4A and 4B. It's not a long read at all. And guess what he did in DC? And then guess what he do? What he did in California? He brought active duty Marines. Active duty, not guard, not reserve. Which, by the way, If Guard and Reserve are activated, then they're active. They get paid active duty pay, get active duty benefits. But once again, this ambiguity. So the 22nd Amendment is ambiguous enough to where we're going to argue about it. And if people don't even know about the 12th Amendment, the 12th Amendment says basically you are not allowed to, you can't be picked as a vice president. You're not eligible to be a president. However, he's not ineligible to be a president because he wouldn't be elected. And the 22nd Amendment talks about being elected. This wouldn't be an election. The president would run, they would win, he would be appointed, not elected, therefore, they can make the argument. And that's all you have to have in order to send it to the Supreme Court. We have to make the argument. And he has outmaneuvered everybody because 3 of the Supreme Court justices were appointed by him, and 2 of them fuckers are old as shit. And guess what? He's going to appoint 2 more.
But wouldn't it be cleaner? Wouldn't it be cleaner if I'm sorry, Shaka?
I was going to say that the being put on the ballot, people will take that to the court, and the court will get him removed from the ballot for violating the amendment.
That was going to be my question.
If he's not on the ballot, he can't win. He can't win.
What do you mean? How would he be taken off the ballot?
He can't be vice president.
What Sean's saying,
wouldn't it be read it to you right now? I got to pull it up.
But wouldn't it be cleaner to make Trump a Speaker of the House and have a Vance Rubio ticket? Because then Trump's not being elected.
Before you even get to that,
Of course he has to be elected. How else is he
Your vice president is not elected, people.
So
appointed.
Let me just, if I could reply to you real quick, because you said a lot of things. I agree with some of the stuff. I disagree with some things. Let me start with what I agree with. I agree with you that the president currently is pushing any and all limits he possibly can. He will essentially try to test to the limitation of every single amendment that he can in order to do whatever the hell he wants to do. Right? He has been doing that this entire time. There's no question about that. I don't think anybody's under the illusion that he is like specifically reading the text of any amendment, any law, period, as plain as it is written, and is instead trying to find ways to go around every single thing in order to get done with whatever he wants to get done with. I agree with you on that, and I think he will continue to do that. Now, here are some of the things I disagree with you on. First of all, this idea that nobody's been pushing back on it, that's a total lie. He's been pushed back on nearly every single thing he has done. He had several of his actions overturned by lower courts, central courts, and the Supreme Court several times. That's actually been the case this whole time. So a lot of his actions he had to roll back multiple times within the last year. So people have been pushing back. He's had to comply in a lot of the cases. That's number one. Number two, I have no idea, genuinely, I have no idea, and I mean this with all due respect, no idea where you got this notion that the vice president is not elected. The vice president is absolutely elected. The president and the vice president are elected under one ticket. That is the specific ticket to becoming the president and the vice president. The person that is not elected, like Jeremiah has been saying this entire time, is the House Speaker. That person is appointed, which is why Jeremiah is making that argument, right? Which can
They have
be
to
seen
be
as an
elected
argument.
first to the House.
No, they
before
don't.
Can be appointed.
No, they don't. No, they do not. That is false, Shep.
No,
That is
actually,
actually false.
yeah,
You do not have to be. You do not actually. As far as being the Speaker of the House, some people think that in order to become the Speaker of the House, you have to be elected into the House of Representatives. That's actually not true. You can just be appointed to the Speaker of the House. So that's actually the point that Jeremiah is making, which of course I'm disagreeing with, and I've been disagreeing with this entire time. But that's the point he's making, is that if somebody gets appointed to that position, therefore they have to be quote unquote appointed rather than quote unquote elected. This semantics game, this semantics game, which I am saying this to both Jeremiah and AIM, is futile. It doesn't make sense. It's irrational.
I was just looking for you, little bro. I ain't had your number.
Yo, hi Mike. Rob, hi Mike. So it's irrational to make any sense, because to be clear here, if we're going to get into the semantics of it, this 22nd Amendment talks about someone being elected. It doesn't mean that they have to be democratically elected, right? It doesn't say democratically elected. It does not mean that they have to be elected by a vote. It never specifies that. So guess what you can be elected as? if somebody, as the president or the vice president, abdicates their seat and chooses you, that is also an election. Believe it or not, that's how that works. If you're gonna be
Can you quote
all
the
about
Constitution or the amendment that supports that, Abby? Can you just quote the Constitution amendment that supports that viewpoint?
You don't, no, I don't have to quote a constitutional amendment to say that, because that's actually the dictionary definition of the word elected. That's the point. If we go down to just what the words mean, if you end up playing the semantics game, guess what you're gonna have to go towards? You're gonna have to go towards historical law application and then definitions. That's what it is.
Yeah, I'm sorry, brother, but I gotta call, hold on, brother, I gotta call bullshit and bullshit. If you're saying that every single appointed official, hold on, if you're saying every appointed official that is appointed by an elected official is by definition an elected official, then the entire Supreme Court is elected. Like, it is complete nonsense what you're saying, dude. There are elected officials and there are officials who are appointed by those elected officials. Just because you were appointed by an elected official does not mean that you were elected into that position. It's fucking nonsensory.
No, you're right. No, hold on a second. Now, hang on a second. Hang on a second. So just to be clear here, you'd be correct in the usual application of appointment and election. And if you go by usual application of terms, appointment and election, and then go by how the Constitution has been interpreted with those terminologies, then you can't all suddenly and uniquely slice out the 22nd Amendment and go, actually, that one's up to interpretation in any way you want to. That's the problem, right? You either gotta, you can't have your cake or eat it too, right? You can't have it both ways. You can't just be like, well, things are actually up to interpretation in any way you want them to be, except in the cases in which I want to interpret these terms in the ways that they have been interpreted legally this entire time for over 200 years. In reality, appointed and elected, like you're saying, would be used in that fashion. 100%. But also,
there's no case.
But also, wait, hold on, let me land my point. But if that's what you're gonna do, if you say elected means this and appointed means that, then you're gonna have to also say the 22nd Amendment means exactly what the 22nd Amendment has been interpreted as this entire time. You can't just all suddenly go, well, actually, when it comes to the 22nd Amendment, but only when it comes to the 22nd Amendment, am I now going to decide that the ways people have been interpreting it is it up to question? Because if it is, then yeah, guess what, then brother? Guess what? The Supreme Court's been elected too. That's exactly what happens when you call into question the semantical applications of all of these terms. You actually destroy, fundamentally deconstruct the entire substratus of how we've been interpreting all the laws and how we've been interpreting every single election, which is fine if you want to do that, right? But guess who's not going to normally want to do that? Everybody else. The Supreme Court wouldn't want to do that unless, of course, like I said earlier, the Supreme Court is also in on it and wants to do Trump's bidding. And if that's the plan, right, but if that's the case, then it's not about whether you have an argument or not. It's just about whether you can get the Supreme Court to co-sign it. The argument itself is irrational. It doesn't matter, though.
The argument's not irrational.
It is. I just told you how it's irrational. It's completely irrational, but it's okay if the Supreme Court co-signs it anyway.
It's all about the whole point is creating a question. That's all he has to create. He doesn't have to create right or wrong. He has to create the question for an interpretation to come down. Okay? And then that pushes it out of the Congress, out of Senate, out of the president, and over to our appointed officials, our Supreme Court. And they are the interpreters of the law.
Wouldn't the states have to ratify it too, though, since they ratified it?
That's exactly what I've been saying. Hey, that's exactly what I've been saying, though. My point the whole time.
No, I wouldn't disagreeing with you. The only thing I'm saying this is the 22nd Amendment. It has things that can be questioned, and then you throw the 12th Amendment in there as well.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean by question? When you say questioned, are you saying that these things are up for free interpretation, or are you saying someone can just challenge it in whatever way they want?
No. I mean this. I think the essence. Obviously, we all know the essence of why the law was written.
And the application.
The application was so that we wouldn't have somebody go past 2 terms. We all know that. However,
an amendment, but go ahead.
Hold on, man. No president in the past has ever challenged that up in recent times. It was put into place so that we don't go past 2 terms. We know that. However, now that we have a president that is challenging it or has a team of people who will challenge this, and not going to have a Supreme Court that's going to laugh at him and go, we know the essence of the law. Also, by the way, if you try and look up case law, nobody's challenged this. This hasn't come up before. So this is new territory, because normally in law what happens is if you don't really have an answer, you go and look at previous cases to go, how did other judges in the past judge on this? And there's nobody that's judged on this in the past.
Well, that's not necessarily true. There are other. There haven't been any large cases specifically for the presidency, sure, but there have been other lower. Yeah, there have been. But you don't have to. But you don't have to have a court case that is exactly one for
That's
one.
what I've been looking for the last 5 minutes.
You can actually
find it.
other.
You can have some other things that you can potentially and the Supreme Court.
Right, and that's how judicial review goes, right?
Potentially, dude. No, we typically when it comes to law, you have something. A lot of times you'll find case law that's almost exact. Sometimes you'll find
Right, but that's not the case here, is what I'm saying. Obviously, I'm accepting that. We all know that, right? I'm saying beyond that, judicial review doesn't stop there. You don't just go, oh, okay, well, I have no other precedent that literally matches this one for one, therefore I'm done. No, you have to go with other cases, similar cases.
Hold on, I waited till you got done, boss.
Well, I'm not done yet, but I'm saying, I'm giving you the examples.
And then I started talking.
No, I'm not. I'm making my point. My point is about they're not just being that. It's not just that.
Speaking. What are you talking about here?
What?
They're gonna go into the history of law trade.
No, they're not just gonna go straight to that.
I'm gonna talk and then you're gonna talk.
Okay, well let me land my point then. I'm saying they're not just gonna move on to that. No, I'm not having. I'm telling you I haven't. I'm telling you that it's not the case, right? They're not just gonna move on.
Okay, you need to let other people speak.
Yeah, let me just sure. And this is the last thing I'm gonna say then. Let me just land with this. All I'm saying is, first of all, you don't just go with that judicial review or that process and just find identical one for one and then stop there. If you don't find anything, you have to go to other cases. You don't just go straight to the history of interpretation in general. You can go to other cases that are similar, and in those cases, whether they be at the Senate level or the federal Senate level or the state Senate level or the House or other governance levels, where people have contested term limits, which you have, people have contested term limits in the United States. You can interpret those cases and analyze them based on the data that we have. That we can start with. Number one. Number two. If it's simple as just a question, right? What? Let me finish. And number two, this is what I said.
You just keep going. You just
I'm literally.
Landed. Okay, you took off again and flying. Call it a
Bro, it's actually been both of y'all for the last 10 minutes. Keep it a bean. I just wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, just go ahead.
Does anyone?
You can go after. I get.
Man, look, I'm gonna just ask the question, man. Look.
And then nobody's not gonna hear you because I'm gonna talk.
I'm gonna ask the question.
So here we go.
It's not that big of a deal.
Jesus Christ! What the? Please have some.
It's been y'all two niggas the last 10 minutes, man. Goddamn.
He's not talking. Yeah, you might as well not talk. So go ahead.
My question was really simple. Outside of the precedent, do y'all think that it's possible that Congress, let's say Congress wins 2026, do you think it's possible that they could win the state legislators, getting I think it's 35, 36 states that you would have to do for in terms of an amendment to being overturned? Y'all think that's possible considering how much he's been finessing his power over the states?
I'll address that, then I'll jump into what I'm saying. So one of the paths also obviously is to have an amendment. And you're talking about a 2/3 vote. Typically your Congress and your Senate is pretty close to 50-50. Literally it's 1%, 2%, 5%, 10%, but we're talking about a whole 33% that would have to flip. That's not happening. I don't see that happening because you're talking about Democrats who would have to agree to, hey, we're going to go against the Constitution or we're going to change the Constitution to something completely different. Now, back to his actual potential path, which is to create a question. There's enough there to potentially create a question because the Supreme Court can say, this is not even worth fucking interpreting. We're not even going to talk about this bullshit. However, when you appoint 3 Supreme Court justices and potentially another one steps down by that time, remember, we got another 3 years of this. You got 2 guys that can step down because they're old as fuck or die. And now we got 5 Supreme Court justices that have been appointed by him. So yes, do I think if for some reason they decide to interpret this and say, you know what, yes, he can be the vice president and step in, or he can run for a 3rd term or whatever else, or some other bullshit, then you probably need to move out of the country, because what the Constitution stands on, what it's built on, we're no longer America at that point. And that's not me being.
I agree with you 100% on that.
What we stand on and what we are as a country now disappears. And I'm moving my ass. Although I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna move to Puerto Rico, because he doesn't even know that he's the fucking president of Puerto Rico. It's crazy. He doesn't know he's the president of the U.S. Virgin Islands. But I'm moving somewhere else, because you don't know what's gonna happen. By the way, conversations like this, okay, by the interpretation of one of the recent executive orders, could be interpreted as activity or conduct which is aligned with somebody who would possibly do domestic terrorism. And the way his recent executive order is written, what we're doing, we could be put in jail for.
Let's hold on. Let's double click on that, Aim. And that's kind of, and I know that I triggered some folks when I compared the 22nd Amendment with the Second Amendment, right? And what you just said was really important, right? First Amendment is that it is up to interpretation. I took the time to read the 22nd Amendment earlier, and I don't think there was anything in the first section of the 22nd Amendment, and remember, the second section is just stating that if it's ratified, then it stands, and if it's not, it doesn't. But the first section of the 22nd Amendment does nothing in there that precludes the president and vice president elect to appointing Trump as the Speaker of the House, and then abdicating and stepping down, both of them, so that the Speaker of the House becomes the President of the United States. If you guys remember, during Biden's administration, at the end of it, when the Speaker of the House was kicked, and then the new was made Speaker of the House, there was a question saying, hey, let's make Trump, who's really the president, anyways, let's make him Speaker of the House. So what Abby was saying is true. Like, yeah, the Speaker of the House can be appointed. You can have a J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio ticket for 2028 on a platform that says, if we are elected, we will advocate our position and make our Speaker of the House, who we nominate is Trump, the President of the United States. And I'm open to hearing anyone who contradicts this, but I believe there's nothing in the 22nd Amendment, and if you disagree, please read me from the 22nd Amendment. There's nothing in the 22nd Amendment that prevents them from doing that.
The only thing that could potentially save you is the 12th Amendment. Because the 12th Amendment says that no person can serve as the vice president. Actually, no, you're not even talking about that. You're talking about him jumping straight from the House to the president. No, I don't think there's. I think there's a path that way too. And here's something else I think Trump does. I think all good liars tell partial truths, because it's something for you to verify, right? And so I think he potentially could be throwing out some of these partial truths and having people debate just like we're doing right now, while at the same time he's going a completely different path. I know we think he's stupid. It's not that he's super smart, but he does keep smart people around him. And keeps people who are very good at arguing and, like I said, interpreting. And when you're the president, you're the king of interpretation, because you at least probably have 30 days before Congress or Senate gets together and says, no, you can't do that anymore. Or for a judge to come down and go, no, you can't do that anymore. So I think we're going to have more and more of the same of these fucked up interpretations, or him just doing things. And one of the things I've asked all of my military officer friends is, have you ever received any training on what if he just doesn't step down? I served as an officer in the military. I don't remember any training whatsoever on, what if the president just decides not to step down?
So many questions for you. I have so many questions for you, Aim. How do you feel about, and I know you know what I'm talking about, and I'll again, please forgive me, I'm Canadian, but there was one of your generals that recently came out after that horrific abomination where that Fox News host brought all of the military leaders into one place, aka a horrible like security fuck up, tell them they're fat, they shouldn't have.
Hegseth, where he decided to stay with the military is going to be what your weight's going to be, that you can only be men. Yes, we understand all of that. And
Thank you. And Sean, there was a general that came out and responded, I think, to that in a vague way and said, hey, we will not bend knee to dictators. Our job is that we didn't join this beautiful military to protect our constitution and offer up our lives in order to follow dictators. And AIM or Shaw had looked at, because I know you guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know.
Like, I thought that shit warmed my heart.
It's because of our oath. We take an oath to protect the Constitution, not the president. And yes, he does serve in a position as the commander-in-chief, but we have an oath to the Constitution. And what should make you feel a little bit okay is during the insurrection, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, which are the highest military leaders from every branch of service, they come together as the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and you have the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, which was General C.Q. Brown, a 4-star general from the Air Force, a brother, that they fired and put in somebody who was a 2-star general who was no longer active duty, who didn't even serve active duty. I wouldn't say he was a guardsman or a reservist. A person who's less qualified, they put him in a position over C.Q. Brown, who used to be on the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who was serving as the chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff. But during the insurrection, or after insurrection, the Joint Chiefs of Staff penned a letter reminding all officers and military personnel that our job is to protect the Constitution. And the insurrection was a threat, a direct threat to the Constitution. You can go Google it right now. Just look up Joint Chiefs of Staff letter about the insurrection. And they said it was a threat to the Constitution, and that it was basically unacceptable, and that, hey, we have an inauguration that's going to happen on this date, and you're going to have a new president or a new commander-in-chief. So it was good in the sense that they reminded everybody our focus is on the Constitution, not the president. And no matter what be other thing people don't understand, which is another one of these partial lies that get pushed around on social media, is that even if we had nuclear war, okay, and we were unable to get to the ballot boxes, the inauguration still happens. There's no delaying of the you can delay the election all you want, but the date, there's going to be a new president. Whether the Electoral College by themselves get together or Congress gets together or whatever, because remember, we have a representative democracy, so your representatives will still pick a president. There is no, martial law, we're going to delay the election. No, they can delay the election for the people, but there will be a new president selected.
And AIM, I'm so sorry I feel I'm killing the room, guys. I'm sorry, but you said some shit. I just want to respond real quick. I asked the question earlier. If Trump decides to go against the ruling of the Supreme Court, what is the teeth of the Supreme Court to stop him from doing it? And I asked the question because the U.S. military ultimately responds to the commander-in-chief. And AIM based, and again, I say this as an outsider. I say this as someone who has seen since 1971 America enter into so many unjust wars and who is violently against the military-industrial complex in America. But I also say this as someone who has seen American soldiers who I have so much fucking respect for. That you will go and just say, hey, I will put up my life, my livelihood, my family, my kids' joy and happiness and access to me, and I will give that up for the defense of my country and the Constitution. And so many who died doing it, right? And so maybe it was a facetious question, because honestly,
I got where you're going. Check this out.
I'll land. I trust soldiers to make the right choice for the Constitution rather than bending knee to the president. I will, as an outsider.
But what do you want the military to do? March in there and remove him?
So here's the thing.
Hold on. Abe, I want to hear what he has to say, because I've already answered this for him before you came in the room. But what is it that you think that the military can do?
I'll answer you really succinctly. When you guys accept the Second Amendment and it leads to the leading cause of death of your kids being gun gunshot wounds,
No,
but you will not take
no, you're
and
not
I'll
answering
be quick,
succinctly.
okay?
Answer the fucking question. What do you
I
think the
expect them
military is going to do?
support the ruling of the Supreme Court over the commandments of the Commander-in-Chief, if it comes to
And
that.
how do you think they're going to do that? They're going to march
they
in
will-
there and pick him up from his golden chair and put him in a jail cell?
When the Supreme Court rules that he cannot have a third term, the leaders of the U.S. military will adhere to that ruling over the Commander-in-Chief's ruling that they should go and kill protesters who want the Supreme Court's ruling to be upheld, shot. That's what I want the U.S. military to do when it comes to it. Is that succinct enough?
That's very succinct. That's the first time you've been succinct tonight.
Look, check this out. So, after the Korean War and all these different wars where you had a lot of immoral type shit that happened, you had the Geneva Convention that made, essentially rules in warfare. Other thing that happened, especially after Vietnam, and doing studies on Nazi Germany, essentially you had Christians who were killing people, and the only reason that they could give was, I was just following orders. So, as a military officer, one of the things that they made sure to instill in us is that you don't have a requirement to follow an unlawful order. Matter of fact, we'll put your ass in jail for following an unlawful order. So not only do you have the authority to essentially, you have a requirement to follow the chain of command and treat the president as your commander-in-chief, but any officer or any superior that gives you an unlawful order, you are required not to follow it. And they will put your ass in jail for Leavenworth. That's the reason why we have Leavenworth. And it's something that is indoctrinated into us. I know everyone thinks all the military are full of a bunch of slave-driven, indoctrinated, brainwashed people, and that's just not the truth. The new officers of today's new age, at least I can speak from the Air Force standpoint, essentially the Air Force wasn't completely created until the 60s. We were under the Army Air Corps. But in that time frame, we're younger than some of the biggest companies in America. So we think things through a little bit differently, not knocking any of my brothers from the Army, Navy, Marines, or whatever else, because they definitely have their role. But it's definitely instilled in us in the Air Force that, think, use your brain. I went to the Air Force Academy, which was none of the country when I graduated, Harvard, Princeton, MIT, all of that shit. We taught and we preached, teach, and think through things, look at the regulation, use your morality. Like, there's things that you're a person. And so, no, we don't have this brainwashed ideology that we just blindly follow rules and laws and shit. If somebody gives us an order that's unlawful, we will not follow it.
And can I say that? Please interrupt me if anyone else wants to get in here. I don't want to hog the mic. But that's kind of what I was saying, right? When you look at the different branches of American politics right now, and the Congress and the Senate and the executive branch and the military and the Supreme Court and the judiciary, right? And please understand, when I talk about the military and the vets in America and people who are part of the American forces, I do not speak to them in the same way they talk about the military industrial complex, which is a bunch of fucking white billionaires who are profiting off of manipulating American politics, right? But where I take heart is that I actually agree. Like, I think that the American military forces and the people who go into those jobs, and all the reasons they do, right? Lack of access to education, like, I just want to, get access to higher education or healthcare or whatever, all the reasons why they join those forces, which are varied. It drives a principle that makes them adhere to the Constitution. Now the failure of the American democracy to force those vets into unjust wars is American history, and I'll criticize that all the time. But I'll end with this. I take heart in the fact that if push comes to shove, the American military is the teeth, and the American vets and the people who are actually part of that military, not the military industrial complex, but the fucking vets and the soldiers who are part of those American forces, I truly agree and believe that they will back the Constitution. Any day before they're back a fucking, piece of shit dictator that tries to take over America. So I take heart in that, brother, and I truly.
Yeah, the only thing, and I'm gonna shut up for a while after I say this, unless somebody says something.
Tara, you're welcome to speak. First Lady's not here anymore.
The thing that's scary, and I can't find it anywhere. Somebody's called me out on it when I said it, but I know there's been a study of how many military members are conservative, and I want to say it was like the enlisted air military was, I think, 60 to 70% conservative. I remember seeing something back in the day that said 90% of military officers were conservative. Which means that's a very homogenous thought or ideology, and I kind of believe it because I rubbed elbows with officers, and they were definitely in support of, obviously, conservatives typically push larger military, more military money, more military spending. Who wouldn't support the people that support them? When I say conservative, I don't mean extreme right wing or anything like that. I mean, most black people, if you really think about it, we have a somewhat conservative way of thinking. We big on church. We don't want to pay no damn taxes.
Okay, let's have somebody else speak now. Tara, go ahead. Yeah, it was rude, but I've been listening to you guys now for 20 minutes. I'm the only mod that's awake or that's active right now, and I'm reading the chat. And somebody wants to say something besides the two of you. I think it's only fair.
Still no reason to be rude. I wasn't rude to you, ma'am.
I apologize if my tone was rude, but you keep saying you're landing and then you go on and on and on. So sorry if I hurt your feelings.
Carol, can you step in? Can we hear from Tara? Go ahead.
Do you want to take 30 seconds and just sort out what you wanted to finish up with?
No, I was done. I'm good.
Okay.
If she wanted to shut me down, I'm cool with that.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to know if I could speak now. I've been waiting for a while, but it wasn't necessarily to shut you up, but it was just the fact that Americans at large are not talking. People are talking about leaving the country. People will talk about everything, it'll sort itself out. There's a lot of not knowing what to do in this moment, and I feel like at some point Americans might want to start considering how they actually would see their demands go forward. But what are their demands, right? I don't see Americans talking about hey, call your representative and say this. This is what I expect. I mean, clearly you don't trust your representative.
So when they all come back home, they have to get VA. They all come back home from
there should be a moment here of what is it that we want?
Well, they got sold
and
a scam.
I don't feel I hear that in
some of them
any
everyone's told they were
American
forced, but
whatsoever.
yeah, it's wild
So
to see
that's
how
why
many
I just wanted
American
to
veterans
ask about
they
that
can't seem to
and just see
accept
how
that they
they
were scammed.
responded to that.
I just came in. Are you from America?
My Doc from Grayson.
Oh, okay.
Oh, God.
Maybe you're not hearing it in the spaces. But I'm not going to jump because I didn't hear your whole conversation.
That's the problem with Doc, right? That he was retarded before that.
In regards to what?
So this is a common thing. If you call the military a welfare or anything like that, that it's all a scam, those guys will lose their mind.
That's right.
I mean, I sort of get it. They take it as they're disrespecting other buddies that got killed, but
I wouldn't call it a scam. I mean, it just shows your lack of understanding history.
oh, look at this nigga. Yeah. I love Chicago cheeseburger. In fact, I would love to meet him if I go to Chicago. I'm not sure if he would make me though.
No, I told you I would send ICE to meet you, and we would put you in a box and
Ah,
send you back.
If anything, you will buy me some tahini and we'll do the best shawarma.
Oh man, if you come to Chicago, you gotta go to this Persian restaurant called Kababi on Lawrence. Holy shit.
It's called kababi.
Kababi, yeah. It's
Would you take me there?
no, dude. But you could go there.
Why not?
You could go there yourself.
Why wouldn't you take Rabbi to kababi?
I don't know, dude. You're not a beautiful 24-year-old with a a great ass and a pretty smile. I don't know what to tell you, dog.
I don't have a great ass or a nice smile.
Plus, you don't even have any assets. You don't even have 100 million in assets under management, bro. You're a lightweight. Get a fucking life and give me a call. I'll call you. Don't call me.
I need to have 100 million, nigga. You have your 200K garnished, nigga.
Get $1 billion in assets and under management. Then I'll take you to dinner, bro. Otherwise, you ain't waste my time, dog.
The government is literally garnishing your $60, and you're talking about my money.
Listen, the government is borrowing $1,000 every single month for every single U.S. citizen. It's crazy.
That is true.
It's about $1,000.
Take them to their truck stop in Joliet with the car on the billboard.
Every month, the government borrows $1,000 for every social security number, and they could technically give you that $1,000 every month. Instead, they just give it to Fortune 500.
What's wrong with that?
I would rather have the $1,000 a month. What about you, Lou?
Ouch. Oh, I don't want to. That's what you're saying. Thank you. I would rather have as much life as willing to give me.
I'd rather have the S&P 500 for me.
I still think it's gonna go down. He can chase your grace. He doesn't understand the importance of defensives. He just simply doesn't get it. He does not get it. He's a bonds cunt, basically. There's a lot of things he doesn't get. Huh? There's a lot of things that he doesn't get. Yeah, one of them is defensive stocks. Dude, I don't know him that well, but he seems very performative. I don't know if that's like his way of like learning and like debating, or he's, I don't know. It's always, there's no talk, it's always him trying to prove something. But it doesn't really work. I even had to explain to him how, because he was talking about central banking and shit, and it's like, targeting money supply, and it's like, bro, the central bank in the US doesn't target money supply, so that's a misconception. It's just simply how, and he insists that that's what it is, and it's like, bro, it's just so difficult talking to him. It's like, it's really so difficult talking. You can Google it, you can go ChatGPT it, bro. It's like, it's just simply not how it works. Anyways.
People using the US dollar as bullish for the dollar. I said this doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. You want more people using your currency worldwide. While you inflate the shit out of your economy and you dump it on your allies. This is how it works.
Yeah, but they don't understand. Look, I don't even fully understand these things. But the
Really, you don't, Lou?
They don't.